Picture this, you've been stuck in your room for 2 years, barely even able to walk. All of a sudden, you unlock an ability, but it's so worthless it seems like you've only got one destiny: to bite the dust. But what if I told you this guy used that trash skill to game the system on day one? He built an army of the undead, became the vampire king, and even tricked the church into making him a saint. ALOFT Chice without even leaving his couch. Stick with me, because today you're gonna get the story of the craftiest and most broken MC of all time. Way back in the day, a massive war rocked the world, pitting the Knight of Light against the terrifying Immortal King. Fighting alongside the Knight, a group of heroes faced off against the Immortal King and his horde. Every blow they exchanged carried the weight of an uncertain destiny. The battle was so insane that the very earth seemed to shake to its core. And just as the Knight of Light readies his weapon for the final blow, we find out the whole thing was just a game, and the one playing is our MC. Just look at this slacker, sprawled out on the couch, not a care in the world. But, out of nowhere, a knock on the door completely shatters the guy's peace and quiet. The man introduces himself as an employee from the newly formed Department of Ability Management, and says he's looking for some guy named Hansong. The MC, already out of patience, confirms that's him, just to get it over with. Hansong then receives a very clear instruction: if an ability awakens, he needs to report it to the department immediately. After that, the man leaves wishing him a good day once more. As soon as he closes the door, the MC grumbles that this was first interaction with anyone in 6 months. And thank goodness it was over quick. Grabbing a cookie, he jokes that now he can go another 6 months without opening the door for anyone. The MC reflects, feeling a bit down that it's been 2 years since he's left the house. And to top it all off, he discovers the cookie he grabbed is expired. Because he'd been cooped up for so long, many called him weak, others pathetic, and some just told him to get lost. But as he's mulling all this over, some bombshell news on the TV interrupts his thoughts. The news showed firefighters in action, battling a massive fire at a shopping mall. The cause: an awakened who set the whole place on fire and was then pulled into another world. Hearing the word awakened, a flood of memories hits the MC. And now you're asking me, what's an awakened? Easy there, my young Padawan, I'll break it down for you. One day, humanity began to go through a transformation. Mysterious powers called abilities started popping up in people like a gift from the heavens. The thing is, the moment someone awakens an ability, their fate is sealed. In exactly 24 hours, the person is transported to another world, and unless they meet the requirements there, they never come back. Of those who go, very few return. The survival rate on the other side is a challenge that almost no one can overcome. Thinking about this, Hansong remembers one man in particular, a criminal who committed several atrocities before being taken to the other world. And it was this guy who marked a dark day in the MC's life. On that tragic day, his world fell apart. His family was gone because of that man's crimes, and that happened exactly 2 years ago. Nowadays, trying to regain the use of his legs seems like a completely pointless effort. Even with non-stop training, nothing works. He doesn't even understand why he keeps trying, since the results just aren't there. It's obvious the MC feels pathetic about all this, a complete failure. His own weakness was his prison, and he knew it. But honestly, would having more courage have made any difference? Maybe the best solution was to just run away anywhere, just to escape that suffocating emptiness. Suddenly, an intense light cuts through the darkness. A message pops up right in front of him. Dimensional inflection point connected. Connecting to system. Startled, his heart nearly jumps out of his chest. He doesn't understand why he awakened an ability right now, and so unexpectedly. The MC gets super ticked off when he finds out what his ability is: the Call of Atara. Looking at the screen, a timer starts counting down. He had just 24 hours until his mandatory transfer. In disbelief, he shakes his head, thinking this has to be a huge joke. But before he could have a full-blown meltdown, the system warns him if he doesn't enter the transfer zone in time, he'll be dragged there by force. The MC bolts in a panic, and honestly, even I have no idea where this crazy dude is going. What is this poor guy thinking? There's no point in running, he's gonna get pulled in no matter what. And that's when we get his plan. He's running to grab as many items as he can. That's because in the other world, time passes 10 times slower, which means he'd need to survive for 10 years to be able to return to Earth. Even the MC himself wonders if he can last 10 long years in a completely unknown and dangerous place. So, what do you think? Is our MC gonna make it? Honestly, I highly doubt it. Looking again, the timer now shows 3 minutes, when just a little while ago it was 24 hours. Even out of breath, the MC enters the transfer zone, all geared up and looking like he's heading to war. Yeah, maybe he has a chance, after all. He takes a deep breath, stepping firmly onto the designated spot. But then, despair hits him all over again. How the heck is he going to survive in this other world without any real powers? He starts freaking out because without any combat skills, figuring out how to survive in the other world seems like an impossible mission. But then a light bulb goes off in his head. He has an idea. Yes, his ability is the Avatar, it's still there ready to be used. He then shouts Avatar, activating his ability, and a bizarre energy starts to materialize right in front of him. Surprised, he sees 2 identical versions of himself staring at each other like living reflections. The MC just stares, wondering if that's really him. Is it real? Is he really that perfect? As he was analyzing the scene, a sharp pain hits his head, a strange discomfort that just kept getting worse. Then he realizes why his eyes go wide when he figures out he can see through both his own eyes and the avatars at the same time. This double vision was making him dizzy. He thinks, no way, this is way too uncomfortable. But then it finally clicks. Of course, that was it. He finally understood that he was sharing his vision with his avatar. But obviously, curiosity got the better of him, so he tries to move again. But that didn't go so well. Trying to move both bodies at once was insane. The strain made him so dizzy, he almost hurled. But the system interrupts his tests, warning that there was only 1 minute left before he'd be dragged by force if he wasn't inside the circle. The MC laments, looking up at the sky and wondering why on earth his ability had to be so useless. He thinks it would be perfect if someone else could go in his place. Yes, that would solve all his problems. A simple and direct substitution, right? But wait a minute, why not send the avatar? The moment he considers the possibility, the system reacts. Someone had entered the circle, and the transfer began. And of course, the avatar didn't go unwillingly. The MC gave it a little push, with no idea if his crazy plan would actually work. Well, everything seemed to be working, but there was no turning back. All he could do now was wait and see. And what do you know, it actually works. Even he couldn't believe this harebrained scheme would pan out so well. The system confirms the transfer zone has accepted the MC's avatar. Seconds later, the message appears, transfer to external dimension complete. Arriving in the new setting, he finds himself in the middle of a dense forest. But the MC doesn't get it. What's happening? Didn't he send the avatar? Why was he transferred too? Man, what a rip-off. It was supposed to work out perfectly. He sent the avatar, what the heck? What's the point of this? The system then sends another message, saying he can return to Earth using the return option in the karma shop. The little system also informs him that he needs to accumulate karma during his journey. Checking his stats, the MC sees the obvious, his karma is at 0. He's a little bummed about it, but come on, what did he expect? To show up in this world with 10, 100, or 1,000 karma. Now that's just asking for too much, right? Relieved, the MC realizes that it's not really him who's there. I mean, it's his avatar, but his original body is still back home, chilling on the couch. The problem is, now he can control both. But controlling both at the same time is giving him a killer headache, so he dismisses the summon right away. And then, his consciousness fully returns to his room. But the experience left him completely nauseous, to the point of wanting to throw up. He can't take it and bolts to the bathroom, ready to lose his lunch. After relieving himself, he finally recovers. And of course, he's over the moon. He managed to escape a huge jam. So, he decides to summon his avatar again. And there it is, the avatar materializing right in front of him. Even though everything worked out in the end, the MC is still thoughtful. What the heck is he going to do with such a weird ability? The system pops up again, congratulating the MC for managing to return without having to use the karma shop. As a reward, he got a dimensional portal, which allows free travel between Earth and the world of travelers. His jaw drops when he gets another notification his karma has increased absurdly. On top of that, he's become the fastest returning traveler in all of history. A little while later, the MC is already analyzing his total karma, and the amount he's accumulated is simply staggering. He's already got almost 2 million karma. Bro, that's a boatload of karma? The guy did absolutely nothing and he's already a millionaire. Hansong reflects that normally returning to Earth would cost 1 million karma, and it would take the equivalent of 10 years to save up that kind of cash. The story then explains to us that karma is gained through good and bad actions in the other world and can be used to strengthen abilities or to return home. The MC wonders if this was a system bug and, more importantly, if they're not going to want to charge him for it all later. But in the end, he relaxes. He didn't do anything on purpose, so to heck with it, no one can blame him. In the system, he notices he has a few options, but only ability enhancement is available. Curious, he wonders what this stat enhancement thing could be. The screen then shows that improving stamina increases recovery power and costs 10,000 karma. The MC thinks about this recovery power. He really considers spending the 10,000 karma. Then, confidently, he confirms the purchase. Suddenly, he feels something strange in his leg. Something different? He's starting to actually feel his leg. And as incredible as it sounds, his old injury is healing. He remembers that his injured leg wasn't just an injury, it represented the end of his life with his family. It was a tragic milestone. And that scar kept him trapped in that room, isolated from the world for years. Actually, he still is a little, but at least now he can travel between dimensions. The system appears once more, informing the MC that he has surpassed the standard level of recovery. With that, he gains a new ability, Super Recovery, which boosts his healing power even more. Time passes and night falls. The MC comments that he used a bit of karma to heal his leg, and unbelievably, it became ridiculously strong. And the best part is that he spent peanuts, so he has karma to spare. Where else could he invest it? And obviously, our MC doesn't waste any time. He goes straight to the system and looks at the abilities he can improve. The problem is, this time, the fun is going to cost him 300,000 karma points. But he doesn't even think twice. He's got cash to burn, so he spends it. He's left wondering what's going to happen now that he's juiced up his avatar ability. Sometime later, he appears analyzing something. Facing his avatar, he checks himself out and comments that his physique is on point. The crazy part is, the avatar talks back, agreeing that his body is in prime condition. The MC, all smug, says it's the result of a long time of dedication and hard work, you know? The MC now realizes he can split his mind in two and control both bodies freely. This, of course, opens up a huge range of possibilities. He mentions he gained a new ability that gave his old ones a boost. He seems a lot more confident now. And the ability the MC got was the Mind Core, which serves to filter information and focus only on what really matters. And the best part is, even if the avatar gets hurt, the MC feels absolutely nothing. He's immune to any dimensional diseases or anything like that. But the MC, taking a look around, notices his house is a complete disaster zone. But other than that, he's totally digging the idea of being able to explore another world while staying at home, living the easy life. Controlling the avatar has become like a video game while he's just chilling on the couch. He's playing with his clone in another dimension. But to everyone's surprise, the MC summons another avatar. Now he has two clones. And of course the MC has the same question I do, will he be able to create more avatars in the future? The issue now is that he needs to name the clones. Otherwise, the system's gonna crash. Better to sort this out quick. But there's a small problem: the MC is terrible at naming things, and his clones, being copies of him, also don't like it and don't know how to do it. But the MC looks at the table and sees some tea and a bottle of ketchup. No, there's no way he's gonna use that to name the clones. He wouldn't do something like that. And believe it or not, he does. He names the first avatar, the one with an affinity for mana hands. The other avatar obviously becomes Heinz. He's a copy of Hands but focused on brute strength, being the MC's second clone. The MC is a little annoyed because his avatars have kind of weak stats. But come on MC, you just created these guys and you already want them to be super OP. That's not how it works, man. But anyway, the MC announces that he's going to start the main mission. It looks like everything's ready for them to get into action. Or is it? And there they go, the clones head off on their mission, no messing around, straight to the point. There's just one catch: Heinz complains that the house is a total mess and that all this cleaning is going to fall on him. There's exactly a year's worth of trash piled up, an absurd amount of filth. But while Heinz stays behind to clean, Hans heads off to the other world, ready to start his adventure. Unfortunately, Heinz will have to stay on Earth, cleaning up the mess. Well, everyone has their own responsibilities, right? One exploring another world, and the other getting the short end of the stick in real life. Meanwhile, the original MC decides to leave the house. And the most impressive thing is that he's 0% anxious. He's able to go out just fine, without the paranoia of being locked in his room, with an impressive sense of calm. This means the Mind Core is working perfectly. The MC's main body is on the street, but since his mind is divided, he can stay calm. But the MC remembers that Hans is probably arriving in the other world, so he'd better check on how he's doing. And sure enough, the MC is right. Hans has already arrived in the other world, but he's a bit lost since he doesn't know anything around there. Hans notices it's already night and is surprised to have ended up in such a weird place. But what could possibly go wrong, right? He's in the middle of a forest, everything's quiet. There's no way anything could go wrong. Except out of nowhere, a giant black panther appears and scares the life out of him. The panther attacks for real, and he reacts quickly, drawing his dagger to defend himself. He puts the dagger in front of his body, trying to protect himself from the pounce. But the panther isn't messing around and charges straight at him. Except the MC, controlling Hands, finds the drool dripping from the beast's mouth kind of gross. Even in the middle of a nasty fight, he feels calm, with no pain or fear. The mind control is working perfectly. To turn the tables, the MC injects mana directly into the dagger. The blade becomes so fast it seems to cut the wind. The panther gets totally wrecked, dropping dead on the spot. It's game over for the big cat, with ketchup splattered everywhere. Hans then sits on the ground, completely beat, exhausted after the fight. His little knife is all covered in ketchup, proving the guy really put in some work, you know? Hans is so tired that he thinks if another creature shows up, it'll be really hard to handle. But he looks ahead and spots a place that looks safe, a light at the end of the tunnel. And yes, folks, he's seeing a village in the distance, surrounded by rocks, mountains, and forests. Apparently a very safe place. An older man appears, greeting the traveler, and introducing himself as the village chief. He says the newcomer is more than welcome. The village chief expresses his admiration for Hans, since he managed to cross a monster-infested forest at that time of night. Hans, all banged up, asks for permission to spend the night in the village. The village chief says there's no problem at all, that he can stay and lodge for as long as he wants. The old man notices Hans's gear and clothes. To him, it all looks very different from what he's used to, so he asks if he came from far away. Hans lies, saying his clothes are the result of many travels and adventures, but we know he just got to this world. The village chief is happy, saying it's been a long time since he's seen an outsider. So, he invites Hans to the tavern for a drink, and so time passes. The MC, controlling Hans, even comments that the village seems very welcoming. Lying in bed, he thinks that the day, in the end, was pretty fun. But what Hans doesn't realize is that there's a man hiding in his room. What could he want? Meanwhile, the original MC's mind is on Earth, sipping a beer and enjoying every moment of peace. But despite everything, the MC feels a pang of guilt about Heinz, who's working hard while he just relaxes. He comments that Heinz is training hard to improve his durability. The MC doesn't know when he'll need him, so it's good that he's in top shape. So, since his clones are working so hard, the MC decides he's also going to dedicate himself to better understanding what's happening in both worlds. He decides he'll take on the role of the perfect commander, or better yet, the commander-in-chief. But suddenly, something catches his attention and makes him anxious. He wonders what the strange feeling is that he's sensing. The system then issues a warning. Your avatar has been eliminated. All accumulated traits and data have been reset. The MC is clueless as to how Hans, who was safe in the village, got taken out. He immediately suspects the old man is to blame. Could that village chief have put something in his drink? The MC realizes he screwed up big time by trusting a completely unknown place and people too much. Suddenly, the MC starts to feel strange, as if something is pulling him. He realizes something is very wrong. He realizes he's connecting with the avatar again, as if he's returning to its body. The scene changes, and we see the old chief complaining, saying he thought the traveler would be more useful, but in the end, he was pretty boring. The old man was really disappointed. After all, the MC crossed the forest alone, so he was expecting a great talent. He had built up huge expectations for someone who to him was worthless. Ouch, that one had to hurt. Well, the MC didn't amount to much, just an elite skeleton. So, indeed, the MC connected with Hans's body even after he was defeated. The system announces that the character has become an undead and, on top of that, has gained an ability called Decaying Heart, and the screen also shows that Hans, or what's left of him, is now an elite skeleton. Not even the MC expected a twist like this. Another message explains that, although he's become an undead, his mind wasn't corrupted thanks to the Mind Core ability. He's still perfectly sane, even though he's a zombie. The MC is still trying to process what happened. He's lost and confused. He looks around and notices a bunch of zombified people, wondering who they are. The only ones responsible for this whole mess can only be those darn villagers. Did they turn an entire village into undead? Out of nowhere, a guy walks into the room. The guy recognizes the MC, remembering seeing him at the tavern the day before. But actually, this guy is more worried about how much longer he'll have to stay on that mountain. He also wonders who those people he saw earlier were, the ones who looked like dark mages. He looks at the MC, feeling like something's off, but he can't quite put his finger on it. While the guy is sizing up the MC, all he can think is, why is this guy staring at me? Did he notice I'm moving? The stranger complains that the MC is just standing there instead of doing something. So, he yells at the MC to get up and get moving. The MC almost has a heart attack from relief, realizing that was all it was. With little choice, he gets up and starts walking. The weird thing is, the MC feels something trying to control him, pulling him, but he manages to ignore it and keep resisting, making his own decisions. The mysterious man grumbles that the old man always sends him to check on everything, and he thinks it's a real pain in the neck. The MC realizes he's felt that power before. That energy isn't foreign to him. Finally, the man leaves, exiting the room. Hans, now a skeleton, once again questions the power running through his body. He thinks he's figured out how the power works, maybe because of his strong connection to mana. He starts to think that maybe he can control other undead. A week passes, and the MC is still there, trapped in the same captivity. Except, this time he's on top of a pile of boxes, apparently trying to control another skeleton. Or did he become a zombie therapist, and I'm just not getting it? It seems the MC is using some kind of different power. Suddenly, a strong blue light shoots out of his eyes. And as unlikely as it seems, the other skeleton manages to get up. Now the fun is really about to begin. The skeleton starts to move, slowly approaching the MC. The problem is, the MC feels overwhelmed and the skeleton's movements are still very clumsy. Our MC laments his difficulty in controlling more than one undead at a time. He asks himself, am I an elite skeleton or not? But something catches his attention. He finds himself surrounded by small rodents, also known as rats. Without a second thought, the MC grabs one of them. The MC complains that these rats have been bothering him all week. The bag of bones comments that the rat is fast, but this time it's toast, it's been caught. Sitting on a box, he wonders if a rat can replace a human in his army. Hey, it's at least worth a shot, right? Suddenly, the rat lets out a small grunt. Something happened to it. What in the world? The little rat appears all mangled in the MC's hand. No, forget everything I said. The rat is doing great, and now he's armed to the teeth. Our MC gets excited and declares that his experiment was a success. The MC then names the rat Alfred, but to his close friends, you can call him Ratatouille. He gives the rat the order to move forward, with a plan to use it as a spy. Alfred is ready to depart on his mission. Sometime later, the little rat is there, lying in wait. The MC, who is probably watching everything through the rat's vision, decides to wait and see what happens. After all, that guy is always complaining. The unknown man opens a door, and the MC wonders if on the other side there's another warehouse of undead. The MC hesitates. Is it worth following that man? Suddenly, a purple light appears. The MC questions, what the heck is going on? Hans explains that even though he tries to neutralize his emotions, he still feels a sense of danger. He feels that getting closer is a bad idea. The scene then changes, and apparently we've left that place. Now we see two guards talking. One asks the other when the maturation process will be over. All I can imagine is them talking about a manga. One of the guards comments that he feels completely drained every time he leaves that place. One of the men finds it funny how much protection they've put on the village. After all, who in their right mind would try to invade that place? It's nearly impossible. So, why go to so much trouble to protect it? One of them mentions he heard about a piece of the Immortal King, so that's probably what they're protecting. The scene returns to Alfred. Apparently the MC wants to find out more. But, out of nowhere, our friend Ratatouille is attacked. Yeah, folks, the rat had a bad time. Took a nasty cut right to the chest, and his attacker starts to approach. And wouldn't you know it, it's the scumbag old village chief. He wonders what he just saw, but realizes it was just a rat. The old man is surprised to notice the rat is full of dark mana. He wonders if the dark mana transformed the rat. The old man, who's full of tricks, already knows there's only one place with that much dark mana. The village chief then asks Jeff if he was the one looking after the warehouse that day. And we finally learn the name of the poor sap who's already shown up several times. The camera takes us back to Alfred, poor little guy, stretched out on the floor. And the reason for showing Alfred is simple: the MC has blood in his eyes, wanting revenge in the name of his little spy. The scene changes again. At least this time, I think everything will calm down. Actually, nothing calms down, because the loser Jeff comes in kicking the door down. He starts yelling at everyone, telling them all to line up. He walks towards a skeleton, cursing at it and telling it to get in line. He then punches the undead in the face, telling it to stand still. Folks, I don't know, but I think this guy woke up on the wrong side of the bed, because it's not possible for someone to be this stressed out. And after the punch, the loser even goes and mocks the undead. He pulls the creature by its hair, trying to identify who that person was. Jeff realizes that was the man who rebelled against him before. And to make matters worse, before becoming a zombie, the man threatened him, saying that if Jeff touched his family, he wouldn't live to tell the tale. Jeff, with a psycho look in his eyes, tells the zombie to repeat what he said in the past. But now he can't, because to make the situation even worse, Jeff cut out his tongue. He then lets go of the zombie, who falls face first on the floor. Jeff starts walking calmly, with his hands on his head, remembering how fun it was to hunt the darn villagers. But unfortunately for him, that reality is over. Now, they've all become zombies. As he walks, Jeff kicks and scorns a female zombie who's there, telling the other one he assaulted that at least now he has company, since his wife is there too. What Jeff doesn't see is that the zombie he mistreated so much is moving, getting ready to take a big bite out of him. As soon as he feels the bite, Jeff throws himself on the floor, screaming, not understanding why that zombie attacked him. He screams desperately for the monster to stop, but the zombie keeps advancing. Before he can react and use his magic, the female zombie grabs him from behind, covering his mouth. Jeff panics. What is this chaos unfolding before him? Now it's not just one anymore. It's all the zombies advancing, surrounding, and biting him. Jeff is about to be completely torn to shreds. Yeah, folks, Jeff is done for. He's history. But who could have set this whole trap, huh? Could it be the sly guy passing by in the background? The MC says this is just the beginning of his revenge for his little rat. The scene changes completely. Now we see guards stopping the MC from entering the village. He even tries to insist, saying his brother is inside, but the guards ignore him. He's not getting in, period. One of the guards questions what makes the MC think some random outsider would just waltz in there. The village chief notices the commotion and approaches, trying to better understand the situation. He starts sizing up the MC, a little curious and completely clueless. The MC, in the guise of Heinz, greets the village chief, but the chief hesitates. He's confused. How is this possible? How can that guy be here again if he eliminated him himself? Seeing that the old man seemed confused, Heinz explains that he believes his twin brother Hans is inside the village. But before the chief can answer, the scene changes. The MC, now as the bag of bones, thinks about how advantageous it is to have two bodies. I mean 3 if we count the original, right? And thanks to Heinz, who's outside distracting the old man, it was super easy for the skeleton MC to get into the warehouse. Now he's standing before a crystal, which appears to be the fragment of the Immortal King. Yep, the MC confirms it for Asura. It really is a fragment belonging to the Immortal King, and he feels a powerful energy emanating from it. He notices the crystal is absorbing the dark energy of the surrounding undead, as if it's trying to complete itself. But it's not just absorption. The crystal seems to be filling a void, accumulating more and more power. The MC notices something else of the undead that were stronger. The previous place was just the discard area for those with potential, but who weren't anything special. But the MC doesn't think twice and puts his hand on the crystal. He thinks, I don't need to be picky to eat. If this is what's on the menu today, this is what I'm consuming. The MC decides to find out firsthand what this food can do. And then the scene changes again. We're back to Heinz, who is trying to convince the village chief to let him in, talking non-stop to buy as much time as possible. He explains that he's the other guy's twin brother, and that's why they look so much alike. He also tries to convince the old man by saying he has a special connection with his brother, and that's how he knows he's in the village. The old man finds it interesting, but it's pretty hard to believe. Suddenly, the old man feels something strange and starts to scream, saying something's wrong. He orders them to take out that idiot as he transforms and flies off to see what happened. The men get into a combat stance to face Heinz, but by the time they realize it, he's already gone. He booked it. The scene returns to the MC, now in the body of the Bag of Bones, who is being bombarded by negative thoughts. Even trying to filter everything with the mind core, the intensity is insane. He wonders if anyone could withstand that without going crazy. Then something explodes. A system notification appears, saying that the entity has met the requirements for evolution. Now we see the MC in a completely different version. I mean, he's become a much more stylish skeleton, right? But yes, he's changed. Now he's a Demi-Lich. Weird name, huh? Demi-Lich. Like a demon mixed with a lich. Anyway, that's what it is. The system also notifies him that he has acquired the special ability Malevolent Sovereignty, which grants him infinite knowledge and a talent for dark magic. The scene changes to the outside, and one of the goons says Jeff is an idiot. The reason? Jeff didn't deal with that zombie rat, and now he's caused this whole mess. Someone then yells at the guy, calling him an idiot. We see it's his master, the old man, chewing him out. The old man tells him to stop talking nonsense and go find Jeff, and that they both need to check the fragment with utmost urgency. The man confirms and starts calling for Jeff, asking him to check the fragment as quickly as possible. He keeps yelling, asking if Jeff can hear him. But then he starts to see something glowing there, and my friends, I'm sure that's not Jeff. Since he didn't notice the danger, he keeps yelling, asking why Jeff isn't answering. But by the time he realizes it, it's too late. Our little MC, even after attacking, has to be polite, right? So he asks, "Hey there, buddy, how's it going?" With immense sarcasm, he says to the side character, "Beautiful day, isn't it?" The guy is shocked, not believing what's happening. He doesn't understand how that creature can talk. He then starts to activate his power, ordering those pests to back off. He launches a ball of magic towards the MC and the zombies, but it's no use. They manage to break down the door. Coming out of there, the MC sarcastically says the guy is lacking in manners. After all, he just asked a question and wanted an answer. The MC then starts to summon magic in his hand. Actually, he doesn't even know what it is. He wonders it's because of Malevolent Sovereignty, but just by looking at the magic, he can already understand how it works. Then, a huge explosion happens, catching the attention of everyone in the village. Our little MC then declares, "Advance, my children of the night," and then it's zombies and skeletons everywhere. They charge with everything they've got. The MC yells not to let anyone escape, saying that all the humans there must be eliminated. The village plunges into chaos, turning into a total mess, with zombies and skeletons everywhere. A skeleton plummets right at the MC's feet, who looks at it and thinks, "What the heck is this?" And who's there is none other than the old geezer. He asks the MC what he did with the fragment of the Immortal King, and finally his name is revealed, Marcos Giocali. The MC responds, saying it's been a long time since they've seen each other, right? And obviously the old man has to remember him. It's not possible he's already forgotten. He continues to explain calmly, since Marcos doesn't seem to remember. Well, thanks to the old man, he ended up losing his heart. "But please don't worry," he says. "I got a new one at your mansion." The old man is furious with the MC, not only because he took the fragment, but because he used it on such a puny body. Marcos then starts to summon his power, saying angrily that the MC will regret it. He activates Finger of Death. The MC comes face to face with that terrible magic, feeling its imminent power. He even tries to dodge, but gets hit in the arm. The MC, all sarcastic, says, "Come on, old man, are you kidding me? Didn't anyone teach you not to attack while the other person is talking?" The old geezer tells him to shut up. He invested a lot of resources in that fragment, trying to mature it, and then the MC comes along and takes it for himself. The old man says he was about to achieve immense power, but what he didn't expect was for some random skeleton to turn into a Demi-Lich. Then the old guy activates his ability, Thorns of Darkness. Analyzing the ability, the MC thinks it's interesting. It's like a high-level enchanted power for a beginner. The MC asks the old man what the problem is with him becoming a Demi-Lich. After all, if he hadn't taken the fragment, the old man would never have been able to use it. The old man doesn't understand how the MC managed to resist the corruption, but he swears he'll destroy that body and use it as an experiment. The MC asks the old man if he can stop naming his abilities and just get taken out already, calling him Alfred's enemy. The old man wonders who the heck Alfred is. Did the MC know someone from the village? Suddenly, he senses an attack coming from behind, and he just barely manages to raise a barrier to defend himself. Finally, the old man realizes that the MC is getting used to dark magic way too fast. With no time to waste, he activates the Pact of Destruction. The scene changes, and now we see some warriors defending themselves from the MC's army. But apparently the soul of one of the soldiers is ripped out. Actually, I think they were all hit by this power, and the one who did it was the old man, who transforms all the souls into a crown. The old man then puts on the crown, and I think now the situation is going to get really complicated. The MC realizes how dirty the old man is, increasing his power at the expense of his own men's souls. The old man is confident that his next attack will be enough to destroy the MC. But before that, the MC hits him with a magic spell right in the chest. He jokes, saying he almost fell asleep listening to the names of the abilities, so he just put an end to it. The old man talks and talks but doesn't attack. Anyway, thanks to the old man, he was able to learn a lot of new magic. The old man gives his last words, saying he never imagined he'd be taken out like this. Indeed, it's pretty ridiculous. The MC then looks to the sky and asks, "Ratatouille, did you see that? I made sure to avenge your departure." Yeah, rest in peace, Ratatouille. We'll miss you. The scene changes to a large mansion, already at night. There we see a kind of saint praying. Something surprises her, but I haven't figured out what yet. She then gets up to understand what's happening, and apparently she saw the bishop, who asks if she has finished her prayers. The saint's name is Rista, and she asks the bishop to contact the rest of the clergy. The bishop is startled when the saint says she detected signs of the Immortal King's resurrection. He then runs off in a hurry, saying he'll start the meeting immediately. The saint remembers that the last time the Immortal King was resurrected, he managed to sink an entire continent, and she cannot allow that to happen again. The scene returns to the MC, and we see that he has suffered heavy losses in his army. The Bag of Bones comments that, even so, he just needs to replace the lost troops. After all, that's the fun of being a necromancer, using others' bodies to grow your army. But, for now, he'd better take care of this broken arm. He finds a skeleton there, lying right nearby. While borrowing the skeleton's arm, he comments that this one looks good. Then, activating Super Recovery, the MC manages to fuse his body with the skeleton's arm. Now, with the arm already recovered, it's time to replenish his troops. Calling for a skeleton, he orders it to become his subordinate. As the skeleton glows, words echo in the air. Thus, the fragment of the Immortal King lends its power. Beginning the domination, the remaining magical power in the body is contaminated, while the fragments of thoughts are removed. Amidst this explosion of power, the subordinate skeleton simply shatters. The MC is a little surprised, but realizes he hasn't gotten the hang of it yet. But sometime later, the MC is already standing before several zombies he has managed to dominate. Yeah, apparently our little MC got good at this. Looking at the old trickster's body, he thinks that now it's time for another customer. But should he turn the old man's body into an undead with a soul to extract information? Yeah, thinking about it, it might even be worth it. The Bag of Bones realizes the old man no longer has a soul. It seems the old man's soul was artificially extracted by a magic circle. The MC comments that this is probably the work of a secret organization. Well, since their operation was so large, it would be difficult for them not to have a plan B, but that's okay. The MC can still use the old man's body. So it's decided the old man will be turned into elite undead, with self-awareness and fighting ability. And the MC begins the process. As he removes the old man's thoughts, he implants a new ego, and thus the Death Mage is born, who rises and awaits the orders of his new master. The MC is surprised by the zombie. Not only does it have self-awareness, but it can also talk. So, it deserves a name, right? From now on he'll be called Malcolm. Before Marcos, now Malcolm. It kind of fits. The MC then orders Malcolm to respond, and so he does, but is immediately socked in the face. The MC comments that Malcolm may not have memories of the past, but that doesn't mean he won't pay for his crimes. From now on, he will torment Malcolm. Looking closely, the MC calls Malcolm again. He notices that the staff over there looks pretty cool. Sometime later, the MC already appears with the staff in hand. There goes the old man's cane. But looking at the pile of bodies, the MC notices something different. Since our little MC is a very curious guy, he gets closer to see what it is. He sees that it's the zombie and his wife who took care of Jeff. And for doing that, they even got a pat on the head. The MC then sets the entire village on fire, but he's sentimental too, you know? He asks for the zombie couple to rest in peace. The scene changes, and now we see the real version of the MC, who, by the way, is very satisfied with everything. He then decides to check his phone. And if you're wondering why, it's the price of gold. The dude wants to know how much it's worth. The sly dog knows the amount of gold the village mage has accumulated. He then decides to take a look at the spoils of battle and resolves to call Hans. However, when he tries to summon him, something goes wrong. Hans' mana aura is too strong. Startled, the MC cancels the summon. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Yeah, this time the MC almost got himself in deep trouble. He was a hair's breadth away from being done for. The only alternative the MC has to summon Hans is by improving his unique abilities. Opening the Karma shop, the MC realizes he gained much more than he expected. The last time he looked, he had a little over 400,000. But he doesn't want to waste time and spends 300,000 to improve his ability. Now he's powered up. His mental strength has exceeded the standard once again. Thus, he acquires the ability Tranquility, which prevents his mind from being influenced by external stimuli and protects him against mental attacks. The scene moves forward, and now the MC is grabbing some bags of gold from the loot he took. Even near Hans, he feels fine. Unlike mind control, Tranquility also applies to the main body. He wonders why he always gets the abilities he needs just the right time. Strange, right? I wonder why, MC? But anyway, after a little reflection, the sly guy decides to go sell the gold. He then goes to a specialized shop with a mountain of bags and requests that they appraise everything. Obviously, the employees are impressed by that amount of gold. Now, with everything done, the MC leaves there smiling, knowing he's the king of gold farming. The MC also comments that he ordered Hans to hide in his shadow using magic and even got him a mask, in case he needed to summon him in public. Hans had even asked if there wasn't a better mask to choose, but unfortunately, it was what they had for the day. The MC, leaving with a big smile, thinks he worried for nothing, but what he doesn't see is the explosion that happens right behind him. And to make matters worse, there's a werewolf coming his way. The werewolf comments that they hit the jackpot today. Who would have thought there'd be so much gold in such a remote place? They decide to leave quickly and celebrate later. With that, they start running. The thieves stop in front of the MC, who is yelling for someone to call the authorities. The story then explains that villains are those who commit crimes using their awakened powers. The MC knows there are several Gordians who protect people, but getting into fights has never been his thing. The werewolf punches the MC in the face, telling him to stay out of it. The MC, taking a beating, thinks that the Guardians will track them, but I don't think even he really believes that. And unfortunately, our little MC knows he can't do anything himself. Meanwhile, the villains think everything is going smoothly, according to plan. They still have plenty of time to spare, since it takes 3 minutes for the Guardians to arrive. They just need to meet up with the portal. Oh, the sly dog comments that the girl is nearby. But what they didn't expect was that the girl with the portal power would be lying on the ground. And while they try to wake her up, our pure bone human arrives on the scene. Hans finally appears behind them. One of them even asks who that Guardian is, but the other knows that's no Guardian. Hans knows that Hansong, the original body, can't do anything. To compensate for that, he raises his army of undead. Since one can't, the other can. Finally, the Guardians are on their way. They run desperately, because this time they can't let those bandits escape again. But when they get there, the whole mess has already been sorted out. Someone fought the villains and disappeared. The guards know that whoever did this couldn't have gone far, so they start searching. They search everywhere, but they end up finding nothing, which is pretty strange, right? You wanted the bandits and now you're chasing the one who took them out. Doesn't make much sense, but okay. Hans is already back in the MC's shadow, and that's why they didn't find anyone. And clearly our little MC is much more relieved. He even comments that beating up some thugs every now and then is a good way to de-stress. And our gaze is now turned to Heinz. He's finally arrived somewhere, I just don't know where. Heinz thinks that old Malcolm really wasn't lying. There really is a city to the east of there. This is Heinz's debut in another world. But there's something wrong here. Why is the city so empty? No one does checks. No one cares about foreigners. The MC doesn't quite get this whole thing. Now in the center of the city, the MC sees some men threatening a little girl. She even tries to plead, but it doesn't do much good. The guy says that if she doesn't pay the 2 silver coins in 3 days, they won't have much choice. The MC thinks that a thug extorting a young girl is a pretty tired cliché, but the main thing is that it has nothing to do with him. But by accident, he ends up bumping into the girl. The girl, desperate, starts apologizing quickly. The MC asks if she knows the city well. Since he needs a guide, why not hire the girl? But the girl is suspicious and asks who the MC is. The MC says he's her future boss. He then calls her over so they can discuss the terms of the job. Hours later, the girl is already showing the MC a lodging. She says the accommodations are some of the best and the security is impeccable, at least according to her. The story tells us the girl's name is Diana and she survives by doing odd jobs to take care of her sick little brother. Believe it or not, our MC is in a good mood. Such a good mood that he even tells the girl that as soon as she wakes up, she should come find him. But already lying in bed, he thinks that the girl will be his guide for 2 silver coins a day. Even though he thinks he's being a bit exploited, he considers it a good deed. Anyway, he takes a deep breath and decides to go to sleep. Sometime later, he gets up complaining that the bed is very uncomfortable and that he didn't sleep well. Even while complaining about the bed, he hears a sneeze from a distance. And he realizes it's the girl who's already there in front of the inn, even though it's the middle of the night. From a distance, she wishes the MC a good night, who is startled to realize she's already there. Sometime later, the MC invites the girl to eat, saying she doesn't need to arrive so early. She can come after lunch. The girl gets all happy and calls him Hajussi, which for those who don't know is like calling someone Mr. or Kunkle in Korean. But our tactless MC just goes and says, Hajussi is your dad. The girl then asks the MC if he's going to eat that bread. He says no, that if she wants it, she can have it. The little one thanks him, saving the bread to eat later. For anyone who's still lost, we're in Zalto, a small city located on the western side of the Kingdom of Eterica. It might look like a common medieval city, but there's something different about it. Strange symbols are everywhere. And the most bizarre thing is that they're not made of paint, but of blood. The girl then remembers yesterday's dinner. You had deer soup, right? The MC is startled. How did she know that? The girl comments that she has a good sense of smell. But the MC doesn't want to beat around the bush and gets straight to the point, asking about those emblems. The girl explains they belong to an organization called Vorkalak, which oversees the roads in the region. And upon mentioning the organization, the girl stops suddenly. The little one smelled a familiar scent. The MC, a bit confused, asks what's wrong. The girl is smelling a familiar scent. What scent is that? She then reveals that the smell she's sensing is fresh bread and that he has to try it since he's in town. The MC is startled by the girl's hunger. He even asks if she didn't just eat, but she replies that there's still room for more. So they follow the smell. Arriving there, we see someone being attacked. Without giving us any context, the scene changes. It's a few days later, and the MC realizes the girl, who is never late, hasn't shown up. What could have happened? Suddenly, a guy approaches the MC and says, "What's up, Dad?" What kind of slang is that, my god? But anyway, moving on, the guy says it's time for the MC to have a serious talk with them, and the MC already knew this time would come. The MC then holds out a handful of money, offering it to the guys. That's nothing to him since he's rolling in dough. The MC says he knows it's just chump change, but he hopes the tip will help maintain public order. Looking closely, the MC notices that the bald guy has the same symbol on his neck that he saw on the walls. Hines remembers the girl's warning, don't even think about hiding in the alleys. In fact, the best thing to do would be to get the heck out of town as fast as possible. One of the goons changes the subject and asks the bald guy why he captured a child. The bald guy replies that he doesn't know why, he just follows orders. The MC is outraged and immediately figures out they captured the kid. There's no way these losers took Diana. Hansong then yells, telling the men to stop. He didn't want to get involved in the mess, but now things have gotten personal. The MC then says he just wants to know one thing. But before he can finish his sentence, Diana appears and calls out to him. It's too late now, little MC. The guys got curious and want to know what the heck you were going to say. Hines knows he's screwed up, so to cover his tracks, he asks the men if the amount of coins he gave was enough. With little choice, he hands over everything he has in his pocket. Now, broken ticked off, he needs to play it cool. So, he scolds Diana, asking why the kid didn't show up on time. And he warns her that, because of this, she's going without food, especially since he's flat broke anyway. The girl then explains that her little brother has disappeared. She says he had recently recovered thanks to the food the MC gave her, but now she can't find him anywhere. The MC figures out this must be the child the goons were talking about. The girl wonders if it was Vorkalak that took her brother. She heard them talking about capturing a child. The MC says he'll pay the ransom and that she doesn't need to worry. Diana is in shock, poor thing. She knows if they really took her brother, Aaron is a goner, because what they really want is tomato juice, not money. The MC is startled and asks, what do you mean, a tomato juice? Could this city be a vampire stronghold? The scene cuts back to the village, and who do we find there? A darn vampire to complicate the situation even more. The vampire thinks he's had the worst luck. He was going to grab the fragment as soon as it fully matured. He doesn't know for sure who stole the fragment, but he's already found out where the thief went. He's sure he'll be able to catch the thief quickly. In the background, Diana tells us how vampires control the city's organizations. That's right, all the guilds and groups are run by vampires, including the So, called Vorkalak. Diana says that both she and her brother gave it their all day after day, so it's hard to believe their end will be here. Are they really fated to become a snack in this place? Hines tells Diana to stop the drama and get a grip. If what she says is true, they don't have much time. He then asks where her brother might be. She feels embarrassed, asking if the MC is really going to help her. But she herself thinks it's impossible. No matter how strong he is, it's too dangerous to go alone. Hines tells her not to worry, because he's an expert at teaching these kinds of people a lesson. In the next scene, the thugs are already at the tavern, throwing coins on the table. One of the thieves wonders how such a bad collector got so much money. The bald guy replies that he confiscated it from an outsider earlier. But then, our little MC arrives with a bang, kicking the door down and shaking the foundations. One of the guys recognizes the MC as the guy they robbed. He even mocks him, asking if the MC came to make another donation. The cocky guy also asks if the MC bribed the guard out front, little knowing that's exactly what happened. Hines says he won't ask twice. The child you mentioned earlier, where is she? The thug asks if the MC has gone crazy and if he has any idea who he's talking to. The MC doesn't waste any time, grabs the guy by the neck, and splatters sauce everywhere. He says he knows exactly what kind of trash they are, people who mess with others just to satisfy their own greed. The MC then yells, calling them all trash. Without wasting time, the MC finishes off the first one. The bald guy yells, asking who the heck he is and if he knows where he's messing around. The MC doesn't even answer, he just charges forward, trusting that his super recovery and durability skills will handle it. Hines advances towards the men, trying to land a blow with his knife. But one of them manages to stab the MC. What he didn't expect is that the knife simply doesn't pierce his skin. The MC then counterattacks, finishes off another one, and sends the bill to the great beyond. Now only Cue Ball is left. We realize the knife didn't go in because the MC is wearing a stab-proof vest imported from Korea. The MC notices the bald guy coming from behind. He then raises a magic shield to defend himself. And right after, sends another one to the grave. Yeah, indeed, it was a great idea to bring several magic items. Heinz has already taken care of everyone and wonders if he's done. He brought several magical tools, but didn't even use half of them. And who would have guessed? More thugs arrive on the scene. See, now you've done it. You messed up again, you big mouth. Instead of keeping quiet, you just had to open your trap, didn't you? Well, here's the result. Like they say, you speak it into existence. Now you gotta deal with it. But the MC doesn't waste time either and starts counting 6, 7, 8, 10. After taking a deep breath, he wonders why on earth there are so many people. He's already lost count in the middle of the fight. The MC then calls out to the big guy and asks where the kid they captured today is. But the thug says he won't give up the goods that easily. He threatens, saying the MC will regret it when his boss arrives. He's sure that when that happens, the MC's life will be over. Our little MC then thanks him for the information, saying the guy was very useful, and adds that he should worry about his own life, and then he sends the guy off to a better place. Arriving in a dark room, we finally find Aaron. The boy begs for mercy, but the MC says he doesn't need to be afraid because he came at his sister's request. Aaron asks how he knows his sister, but Heinz says he'll answer on the way out. Before they can leave, a bat appears at the window. Transforming into a vampire, the man asks who dares touch the food in his restaurant. And of course, it couldn't be a common bat, it had to be a vampire to spoil the fun. The vampire asks if the MC is from the Oath of the Bold, or is he just the kid's brother? The reality is that the MC is just another outsider his goons robbed, who ended up helping the kid by chance. The vampire says he found the story quite boring, and that he prefers boys as a main course. Then the vampire activates a blood power. Heinz tells the kid to run while he tries to do the same. But there's no time, they both get hit head on. The blow was so strong that the MC even hit the floor. With no time to waste, he gets up quickly. This is the chance they needed. He yells for the boy to start running. The vampire gets excited, thinking this will be a good warm-up before the main course. Right after he charges at the MC, Heinz yells for the boy to go, no matter what, and not to come back. And I knew the kid would just stand there. He didn't even start running. Why, dear God. Then, the vampire and Heinz begin to exchange blows frantically. The vampire is a little surprised, realizing the MC can actually take some pressure. But right after Heinz is hit and is left stunned, the Fang face compliments Heinz's body, saying he's solid and his recovery is impressive. It's not the vampire's planned mealtime, but everything there looks quite delicious. The MC can't accept his end without doing anything. Seeing the MC coming with a punch, the vampire rips off his arm, saying he needs to taste a little piece before the full meal. Yeah, little MC, your resistance ends here. And let me tell you, this tasting a little piece talk is very weird. The MC realizes that, with this much of a strength difference, the only thing left is to be taken out. But he's not going alone, he's taking the guy with him, so he bites a magic ring. Activating the ring's power, the vampire is startled to realize it's a fire magic tool. He wonders if the MC was hiding that the whole time. When he was thrown to the ground, the MC saw the alcohol spreading everywhere and had this brilliant idea. He thought he could turn the tables with a kamikaze attack. The vampire starts screaming, calling the MC a bastard, not believing he plans to sacrifice himself. He asks if the MC doesn't realize that if the fire hits the floor, the whole place will go up in flames. The vampire keeps yelling, telling the MC to get away. He even dodges the fire, but is surprised by a direct attack. Heinz ironically reminds the vampire that he himself said his body was strong and had good recovery. Startled, the vampire falls to the ground. The MC asks if he wasn't hungry. And now, does he feel like becoming the meal? The vampire tells the MC to stop. It's obvious he doesn't want to become a barbecue. But it's useless. The fire is so intense that the entire house continues to burn. Heinz, even amidst the flames, knows he's still alive. But he also thinks that being too strong can sometimes be a problem. Still, either way, mission Help the Unlucky Girl was a success. The kids might be worried, but they're safe. And so the house explodes with everything inside. The system then announces, Avatar Heinz has been eliminated. Avatar cooldown 7 days. After a few weeks, we see how the girl is doing. And thank God she's fine. She even opened a shoe shine stand to make a living. Someone behind her asks if she's available, and if they can get in line. The girl says yes, but doesn't realize who's actually there. She obviously gets excited when she recognizes the person, and runs to hug the MC. In this scene, all soldiers present are allowed to cry, including me. The MC says the girl worried for nothing. Does he look like someone who would go down easily? But we know that's a lie. This time, the Avatar really went to the great beyond. The scene flashes back to a week ago in Earth time. Hansong thinks it will take a week for the Avatar to be reborn, and that Deanna will probably be very worried. He wonders if he should create a new Avatar. And from now on, he will have Heinz 2.0, whose main characteristic is acceleration. The MC explains that he ran straight there using the new avatar, but wonders if the girl will notice it's someone else. To her, nothing has changed. She still thinks it's the same person she met, and it makes perfect sense because the essence of the soul is the same. Diana warns that the MC can't stay there anymore. The vampires will look for him and won't stop until they find him. The MC tells her not to worry because everything he had to take care of, he's already taken care of. Actually, he's banging on his other avatar, Hans, with him around. He obviously won't have problems with vampires. Soon after, the MC is already back at the inn. He realizes he'll have to wait 10 days to activate the intermediate transfer. He thought it would take less time, but what can you do, right? Holy cow, the bat that was outside comes in and transforms into a vampire. It was so fast the MC didn't even have time to react. The bloodsucker immediately asks if the MC was the one who did that. The ugly dude says the tracks leading from there to the forest are very clear. Our little MC didn't imagine the vampires would have already found him. Indeed, it's very suspicious for an outsider to be staying right in the area of the vampire who was eliminated. The MC realizes that even just being choked, he can't gather any strength. The reason is simple: the guy is a monster. The vampire says he doesn't sense the aura of dark magic, not even the smell of blood of his kind. And the MC stays there, trying to find the strength to fight back. The MC says he doesn't know what he's talking about, much less who. But the vampire doesn't seem to believe him much. The vampire then sinks his teeth into the MC to see if he really gets it now. He says he'll ask again, but this time very slowly. And now the MC can no longer lie. The MC thinks he's insane. Why is this happening again? And the system announces, race change to vampire. The ugly dude was about to ask again, but the system interrupts, announcing that the lesser bloodline ability has been obtained and super recovery has been changed to regeneration. The vampire then asks again if the MC is involved with the Oath of the Bold, and our little MC can only feel the overwhelming pressure coming from him. The MC's blood is screaming, telling him to surrender, and without thinking he blurts out, "Yes, Lord Uric, I am just a simple traveler." But actually the sly dog is lying. He can ignore the sensations of the blood. The mind core acts as a filter, blocking the submission instincts of his new vampire blood. The vampire wonders if he misjudged the situation, but for now he just needs the MC to follow him to check something. The MC agrees. After all, he wants to get some information too. The scene changes to the Zalto branch headquarters of the Vorkalak clan. Everyone starts to greet Lord Uric, saying it's been a long time. The clan members wonder if the MC is a new lesser blood of Lord Uric and what's going through the Lord's head to accept someone of such a low level. Out of nowhere, a crazy girl clings to the MC, celebrating that, after a long time, a new lesser blood has arrived. She introduces herself as Lucilica and obviously asks for the MC's name. But all he can wonder is who this drunk girl is. The vampire offers the MC a glass full of tomato juice, if you know what I mean, saying it's fresh. The MC thinks he needs to drink it to avoid raising suspicion, and then he downs the glass. Even filtering it with the mind core, the MC still feels the vampire thirst. Controlling himself is not easy at all. Just drinking that is dangerous. The solution is to block the taste and smell, and then drink it all at once. The girl gets all flushed watching our future Dracula drink that juice. She says the MC isn't really her type, but if he were human, she would have sucked him all up. Whoa, girl, what a weird thing to say. The MC then asks what lesser blood means. The girl realizes he doesn't know the vampire hierarchy. Lucilica explains there are the clean bloodeds, like Lord the Nobility. Above them, the clan leaders known as purebloods, who are royalty. There's also the holy blood, but they're like a religious class, and below all that are the lesser bloods. The conversation is interrupted by Lord Uric. He then asks everyone to pay attention. The Lord says that since everyone is gathered, he'll get straight to the point. As the Lord explains that the fragment of the Immortal King that the Oath of the Bold possessed has disappeared, we are introduced to the beautiful and stunning Pyria, a pure blood. Oh boy, it makes me want to get bitten. Uric says it's been confirmed that the thief headed towards the city, but at some point disappeared without a trace. And don't mind this guy who appeared on screen, he's irrelevant, unlike Pyria. Lucilica is surprised when the Lord mentions the possibility that the thief might have already entered the city. The MC understands that some dark mages were in a nearby village cultivating the fragment of the Immortal King, and they are this bold bunch. The Lord continues, saying that from this day on, each of them will thoroughly investigate their area and report immediately if they find anything suspicious. The scene changes and the MC and Lucilica are already on the streets. If they keep walking during the day, their skin will burn. The sunlight weakens them. But if even Pyria is searching, there's no way around it, they have to as well. Lucilica comments that it's surprising the fragment has disappeared and that, fortunately, theirs are well guarded. The MC asks, or fragments, we have a fragment of the Immortal King too. Lucilica confirms, saying that the Dark Mages probably wanted to merge the two pieces. The MC thinks this is a stroke of luck. There's probably only one clean blood protecting their fragment now. The MC then grabs the girl, wanting to know where the fragment is. She starts laughing, saying someone like her would never know the location. The scene suddenly changes, and we see our little kid eating a piece of meat, thinking that maybe she knows where the place is. Yeah, really, maybe she does know. And then we see the MC yelling out of nowhere, and I don't even know why. Oh, now I get it. He yelled because the girl said she knew where the fragments were. She says she knows but isn't absolutely sure, although the probability is very high. About a year ago, she worked for a short period cleaning a tomb. Every Friday, members of Vorkalak would visit a specific stone chamber. And every time they went in there, a terrible, evil smell would emanate from the place. The MC thinks this might actually be worth investigating. Hansong says goodbye and thanks the girl. He says he'll handle the investigation alone and that they should stay hidden. Diana then calls out to the MC. Heinz's scent is different from usual. She managed to notice that his aura has changed. There's no fooling her nose and the MC knows it. He then reveals his fangs and shows what happened. Our little MC promises he won't let it affect her, so she doesn't need to worry. Diana then calls him Konkol and tells him that if the situation gets tough, she doesn't mind if he wants to drink a little of her juice. Folks, it's decreed from now on Diana is the MC's adopted daughter, period. She just asks him not to overdo it, and the MC is just standing there behind her, kinda shocked. This girl can't be normal. He then brushes her off and says she talks too much. Annoyed, he tells her to just say where the place is. The scene then cuts to a cemetery. Already inside a catacomb, we hear a voice complaining. A vampire asks a boy if he wants to be taken out. The bloodsucker says the boy just needs to hit him once with the sword. If he succeeds, he'll leave him alone. But honestly, I highly doubt that. The boy then gets into a combat stance. With little alternative, he charges with everything he's got. The vampire prepares his blood power, and obviously the boy falls into the trap. He is surprised by blood ropes coming from all directions. The last thing he wanted was to kick the bucket there. He just wanted to be able to go home. But with no chance of getting out alive, the boy has all his vital fluid drained. The loser vampire complains, saying that was boring as heck. He calls his servant and tells him to clean up the mess, and then bring a stronger one for the next sacrifice. The servant replies yes, calling him Lord Chapel. But as the servant was picking up the body, he notices something. Several skeletons suddenly appear and start charging at him. The vampire wonders how those filthy corpses got in there. He then orders several of his servants to clean up that mess. The skeletons advance on the vampire's servants and all heck breaks loose. But something stops them before they reach the Lord. Chapel asks who that is and if he's a necromancer from the Oath of the Bold. The vampire, now far from the initial attack, asks how the MC found that place. Hans says nothing, just starts summoning his magic. Chapel realizes the MC isn't much of a talker, but he doesn't care about that either, because after he rips off the MC's head, he'll make him talk one way or another. The two then start to trade blows, and the brawl is on. The MC's skeletons start to be destroyed, and our little MC feels challenged by this affront. Hans then starts to activate his necromancer powers with full force. The MC simply taunts, let's see then. Try your luck. The vampire is surprised to see several attacks coming his way. Lord Urich's followers have already invaded the outside, and Heinz, the MC's other avatar, says he went in first to help Chapel. Chapel says that's good and asks Heinz to focus on helping him, as that Demi-Lich is very strong. Just as he was about to ask Heinz to buy time, Heinz himself takes a bite out of him. He doesn't understand what's happening, much less why that blood is in him. Chapel yells at Heinz, asking if he's lost his mind. Hans, pretending to help, pins the vampire's hand. Chapel realizes it's dark magic. Could he and the Demi-Lich be together? No, that would be impossible. Chapel screams for him to stop drinking the juice of his own kind, saying it's a grave sin that corrupts the mind. Corrupt the mind? Haha, that doesn't work on the MC. The system announces that the individual is now the Blood Clan and acquires the Blood Magic ability. And with this new ability, Hans could break the blood barrier, but he says he doesn't have time for that, so Heinz will crush it. The attack breaks a good part of the structure. The MC then finds what he was looking for, the second fragment of the Immortal King. And if you're wondering, yes, this part will also go to Hans. He then places the fragment in his chest and releases a powerful aura. What an overload of thoughts, even filtering with the mind core. This fragment has too much negative energy. The MC directs all the mental strength of his clones to Hans, and then he causes a massive explosion. The vampires outside wonder if all that smoke is. Before they finish, Urich arrives at the battle and is taken aback, surprised by what he's seeing. With little choice, the vampires start shooting at Hans. I don't think the MC even tries to dodge the attacks, that's how strong he's become. Just a small exchange of looks with Hans is enough for a vampire to have a fit. The MC then starts attacking the creatures around. Urich can't even believe what's in front of him. Our beloved system announces that the Regeneration ability has evolved into the special ability, Immortality. And on top of that, he's acquired the Forbidden Knowledge ability. And finally, our Demi-Lich has evolved into a badass Arch-Lich. The scene changes, and we see some knights surprised by what's happening, wondering if it's a fire or something like that. A squire comments that the place is definitely near the city of Zalto. They notice a kind of ember falling, and there's so much of it that it makes the squire cough. The knight gives the order to turn the horses around. He needs to return to the cathedral immediately and report this to the saint. Those aren't just any ashes. For sure, it's a sign of the Immortal King's resurrection. The vampires are still there, not believing what's happening. With 2 fragments of the Immortal King, the MC's rank in the Undead hierarchy has been elevated, and his dark magic has increased explosively. As long as his power source isn't destroyed, he will resurrect infinitely. Now, his traits are Malevolent Wisdom and Forbidden Knowledge. He's gained an innate understanding of dark magic and inherited all its secrets and knowledge. Wanting to test the strength of his attacks, our little MC starts the show. Now it's Hans' turn to fight back. Yurik is in shock. He wonders if that smoke is a trick and what the plan behind it could be. The other vampire doesn't care about the smoke. He knows the first thing to do is get out of there and regroup. But there's no time because a skeletal hand pulls him, giving him no chance to defend himself. Yep, now the Lord is alone. I think this is the end of the line for him. And that's right. He's all perforated, looking like Swiss cheese. Our little MC gets close and comments that he's definitely stronger than the other pure bloods. But now he's just a bag of juice. The vampire can only ask how the MC completely absorbed the fragment. How did he manage to endure so much malice alone? But it's Heinz who answers, asking if he really wants to know. Heinz says the reason is because he's never alone. Then he sinks his teeth into the vampire. And as a result, the vampire is going to meet the devil himself. The system informs that the entity has met all the conditions to evolve. The special ability, Lesser Bloodline, is evolving into Pure Bloodline. That's right, folks. Now the MC in the form of Heinz has become a pure blood. As expected, he can grow even more by devouring others of his kind. The environment changes to the outside, and we see some survivors trying to regroup. Lucilica says that if Pyria were there, maybe they wouldn't have been defeated so easily. But Pyria replies that if even Lord Yurik was defeated, the opponent is too strong to underestimate. Just by noticing the amount of power in the enemy's gestures, you can already see he's too strong. With little choice, they decide to retreat to the main base and call for reinforcements. Our view shifts to the city, and there we see a goon running desperately. From running so much he can't take it anymore and stops. He curses the vampires, saying they acted like they were all powerful, but in the end, they were eliminated. The man was about to say something else, but our little MC has already grabbed him. Hans stayed in the city to deal with the rest of Vorkalak, and Heinz hired a small group of mercenaries to escort Diana and her brother out of the city. The MC is there, preparing a little steak for the kids. They are amazed by the dish, but for me, it just needed some fries and a Coke to be perfect. The kids thank him while the MC tells them to eat a lot. Maybe it's because they escaped a dangerous city, but they seem much better now. The MC asks if the girl's uncle runs a shop east of the palace, and the girl confirms. The kid says she's not sure if her uncle will welcome them, but the MC says he'll take care of that. He thinks that if it doesn't work out, he can just help with a hefty child support payment. A nest egg, a family allowance, you get the idea. He realizes he's grown quite attached to them, and even feels a little sad thinking about parting ways. It's been a long time since he's felt this kind of emotion for someone. Then, the little one calls out to the MC. She asks if he's okay as he seems to have low blood sugar. He says he's fine and that he's already filled his belly. In other words, he ate several vampires he found along the way. And at the same time, Hans is turning the vampires' bodies into undead. And the rest of the bodies, the sly dog is sending to a subspace, which by the way, is very convenient and seems to have no end. Hans reflects that forbidden knowledge and malevolent wisdom have great synergy. With more research, maybe he can even open a subspace on Earth. Heinz doesn't notice, but there's an attack about to hit him. The attack hits him head on, with no time to dodge. The vampire says she can't believe what she's seeing. The MC is still wandering around the city, really underestimating them. The girl is introduced as Pyria Vorkalak, and apparently, she is also a pure blood. Pyria asks if the MC is part of the Oath of the Bold, and this time, tired of being asked so much, he confirms. But the vampire says that's a lie, because their Hediot was attacked by someone who left everything a mess. So, it was probably him who stole the fragment and ran away. But that doesn't matter much. She then advances on Heinz, saying he's going to be taken out anyway. The avatar dodges at the last second, and this time, he won't let the blow land. The MC splits in half for the blow to pass right through. That was a close one. The vampire doesn't understand how the blow passed right through him. Hans realizes that a pure blood is not an easy opponent. As he retreats, he feels a magical barrier. Her clan's best sorcerers set up a magical barrier so there's nowhere to run. Hans thinks he could break the barrier if he tried, but he still needs time to get used to his new power. The vampire says she's going to crush his skull and extract the fragment personally. That only leaves one option. Hans then drops his catchphrase, "Remember this. I am Hans of the Oath of the Bold. I am your death." He says he may retreat, but he will return to finish her. Our little MC knows that the mark of a villain is making a dramatic exit. So he simply cancels his avatar's summon and vanishes. The vampires wonder what he just said. The few words they understood sounded pretty bad. And after all, how did he get out of the barrier? An attack catches them off guard. The vampire realizes that's the paladin's holy silver arrow. One of the sorcerers calls for Lord Pyria and says they have a big problem. The Order of Paladins, from the Church of the Supreme God, is surrounding the tome and approaching. She can only think of that damn lich who got her into this mess. Did he stay in the city to buy time until this happened? Indeed, he is a cunning bastard. The scene changes and we see the MC back on Earth. The original MC asks if Hans is okay. Hans confirms, saying that, as he said, canceling the summon is almost a cheat. And as Hans goes to get up, the video ends. Apparently, some time has passed, because Hans is already striking some super dramatic poses, declaring himself the personification of death, Hans of the Oath of the Bull. The scene got so cheesy that even Heinz is screaming in embarrassment. What kind of cliché line was that? It was so embarrassing that the original MC is tossing and turning in his bed. Why did he say that? Is he going crazy? Thinking about it, the Bag of Bones comments that deep down he feels a little bit proud of them. After all, he dealt with an entire clan of vampires, and on top of that, saved a helpless little girl. Analyzing it, the MC realizes that, putting it that way, he even sounds like a hero. Alright, since he did so much, he must have earned a lot of karma points. Knowing this, he activates the system. Except he gets a shock as soon as he opens it. In this little adventure, he gained over 700,000 karma points. He knew he'd get a lot, but not this much. The MC starts to think that causing a rift between the dark mages and the vampires must have given him a hefty bonus. Without much delay, he clicks on improving his unique ability once more, and then his enhancement begins. The system announces that his number of summons has increased again, and on top of that, he has acquired the special ability Persona. But as soon as he activates the ability, something catches his attention. The Persona ability uses the avatars as vessels to contain emotions. Our little MC knows that if the system is sending this, it's because he needed it, and the reason is quite simple. He made connections with strangers, and also helped third parties defeat powerful enemies. But at the same time, he stayed locked in his room. And the reason he was able to do all this is because to him, it's nothing more than a game. In the end, he's still trapped in the same old room. This is the reality he was trying to avoid all this time. And not only that, but also the loneliness, sadness, and anger that he suppressed for so long. So he calls for Hans, and begins to transfer all these bad feelings to him. A while later, the transfer is complete. The MC says the feeling is refreshing. I mean, it doesn't feel like the emotions are gone. It's more like they've been organized. Worried. He turns to Hans to see if he's okay, but the Bag of Bones tells him not to worry. He declares, pain and despair are my old friends. Ooh, now that's a solid line, huh? But Han Seong notices something. That definitely wasn't him who said that. And most importantly, the tone of voice has changed. The Bag of Bones starts to laugh, realizing that now, as an avatar full of emotions, he will have his own personality. And that scares the MC a little, because this guy is going to get crazier and crazier. But noises from outside catch his attention. He wonders if it's another villain in the city, and realizes the situation is getting worse and worse. Quickly, he tries to ignore it, saying the Guardians will take care of it. It's not like last time, happening right in front of him. Besides, it's not his problem. However, the Bag of Bones says one little thing just for him. Do you need a reason to eradicate evil? I don't know about you guys, but I'm really liking this new personality of Hans. He's starting to sound like V for Vendetta. After that wake-up call from his bony bro, the MC realizes he's just avoiding his problems, as always. In reality, he wants to eliminate the villains more than anyone, but he always makes excuses due to a lack of courage. As the world's order is shaken and chaos ensues, outlaws cause turmoil everywhere. This is another one of those epic lines Hans just dropped. But he doesn't stop there, he adds, "Now, I will become their law." Now at the explosion site, some guards are complaining about the frequency of the attacks. One of them comments that the bastards have started to organize and carry out terrorist attacks, and wonders why no reinforcements have arrived yet. The MC, who's already on the roof listening to everything, realizes that the villains have formed a faction. Activating a strange power, he says it would be a shame to leave empty-handed. Apparently, the power I thought was a bomb is actually floating eyes. The Bag of Bones, who no longer seems so pure, sends his spies forward to become his eyes and ears in the darkness. Their mission is to search for sinners hidden in the shadows. The scene then moves forward, and we see someone smoking. We see two bullies wanting to use a kid as a human ashtray. I know a much better place for you to put out that cigarette, you. What they don't notice is that the MC is already watching, literally. The scene changes again, and now we see the outside of a house. Apparently, a man is about to assault a woman. And folks, let's be clear, a man who hits a woman becomes another man's punching bag. Just a tip. And once again, there's the MC watching everything. The scene changes again. Now we see a guy robbing a store. And guess what? There's the MC. Dang, this new mask of the MCs is giving me the creeps. Next, he already grabs the bandit, saying he's going to apply traumatic punishments. Not just on him, but also on the jerk who is going to hit the woman. And that one is going to get it the worst for sure. Last but not least, the little weirdo with the cigarette is also going down. The MC drops his signature line, "Seed of evil, remember this day? I feel you extra, I'd be terrified too." The Bag of Bones says that when they try again, they will see him again, coming from the darkness. And then, screaming starts to break out all over the city. Our little MC realizes he needs more power, and although he's already getting used to the new level, he wants more, much more. Apparently, our boy isn't messing around and has already summoned several eyes. The objective is clear: to purify the city. Sometime later, the day dawns. Apparently, the night was very productive because he's already put a lot of people to sleep for good. Activating the Eye of Darkness, the MC realizes it was very useful, but it has clear limitations. When exposed to light, its power weakens and it disappears. In other words, the MC can't locate enemies when the sun rises. He does have the Undead, but he can't just let them loose in the city, right? That would get a little complicated. However, as he's reflecting, he takes a blast to the head. That blast was nothing more, nothing less than a pigeon dropping. However, these pigeons give him a great idea. Imagine an eye that can be everywhere, invisible, and moving freely. In other words, the MC needs familiars. The same thing he did with Retrieval, but now with lots of animals. However, there's a little problem. The technique isn't working right. The difficulty is that the MC needs the familiar to look normal, but have a strong contagion to create more spies. The problem is that if he lowers the amount of magical power for the animal to look normal, the contagion weakens. But now the MC tests the contagion again, but on a cat. But it didn't go well at all. The cat got covered in eyes. He's been trying for 3 weeks, but still hasn't had any significant results. He then looks at his last test subject. It's now or never. Our little MC is struggling to control the pigeon, but these pests won't stay still. But after a lot of struggle, he succeeds. Apparently, it didn't work out so well. The pigeon couldn't handle the MC's breath. I take back what I said. The darn thing has already flown off. Well, at least it looks normal. Now to see if the contagion will work. It lands near other pigeons, and the contagion begins. And apparently it worked. The infected animals have become his eyes and ears. Our little MC immediately sends everyone to spread out. He doesn't want to waste time. I thought our little MC was on Earth, but apparently the dude is already in the other world. But wasn't the goal to clean up the city? What is he doing there? Alright, I'll follow the script. In the scene we see that apparently, a cleric knows the MC. The knight introduces himself as Tuscan, in the service of the bishop. Tuscan informs that, after interrogating the last captives, it's clear that the vampires are not allies of the Immortal King. The Archbishop says they need more clues, because while they're wasting time, the Immortal King is getting stronger and stronger. And he really is. As a solution, he activates a holy magic. No, apparently it was just a call from the saint. The cross is serving as a telephone. The saint informs that the Immortal King's presence has been detected again, inside a cave to the north of that place. The Archbishop thanks her and says he'll go there directly. We then see the said cave. And indeed, our little MC is there. He says he prepared the familiars to send him information when they find a monster. Now all he has to do is sit and wait. But something catches his attention. The familiars' movements on the surface are strange, as if they're running from something. They are very scared, but if they had found a monster, they would have sent information. So, it must be something else. The only possibility is that they found humans. But humans gone to such a remote place. Could it be an ambush? Our little MC can't believe that so many people managed to conceal their presence. Out of nowhere, one of the MC's eyes is hit. One of the humans calls for hands of the Oath of the Bold, stating that his tricks won't work this time. The soldier is full of himself, saying that no evil can escape the divine gaze, and that our little MC has nowhere to run. I was going to talk about the sword, but for God's sake, what kind of design is that? What's that for? To clean your teeth. The bag of bones recognizes the emblem. They are paladins of the order. Our little MC raises his hand, knowing that divine power opposes dark magic and that there's not much he can do. But he wonders how the heck they found his location. Obviously, the paladin doesn't want to chat and immediately goes on the attack. Tuscan asks what this audacity is, thinking this is a place for a chat. He'd better stay quiet and not even start talking. Our little MC says he's as stubborn and close-minded as he looks. Since there's no choice, the bag of bones decides to play a little before escaping. However, Tuscan already activates his holy magic. It's no use for the MC to try to use dark magic, it won't work. He manages to stab his sword into the bag of bones. If it didn't hit the heart, it was a close shave. But the bag of bones gets closer to the knight, asking if he will be accused for punishing evil. The knight tells him to shut up, saying that since he touched the forbidden power, he has become just like the villains. Haynes prepares his attack again, questioning what kind of logic that is. However, his magic fails, and he gets a maggot into the face. Man, I imagine that punch would be strong, but not that strong. As soon as the MC steps outside, the clerics start to sing. No, I'm lying. Wait a minute, that's not possible. Apparently, the song is working, because the MC is getting weaker and weaker. He could even eliminate the clerics to stop the music, but then he would be hurting innocents, and he doesn't do that. But, little MC, my son, understand for every rule, there's an exception. If I were you, I would have already sent everyone packing. See, you slacked off and got stabbed again. The knight is inspired, saying that now is the moment. The MC, sweating bullets, realizes that now things have gotten ugly. The songs intensify. They even take the form of chains. And our little MC is completely immobilized. Yeah, my crew, I don't know if the MC is going to be able to escape these chains. He let his guard down and now look at him. The knight, bold, even puts the blade to the MC's neck. The MC thinks these chains are a plague, made especially to prevent his escape. He then addresses the knight, asking if he did all this just to capture him. Tuscan comments that no evil has ever escaped these chains and that the MC should surrender. And if you look closely, the guy's sword is already at the MC's neck. I don't know how it got there, but it's there. But the knight doesn't understand one thing: why the heck is the MC laughing? The MC replies that it doesn't look like he's going to surrender, but he understands there's no room for negotiation. The bag of bones then announces that the party's over, and to top it all off, he drops the classic line, "Catch me if you can." Totally Puss in Boots, right? The knight doesn't give him an inch and immediately starts summoning his holy magic. He launches it with everything he's got toward the MC, but just as the attack is about to hit him, the darn guy disappears. The knight is left completely baffled, but we know he used the most OP cheat of all. He simply canceled the summon. And like I said, we're already back in the normal world. And there's the original MC realizing that the situation is getting more and more problematic. Now he has enemies on all sides. Everywhere he goes, he causes complete chaos. The Oath of the Bold faction, the Vampire clan, and last but not least, the pains in the neck from the Grand Divine Order. But that's when it clicks for the MC. Rushing, he opens the karma shop and wonders if the reason he's been rewarded with so much karma so far was solely because he caused a gigantic uproar across the continent. Okay, he'd better think about this later. Now it's time to focus on what he's planned. And so we return to the shadows of the city. It's time to reap the results of the research he's done so far. It's exactly like an epidemic. It arrives, it touches, it's over. You're contaminated. Look at that, I told you. All the cats have been infected. Actually, things are worse than I thought. The MC has already covered an entire neighborhood. At this rate, he's going to take over the whole city. But then an alert catches the MC's attention. One of his cats has detected something. The MC finds it strange because it's still too early for the villains to start making moves. But that's it, the night has already begun because someone is crying out for help. And here we go again, another creep about to pull a cowardly move. Man, no way, this isn't normal. I mean, in a chaotic world like this, I guess it is, right? The girl, all beaten up, sees someone stepping over her. She immediately begs for help, screaming that she's been kidnapped, but the guy just ignores her. He walks away as if he saw nothing. The coward is already dragging her back into the alley. The man says it doesn't matter how much she screams. Thanks to his ability, her cries of suffering can't be heard or seen by anyone. I mean, there's a small exception he doesn't know about, right? The worst part is, I think this guy is live streaming because he tells her to scream louder. Seriously, the guy is a psychopath. He's recording everything to make a sick collection. But before he can harm the girl, our little MC appears. The bag of bones comments on the guy's ability, which creates a sound and invisibility barrier. It's really useful, it just doesn't work on the MC. So, this guy's disgusting antics end today. The ugly dude takes the woman hostage and asks if the MC is a guardian. He tells the MC to back off, threatening the hostage, but I think that's very unlikely to work out for him. And it didn't. The bag of bones has already pulled the woman close to him. And now, what's the attacker going to do? Man, apparently this guy is brave because he keeps threatening the MC. Not knowing who he's dealing with, he charges forward. But without much effort, the MC already immobilizes him. From the way the guy talks, the bag of bones realizes this isn't the first time he's done this. But to be sure, he's gonna check. He then activates the ability, Lament of the Dead. This one's new, haven't seen it before. And indeed, it's not the first time he's done this. Yeah, our little MC doesn't even need to see anymore. He's realized the guy is a serial killer. So, his sentence is to meet the big guy downstairs in person. I can't even describe what the MC is doing to him without using harsh words. Let's just say the guy is having a very, very bad day. The experience is so intense that the guy even floats. Can you believe it? The bag of bones seriously considers making use of this guy. He needs someone dead to command on Earth, so it looks like he'll end up using him after all. But this time, he's going to use a different and very cruel method, draining all the ketchup from his body. And thus, he creates an intermediate undead. The guy wasn't good looking before. Imagine now, he opens a portal, because obviously he's not going to let the creature walk around the city. He'll summon it only when necessary. But what is he going to do with the woman? Should he erase her memories before leaving? Before the MC can decide, we're taken to the Korean Returning Association Seoul branch. Already inside the building, a woman excuses herself and enters the room. She looks at a person with a somewhat disappointed face. This is Yoon the branch manager. Apparently the poor woman had passed out. Just another day in the life of an office worker. She asks what happened this time, and the woman replies that the Department of Ability Management sent a cooperation request. Looking at the paper, the manager realizes the case of the 3 thieves might be connected to the recent murders. They were all caught by a dark magic user who wore a long coat and a mask. Yoon says public safety is only getting worse, but that reinforcements will arrive soon. She's about to pass the case to some guy named... never mind. Apparently, this guy she's talking about is our MC. At least that's what it seems like, because she's dying to recruit him and use his excellent skills as if he were her secret weapon. But the secretary offers an obvious solution. Why doesn't he just join the Guardians? Well, she tells the secretary to stop talking nonsense and get back to work. Can't she see the pile of papers there? Obviously, Yoon is irritated. After all, if she could, she'd crush all the villains with her own hands. Man, is every one of those sheets a villain case? The scene returns to our dear MC. He comments that, except in cases of serial killers, he gives a lighter punishment, an act of mercy. Apparently, the next step is to check out those guys from the villain organization, the ones who wreck public order. But for now, he's finished what he had to do there. So, he should start paying attention to the other world. And so, we see an old guy crying. From what I can gather, it's Diana and Aaron's uncle. Heinz feels a bit relieved since he seems to be a good person. This vampire was already thinking of threatening the old man if he didn't help, but apparently that won't be necessary. He's even thanking our little MC. Diana approaches to say goodbye and thank him. She hugs him, thanking him for everything. Heinz says it's not like they'll never see each other again. He'll definitely visit her, but in the meantime, she should behave. Diana comments that she thought the MC's personality would change for the worse, but as expected, he remained a good person. She feels relieved about that. Heinz then wonders if his personality really has changed. Could it be the influence of the persona ability? For Hans, the persona brought a mix of negative emotions and a desire for attention. As for Heinz, who is focused on filtration and lies, it gave him a calmer personality. Diana then asks the MC where he's thinking of going now. He replies that he's seriously considering going on a pilgrimage. He plans to go to Teleria, the capital of the kingdom of Eterica. And apparently, the MC already used a teleport, because he's already there. The reason for going to the capital is that the headquarters of the goddess's church is there. So, entering a more discreet alley, he summons his fourth avatar. The new member is named Heinrich. He's not much different from the others, the only difference is his super recovery and serenity. Otherwise, it's all the same. The biggest difference is in his unique trait, warrior spirit, which makes him gain more experience in combat. Walking through the holy city in a vampire's body wouldn't be good at all. To solve this, he's gonna pass the mission to his new clone. From what I can gather, Heinrich is already in some kind of bank. The little old man is startled by the amount of gold. Heinrich says that's all the fortune he has. Apparently, I was wrong. He's not in a bank, he's in the church, and he's simply donating all that money to the goddess, saying he wants to become a holy knight. On second thought, so far the MC's avatars have been an undead, a dark mage, and a vampire, all children of darkness. But this time, his avatar will be a holy knight, a warrior who follows the light. One of the men slams his hand on the table. He says Heinrich is very spirited and that he, as an instructor, will train him to be an excellent holy knight. The guy with the thick eyebrows asks Marcos to wait. No matter the amount of money, they can't accept a stranger as a holy knight so easily. Marcos tells the scribe not to worry. He believes the Wicked will inevitably reveal their true nature during the training. So, he asks the MC if he's really willing to go through the training. Man, this is trap written all over it. But, since it's our little MC, he clearly accepts. Right after, he's already asking for water. And apparently, there's a rock coming his way. Man, the strength training seems insane. There was a time skip, and it's been a month since the MC started. At first he was deluded, thinking the Holy Order was noble and cool. In the end, he saw that it's a bunch of maniacs focused on heavy training. Yeah, Heinrich, you've gotten yourself into a real mess this time. And to make matters worse, recruit number 12 is getting chewed out for forgetting the rule to never stop praying during training. The guy has to strain himself and still pray at the same time. I'm sure that buff priest from the memes came from here. The instructor is there, demanding more and more focus. While training, he must chant his prayers and restore his broken body with divine power. Meanwhile, our little MC is just watching from the corner of his eye. He admits the method is effective. After all, in extreme conditions, repetitive prayer strengthens faith and increases divine power. And apparently, the whole thing is pretty weird, because some even like getting hit. I don't know, this is getting stranger and stranger. But the guy's strength is on point because he's breaking a steel ball with his muscle. The crazy dude is super happy because his faith has increased. Apparently the training has to be like this, even though it seems really bizarre. Some guys up there are watching the MC, saying that the recruit Marcos brought is no joke. In just 1 month, the dude got ripped. It wasn't just his upper body that grew, his lower body did too. Man, this conversation is getting weirder and weirder. Our little MC notices the guy's drooling while looking at his body. And again, time passes. Now it's been 3 months since he started the training. He knows that if it weren't for the avatar abilities, he would have passed out a long time ago. If he was already ripped before, imagine now. He's in better shape than Terry Crews, but someone calls him. The buff guy asks if he's done with his lower body exercises, and if so, why not train chest with him? But the other one disagrees, saying today is back day. The MC just tells the 2 crazy guys to get out of there. Yeah, folks, someone's gonna leave this church sore today, that's for sure. Sometime later, Heinrich is talking with another recruit, saying he's going crazy. Not a day goes by that they don't call him to train. His partner says it's because the seniors have high expectations for him. The focus of the conversation shifts, as they know someone special is arriving. It's the great Archbishop Lichis and the Knight Tuscan. Their presence piques the MC's curiosity. He remembers that Knight who is threatening Hans. But for them to arrive only now, could they have been searching all this time? The scene changes, and we see another cleric saying that everyone is there for a baptism ceremony. Due to some recent events, they are moving the baptism up. So, the recruits whose names are called should step forward. A side character asks Heinrich why they are holding an event that normally happens every 6 months. Clearly, the MC knows the reason the knights need reinforcements to pursue the heir of the Immortal King, who, in this case, is Hans. Anyway, this is perfect for the MC as it saves time. Time that will be used to take advantage of the new applications of the persona and mind core abilities. The first one is called the priest asks if he swears to dedicate everything, including his life, to the Lord God, and the recruit confirms, thus he is baptized. However, upon being baptized, he sacrifices his mana and becomes unable to use common magic, but in return, he receives a blessing with immense holy power. The amount of power each one receives varies greatly. The biggest factor that determines the magnitude of the blessing is faith in the deity. The purer and more genuine the faith, free of lies or doubts, the stronger the holy knight becomes. Then the next one is called, and guess what? It's the MC. Honestly, I highly doubt this is going to work. So far, the MC has only used the mind core to suppress external stimuli or contain his emotions. But in doing so, he realized the opposite is also possible. And not only that, he realized the persona ability can inject the feeling of faith into Heinrich. That's how this sly dog is going to get the blessing. He's going to use the mind core to filter out any feelings of distrust or doubt. Thus, his aura will become pure without any trace of hesitation. But hold on, this trickster is even more of a thief. To absorb the blessing to its maximum potential, he's going to focus the mental strength of all his avatars on Heinrich. The question is this really going to work? Apparently, yes, because the priest is getting scared by the amount of holy power. Oh man, that's not fair. Our little MC cheats at everything, dude. Look at the amount of power he's pulling. Not even the church members themselves can believe it. The holy power has even reached the head of the deity's statue. The priest calls for Lord Heinrich. He says the MC has just been baptized and is already at the level of a priest. The little old man also asks him to keep working hard from now on. And finally, the system announces that he has gained the Holy Baptism ability, which increases the potential of the avatars and allows for more efficient sharing, improving the mental strength of all of them. Our little MC wonders if this is the limit of holy force. Oh, he still wants more, look at that. That wasn't even supposed to work, my friend. You should be thanking the goddess. Yeah, thank the goddess to make matters worse. Heinrich realizes that the church's deity is more like a system than a god with a personality. But when he opened his mind before, if he had to describe the vague feeling he felt, it would be something like curiosity. So, deep down, maybe there is someone there. But one thing the MC knows, this power should only be used for good, so maybe whoever is there, just let it be. This part was a bit confusing, but I think that's it. Our scene then changes. We see the Archbishop and the Knight arguing. They realize there hasn't been a trace of the Immortal King for months, not even a small piece of evidence. And the reason is obvious, right? The MC simply turned hands off. But there's nothing bad that can't get worse. Apparently, they won't get support from the Kingdom of Eterica, and the vampire organization might have a share of the blame for the whole mess. During the pursuit of Hans, they had friction with the vampire clan and also with the so-called Vow of Defense. The Archbishop says that since the extermination squad has made no progress, the pressure from the Kingdom of Eterica is increasing. With little to do, he will have to dissolve the squad and send everyone back to the capital, and the knight can only obey. As he leaves, Tuscan thinks that they are surrounded on all sides and with insufficient reinforcements. What should he do? Nothing, my friend. Take off the armor and go home. There's no way. But wait, something caught his attention. I'm telling him to go home, he doesn't listen to me. He realizes it's the new Holy Knights. The Knight sees an opening, and apparently it's the MC who is giving this opening in the training. However, before he can do anything, he's already taken an elbow to the face. And apparently, once again, Heinrich won the fight. The system announces that he has gained an Enlightenment due to repetitive training and has acquired the cross-combat technique ability. Heinrich thinks that, combining the technique with super regeneration and holy power, his wounds close very quickly. Helping his partner up, he explains that he let himself be hit on purpose. His tactic is to give up the flesh to gain the whole bone. That's the Heinrich style. But even so, the MC needs to grow even more. Someone interrupts his thoughts, saying that he's really strong and that his holy power is at the level of a high-ranking knight. But he's still inexperienced. And the one saying this is the so-called Tuscan. Tuscan comments that clearly the MC knows and feels this more than anyone. He's sure he could make the MC stronger and invites him to accompany him to the Temple of Rosalia. The MC is startled and asks if the knight is really inviting him to the Grand Temple. Tuscan asks if he has a problem with that. Our little MC says no, of course not. On the contrary, he really wants to go. Already inside the cave, our little MC asks for some time to pack his things, but Tuscan tells him to have someone else do it. Apparently, they are in some kind of teleportation portal. Tuscan says he'll explain everything when they get there. With little to do, the MC accepts the idea. Soon after, they arrive at the great and famous Temple of Rosalia, the largest sanctuary of the church, located in the heart of the continent. Literally, a place where the saint and the pope live. In other words, this is practically the Vatican. Right away, they are greeted by the saint herself. Immediately, they kneel and thank her for the reception. Heinrich is excited as he knows that this is the perfect place to grow quickly. He's convinced that he will evolve and be recognized by everyone there. But the dirty work will be left for Hans to handle in the shadows. Apparently, Hans has become quite famous on the underworld's social media. He comments that the remnants of the human trafficking organization have been completely eradicated. However, there was something strange. There is a society called Divine Retribution, and the villains won't stop talking about it. The MC still hasn't figured out what the heck it is. The worst part is that they seem connected to several organizations. With little to do, the MC decides to continue investigating. But for now, it would be interesting to cash in the earnings from this mission. We move to Heinz, who reflects that, in order not to be the main suspect, he needs a discreet place to make his transactions. Thus, he goes to an unknown shop. He informs the receptionist that he's there to sell some things. The guy shows no interest and says it's not a pawn shop. He tells him to get lost. The MC starts pouring out gold coins, and the guy quickly wakes up. The man recognizes the emblem of the trafficking organization and remembers the rumors that they were caught by a masked maniac. The MC asks if he's interested now, and thinking about it, it makes sense that he wouldn't want to sell that stuff just anywhere. The man tells the MC to go through the back doors, but stresses that he can't stray from the path. Following the path, the MC finds the said door. As soon as he enters, a man asks if he's there to sell something. The MC says yes and asks if he can be paid in something other than money. The man asks if he's talking about goods, and if so, what he's looking for. Our little MC only wants one thing: a winning lottery ticket. What a lame request. I thought it would be something interesting. Now I understand the MC's reasoning. This will serve as money laundering so that Hansong, his original body, can use the cash. I forgot how much of a thief and a scoundrel this MC is. The masked man says it's fine, but the commission will be very high. The MC agrees. The man says he has a ticket for 6.1 billion won with a redemption period of 4 months. The MC agrees, but the man warns that what he's paid so far doesn't cover the ticket. The MC tells the guy not to worry, because he has a lot of good stuff. The sly dog then pulls out 3 more gold bars, nothing major. What really catches the guy's attention is the subspace storage. He starts to wonder who the heck the MC is, but the MC calls him back to reality. He warns that he didn't come there for a friendly chat and wants to finish quickly. The man immediately apologizes. He starts to sweat, noticing a faint smell of blood. At first, he thought it was his imagination, but no way. Closing the transaction, the MC says he'll be back more often. After all, he liked the deal. But, little MC, there are easier ways to launder money. Just saying. Already outside, the MC analyzes his 3 tickets. He's very excited as his dream was to win the lottery. It's easy this way, right, MC? He doesn't even know what to do with the money, but he thinks about hiring some subordinates. After all, it's annoying to have to keep going back and forth all the time, but he'll think about that another time. For now, how about enjoying the night? Looking at the street, he remembers that the security there was horrible because of the trafficking network, but now it's much better, bustling again, maybe because of the rumors of a masked protector. The MC feels happy. After all, he's the one who brought that peace. However, someone comes up to his ear and asks where he's from. The MC turns around immediately. The guy tells him not to be nervous. How can he not be? The guy comes up whispering in his ear. What did he expect him to be? In love. The guy says he just came for a chat, right? The way he approached, the chat he wants is something else. The MC immediately confronts him, asking what he thinks he's doing. The man asks the MC to wait and asks, "You're a vampire, aren't you?" He says he is too, a level 6 from the Talcum dimension. The man asks for Heinz's name, and when he returned to Earth, the MC really wants to make an excuse and leave. The man introduces himself as Gamma from the Blood Pact. The MC doesn't understand why he's answering so easily. Is it some kind of mind control? Gamma says the MC is a newcomer who just returned to Earth. He explains that the Blood Pact is an organization where all the vampires on Earth gather, and his job is to recruit the newcomers. Gamma says that to survive, they need to stick together. But by the way, what is this level he mentioned before? Gamma pulls out a key and says, if they're gonna talk, it should be somewhere else. Dang, this vampire organization pays well. Look at the man's car. He invites the MC to talk there. The MC agrees and gets in the car. What he didn't see is that there's a gossip observing everything. Apparently, there's more than one. She notifies her headquarters that the MC is getting into the car as planned. Sometime later, he's already at the vampire's headquarters. Gamma explains that every vampire has a vampiric factor that determines their power level. They measure this to determine each one's level. Man, the decoration of the place is beautiful, I like it. Gamma explains that through that magic circle, they can measure his level. But this whole magic circle thing seems very suspicious to the MC. Gamma hurries him to keep walking. Our little MC isn't a fool. He knows that at any sign of danger, he just has to cancel the summon. Heinz senses traces of dark magic in a nearby skull. But it's not just dark magic. Shamanism, curses, alchemy, there are several arts integrated there. How is this possible? It's been 20 years since returnees started appearing, and the reason why magic tools are rare and technology hasn't advanced because the energy laws of abilities are different between dimensions. Apparently, this blood pact is very impressive for being able to combine different abilities. Extending the MC's arm, they make a cut, and thus his blood begins to form orbs. 5 orbs form, which means the MC is level 5. The hooded figure comments that, from the way the orbs are connected, his regeneration must be very strong. Gamma comments that he was nervous because the MC came from an unknown dimension, but being only level 5, it was a waste of time. He continues, saying that at level 5 there's no need to cut off any limbs. What's that talk about, man? That's when everyone's posture changes. Our little MC realizes they really had other motives. He knew it was too complicated a ritual just to measure his level. He needs to summon hands as quickly as possible. However, someone knocks on the door. It's that woman I called a gossip. Apparently, she's one of the good guys. She says she's there to arrest Gamma for the kidnapping and murder of members of his own kind. The MC feels that woman is familiar to him. But who is she after all? I don't know either. I just want her to beat the crap out of this Gamma guy. She tells him to let the vampire go and surrender, or things will get much worse. Gamma calls her a little slave and asks why they, being stronger, need to be slaves to the organization. Oh, so the blood pact really exists? It just has one member who's a huge jerk. Gamma questions why they, being stronger, have to live in hiding and follow human rules. The woman replies that it's the fault of militants like him, but Gamma clearly doesn't agree. He asks the woman if her companions share the same opinion. The big guy elbows his companion. The woman, Soren, asks what Mang is doing. As she's about to ask the reason for the betrayal, he stabs her. Mang says the reason is simple in his dimension. He was a lord with status and authority. But now, back on Earth, he's stuck, living in a basement and working as a nightclub bouncer. Not all vampires live comfortably like Soren. She asks what Gamma is planning, since it's certain he's going to rebel against the blood pact. Gamma says that since you can't accumulate karma on Earth, he researched and found another way to get stronger. An infallible and quick method. He says this as he grabs Soren's friend, and asks where she thinks all the kidnapped people go. She asks if he's creating bloodthirsty vampires again, and if he's forgotten the reason they were hunted last time. He gives a long explanation, but in the end, it's the same thing to the famous, copy it, but don't do it the same. The story explains that when a vampire eats another, they get stronger, but this is cannibalism and contaminates the mind. If the person can't control it, they become a crazed, bloodthirsty vampire. Gamma says that's not what he wants. After studies, they discovered a way to purge this thirst. As I said, he's going to practice cannibalism, just without the constant bloodlust. And then he starts to activate his power. The woman starts to swell. She turns into a ball. Actually, she gets even smaller, turning into a drug for vampires, which they can consume without side effects. Manga asks Gamma to keep his promise. And as promised, he gets one of the pills. The guy doesn't waste any time and pops it in. Immediately, the drug takes effect. And the effect is like a power bomb. Apparently, Soren will be next. Manga asks for more, wanting more and more of the drug. Gamma tells him to calm down. After all, the guest is still waiting. He asks Soren to wait just a little longer, because it'll be her turn soon. Poor little thing, there's not much she can do. Our little MC realizes that interdimensional cannibalism is really effective. He can't wait to see how strong he'll become. So he simply opens a portal. Hans already steps out of the portal, commenting that the guys have very good stealth. But from now on, no one is leaving without permission. The guys are already starting to panic. Mang then transforms, wanting to face the skeletons. The unfortunate guy manages to be quite efficient. Look at that, he's almost reaching Heinz. But Hans is more interested in how the vampire's skin changes depending on the dimension. He strikes his staff on the ground, and Mang is going to meet the other world. The MC is worried about the blood loss, but unfortunately, there's nothing he can do. The sly dog is already on Maung's back, and there goes this blood thief. Gamma is scared, realizing that he's cannibalizing like that. Yeah, Gamma, you should have just stayed quiet and not even approached this guy. But now it's too late. Our little MC can even feel something, but the funny thing is that his teeth are falling out. And the reason is simple, the sly dog is evolving. The system announces that he has gained the hybrid evolution ability. Every time he absorbs a vampire, he will gain their lineage ability. See, he stole Ming's ability. Remember when I said he's sly, shameless, a thief? Now Gamma is really scared, but the MC is just thinking about what organization he's going to create because he needs to do his tasks. How about the blood cult? And if anyone dares to rebel, they will become his next meal. Some time passes, and apparently the MC has already cleaned out everyone. Once again, he gained an ability, but this time for perception. Every vampire has their lineage ability, and with this hybrid evolution, he can steal all these powers. But there's still someone talking. It's Gamma all tied up. He wonders how it's possible for the MC to devour all of his kind and still remain sane. Our little MC asks if he's curious. It's simple, the whispers he hears while feeding, he just has to ignore them. Obviously, Gamma doesn't understand anything. As he devours Gamma, the system announces another ability, concealment. It allows the MC to erase his presence. But since he's there, why not take a look inside this bastard's head? Apparently, Gamma didn't work alone. This scoundrel had a superior, and worse, the so-called Divine Retribution Society was mentioned once again. Apparently, all of that was their work, but the story continues, and now we see Soren. The MC comments that she's finally regaining consciousness. She immediately grabs him by the neck, calling him trash for devouring his own kind and asks where he's taking her. But actually she was confusing him with Gamma, so she apologizes and asks what happened. The MC says the skull mask appeared and he escaped during the chaos. Soren blushes and gets excited, realizing the MC made an effort to get her out of there. She then introduces herself as Jin So Ran. The MC asks what happened earlier, since they were all from the same organization. Soden says the Blood Pact is divided between radicals and moderates. They heard that the captain had kidnapped a team member, so she went there with some close colleagues. She's happy they got out of there safely and discovered the bastards' plans. Now all they have to do is report them. But the MC knows it won't be that easy. It's obvious that even the upper echelons of the radicals are involved. Calling our little MC a savior, she asks which faction he's affiliated with. The MC, finding it strange, asks her to call him something more comfortable. She suggests Oppa. Seriously, of all names. Heinz informs her that he just returned to Earth, so he's not affiliated with anyone. So, she invites him to the Blood Pact, saying that most vampires are part of it, that the moderates don't do shady things, and that they have a stable stock of blood bags. The MC thinks it might be cool to check it out, so she starts guiding him there. And take a good look at the car. He just took Gamma's car. Sometime later, they arrive at the location. There, Sodan is already greeted. This is little Nahi. I just don't know if she's her sister. The MC introduces himself as Heinz, but the girl doesn't seem to like him very much. Soden says goodbye, saying she'll show the MC to his room. The room, right? Going up the stairs, the MC comments on the girl from before. She looked young, but was it just her appearance? Sodan replies that no, she's not a returnee. She says that Nahi was born and raised on Earth. Her father, yes, was a returnee. Through thick and thin, he ended up turning her into a vampire because she was suffering from a terminal illness. It was the only way. That's when the MC understands why the government wants to control vampires. In a way, they are like a disease from the outside. Soden says this method isn't used much because infecting someone on Earth consumes a lot of energy. Especially because Nahi's father wanted her to live under the sun too, so he had to give it his all. But finally, they arrive at the room. Soden says that if he needs anything, he just has to call, but it's already late, so he'd better rest. She then says goodbye. However, because of a gesture she makes, the MC finally remembers who she was. He remembers her streamer name was B Orchid. The girl is startled immediately. She's embarrassed, asking if he wasn't a subscriber to her channel. The MC says no, it's just that the algorithm sometimes recommended it. If the algorithm recommended, it's a sign that it's not bad stuff. She says that, actually, she was an aspiring idol, but ended up giving up and started streaming. I think idols are those girls who dance and sing. Soden says she awakened at 18, but is already 22 and asks for the MC's age. But the trickster closes the door, saying he'll tell her later. The poor girl wonders if she said something wrong. The MC thought she was younger than him. That's why he was talking so informally. But she's older, because this scoundrel is only 20 years old. Already sitting on the bed, he remembers that she's a very famous streamer. So, why not look her up? Pulling out his phone, he notices she left a message, saying she would be taking a week off from streaming. If it weren't for the MC, that would have been her last notice. The next day, the MC hears someone screaming. He gets up, wondering why it's so noisy so early in the morning. Someone yells, "How is this possible?" There's no evidence to prove it. We see it's Soden arguing with someone on the phone. Our little MC asks what the heck went wrong. She says her colleagues went to the site yesterday, but everything was burned down. Now they can't pressure the radicals anymore. Our little MC realizes they did everything to erase Hans's tracks. He says it's a shame, but anyway, he wants to ask her for something. To mark the locations of the radicals' bases for him. She immediately asks what she did wrong, if he didn't like the blood bags. Our little MC says no, calm down. He reassures her by saying they are dangerous, and he doesn't want to get close to the place. So the girl marks them. She hands over the phone, saying that if he stays out of the marked areas, he'll be safe. Little does she know that will be the MC's breakfast. Taking advantage of the fact that he's already awake, she asks if she can prepare a simple meal. Obviously, he refuses. He took a look around and saw there are many great restaurants nearby, the mobile kind with plenty of juice. The darn guy even starts to salivate. Sometime later, he's already wiping his mouth. Apparently, he's already been to the restaurant. Yep, he's been, and he ate a lot, but not all of them seem to have been taken out. A bloodied one says the clan won't let this go and will hunt him to death. Is that so? And how are they going to find the MC? Thanks to the concealment ability he stole, literally nothing can catch him. He asks the little vampire to reveal where his other comrades are. Apparently, the guy doesn't even need to say. The MC intercepted a message that they are all gathering for a meeting tomorrow. And clearly, this is a perfect chance to get them all at once. He'd better leave, but first he needs to clean up the mess. Heinz activates his new ability, Blood Flower. This ability scatters blood and creates a flaming flower. And the worst part is, it won't go out until the MC commands it. With this, no one will be able to track him. Not even traces of magic, since concealment will hide everything. However, he feels his heart race. Heinz isn't worried, as he knows it's just another evolution. Yikes, apparently the evolution is a heavy one. The reason is simple, the MC is evolving from a pure blood to a true blood. The system says the MC has achieved Enlightenment and gained the blood flow amplification ability. To make the cake even better, the regeneration ability has evolved into hyper regeneration. And he even got a little visual touch up as a bonus. This little system is too good to be true. Curious about the new abilities, Heinz decides to test them. The unfortunate guy cuts himself as if it were nothing, and drops of blood start to fly. Whoa, is it not going to stop bleeding? Apparently, it stopped. Even cutting an artery hyper, regeneration healed it almost instantly. If he can absorb blood during a battle to regenerate, he'll be practically invincible. If true blood is so powerful, imagine holy blood. The scene changes, and we see someone getting gifts on a live stream. It could only be her, right folks? It's Soden. The MC enters the room and catches this pathetic scene. And the worst part is, she's all happy, thinking this will cover a month's worth of blood bags. Our little MC is speechless. Yeah, me too. He's short and to the point, saying it really is hard to get money from others. So, he'll be leaving and apologizes. Immediately, the little thing gets embarrassed. She slaps the MC, telling him to knock before entering. Still embarrassed, she asks what the MC wants. That tattoo on his head is new, huh? Our little MC, poor guy, just wanted to let her know a letter arrived in her name. Looking at the letter, she realizes someone's secretly seen more evidence against the radical group. She doesn't know who it was, but it might have been the Skull Mask. But there's a detail: the only person she shared information about the radicals with was Heinz. And after that, these mysterious letters started arriving. Could the two be working together, or is it just a coincidence? Let her find out it's the same person. In the next scene, the two are already at the meeting place, which is exactly to talk about the Skull Mask. Our little MC activates his perception ability. He can't see anything because the building is isolated with a blood barrier. Or not, right? Because apparently he can see. Okay, fine. The ideal is to hide Heinz in the shadows and invade all at once without thinking too much. The darn guy already comes in, breaking the window. He immediately tells everyone to get ready because the party is about to start. Wait, but where's everyone? Someone behind the barrier says they were trying to catch the Skull Mask, but instead a vampire they've never seen appeared. Yeah, little MC, I think you're in trouble now. The guy in the suit asks his subordinates if they know anything about this. A woman says she's never seen the MC, but his level seems to be at least 7. The other one says she hasn't either, but she's very excited about the newcomer. Our little MC realizes there's 1 alpha leader, 2 betas, and 13 gammas. Is he going to be able to handle a brawl with everyone? Heinz realizes he can't sense anyone's energy there. Whatever trick they're using, it's on another level. The guy in the suit gets annoyed and orders Heinz to be apprehended. And not just him, but the one in the shadows too. The MC finds it interesting, because they manage to detect even hands. So, he'll have to fight everyone together. He activates his blood flow amplification ability. Man, the kid cuts down several at once. The vampires find the scene terrifying. He's cannibalizing his own kind with that bizarre arm. But it's not time for them to be surprised, because this isn't the only card up the MC's sleeve. After all, the real show starts now. That's when the betas start running desperately. One of them gets ready to open the door, but a dark magic pushes him back. Did they really think they were the only ones who could set up a barrier? The Bag of Bones warns that from now on, the fight is until the last one falls. In the middle of the fight, we see Heinz logging some vampires out of the server of life. This clearly messes with the others' psyche. The stitched up guy says he must be crazy. He's definitely not a common level 6 or 7. Man, you only just noticed that now. To him, there's definitely some kind of trick involved. He charges at the MC, but Heinz doesn't take it, lying down and immediately counterattacks. The vampire even manages to identify the attack. At the last second, he hardens his skin to defend himself. And believe it or not, he managed to escape this one, but it was by a very narrow margin. Since he blocked it, the MC is going to try something different. If the long-range attack didn't work, the brawl is going to get up close and personal. The MC lands a solid punch right in the middle of his chest. The vampire can't even believe it. His hardening ability has never failed, but the MC changed all that with a single punch. Man, the punch was really powerful. It dented the guy's chassis. The vampires step in front to defend the stitched up one. But there's a little problem. 2 people to stop this guy is going to be basically impossible. See, I told you. 2 goons can't handle it, but nobody listens to me. The stitched up one thinks this is crazy. The guy is so strong he took down his subordinates easily. He sees this moment as an opportunity. The MC has both hands busy, so now's the chance. So he goes for the attack. And believe it or not, he manages to hit the MC. But we know that doesn't change much. The MC absorbed the blood to regenerate his strength, and he's getting stronger constantly. Plus, now he has the invisibility ability. The stitched up. One was worried before, but now things have gotten worse. How do you fight an enemy you can't even see? If I could give you a tip, I'd tell you to run. You don't stand a chance there, kid. Get out of there! Yeah, never mind. There goes the stitched up one. And man, if the MC had moved his hand a little more, he would have hit somewhere else, huh? Our resident psycho is very happy with the result. By defeating the Stitch Up 1, the MC's Blood Magic ability evolves into the special ability Mystery of Blood, which basically amplifies his blood flow. He says he can now feel his abilities being controlled just by his will. In other words, now he has more freedom in controlling his powers. One of the vampire's rebels saying that for devouring his own kind, he can only be a bloodthirsty vampire. She says it's no wonder he uses such strange abilities. But our little MC doesn't care. He asks if she's gonna cry all day. Why doesn't she go and face him? or is she too scared for that? While little MC, you manage to provoke the girl. The MC activates the special ability, Mystery of Blood, which he just acquired. I thought it was no big deal, but apparently, that's not the case. The woman is already all tied up, completely immobile. The other stitched up. One says this is unfair, that the MC is using low blows. Low blows, high blows, medium blows. It doesn't really matter. As long as he wins, he doesn't care. So he declares checkmate. The side character, who if I'm not mistaken is the big boss, is very worried. No one imagined the Skull Mask would have a helper like this. The boss tells everyone to prepare the orb. This will be how they deal with the MC. With the orb in hand, the side character advances. I thought it was just one, but apparently there are 5. That's when the Bag of Bones appears, finding the attack very interesting. He just deflects the attack and ends up taking another vampire with him. And then everyone's morale starts to plummet. Now, there's definitely no way out. The side character thinks he needs to get out of there if he wants to stay alive. But that's when the boss attacks him. I don't know if this is an attack or some kind of control. Can you believe the boss pulled the guy to throw him at the Bag of Bones? All this to buy time and activate spatial manipulation to teleport. The MC is even impressed watching them. Teleportation by foot. The boss was activating a self-destruction ability on his subordinate. But clearly, our little MC saw through the play. The boss's goal was to make the MC retreat so he could escape. But obviously, that didn't work out so well. Han says that ability is nothing to him, but he'll make sure to decipher it completely. The power source is the 2 orbs embedded in the subordinate's body, and the MC removes them. He drops another one of his iconic lines. I am the one who governs death. Do you think you can really escape death in front of me? If that's not a line from V for Vendetta, I'm a blue beetle. I say that, right? Because clearly your boy here doesn't have a wife, so it can't be anything else, right? The boss gets really stressed. The barrier the MC created is incredible. He can barely get close. He even managed to get out of the building, but he didn't get past the outer barrier. And now, for him, it's too late. The Bag of Bones has been looking for him for a while. He thought about playing with the boss a little, but who knows when he would escape again. So, he's gonna do things his way. You can already imagine what, right? That very painful way, going deep into his memories. And he's going deep indeed, even seeing when the guy was a child. But that's when an unexpected reaction happens. Our little MC realizes there's some security mechanism. Could it be technology from the Divine Retribution Society? Our little MC ends up in a strange place inside the boss's mental realm. Someone tells him it's impressive that they didn't expect him to get this far. The MC asks if that guy was watching him from inside his mind the whole time. If so, he can only be the leader of the Divine Retribution Society. The Spectre confirms and makes an offer. Why doesn't he join them? The Bag of Bones replies that it's an interesting proposal, but what is the Society's true purpose? The Spectre says it's simple freedom for the returnees to create their own world led by them. The Bag of Bones says that for an organization that gained prominence recently, the goals seem too ambitious. The Spectre replies that they are not recent. They have existed for years and continuously fight for freedom. Wait a minute, so that means one thing, that they have been causing terrorist attacks for years, including the one that took the MC's parents. The system asks Hansong to be careful, as the mind core is trying to regulate his emotions. The MC's heart races, and the system starts to warn him several times. But the Spectre asks if that really matters, and that the Bag of Bones should make a wise choice. Getting closer, he realizes there's a barrier. The Spectre explains that this is the mental realm, where mental strength surpasses magical power. He says that even if the MC wants to, he won't be able to defeat him in this place. But it would have been easier if he had just kept his mouth shut and not mentioned that mental strength is what rules there. Because if that's the case, he's clearly screwed. Because the Bag of Bones isn't just one, there are several. So, the one who won't be able to win is him. Our scene changes to someone lifting weights. Clearly it's our holy soldier. Heinrich is still focused on getting ripped. After a series of 1 million reps, he finally concludes. After so much repetition, the system announces that he has met the necessary conditions and received the special ability, Blessing Resilient Body. The system announces that he also gained the Sacred Art Bodybuilding ability and reached the divine power level of a high priest. Sometime later, he's walking down the halls, not believing that just with physical training he managed to surpass his limits. With this, he already has all the requirements to become a holy knight. So, maybe it's time to discuss the next steps. But that's when he hears someone singing. Looking to the side, he realizes it's the saint. Even being the Grand Saint of the Divine Order, when he looks at her, she seems more like a common girl. Seeing the MC, the saint greets him. He obviously greets her back. But there's one thing that sets her apart, the radiant aura that overflows from her. It's a lot of power. Heinrich asks the saint why she's there alone. She says she was just observing a ladybug in a field of flowers. It was so cute that the saint ended up losing track of time. In this case, she wasn't even looking at the flowers, but at the insects. The saint notices something different about the MC. She realized he finally got the blessing. She tells Heinrich to be very proud, as the Blessing Resilient Body is not something one gets with external help. As the bells toll, the saint says it's time for service. She invites Heinrich to accompany her to the chapel. While receiving history lessons there, the MC began to understand why the saint is so obsessed with the Immortal King. in the distant past. The first Immortal King stained half the continent, turning it into the land of the dead. Even with entire nations uniting to defeat him, his heart was recovered by his closest ally, a dark sorcerer. He was reborn as the second Immortal King and caused the fall of the Great Western Empire. The chosen one of the Order barely managed to destroy his heart. That's because it split into 3 pieces and scattered across the continent. Every time a crisis with the Immortal King arose, it was always the Grand Divine Order on the front lines. They surely know the number of lives that were lost. For a saint who loves her followers like family, it's natural for her to have so much hostility and obsession with the Immortal King. But we know that's not needed anymore. The Bag of Bones is a bit crazy, not all there in the head, but he's kind and has a good heart. Heinrich will focus all his mental energy on hands. That's when the scene changes to a building. There's someone spitting ketchup. The butler arrives asking if the person is okay, but he tells the butler to leave, saying he's disturbing his concentration. Guess who's angry because he's losing the mental battle? Yes, it's the damn Spectre. He can't handle the exchange with the Bag of Bones. The Spectre doesn't understand. At first, he clearly had the advantage. But now the MC is stronger at an incomparable level. Taking a blow, the Spectre thinks this is very strange. It seems like several people are combining their forces against him. Fading away, he doesn't understand why he lost. Could it be not just a difference in mental strength, but also in skill? Returning to his body, he says no, his skills can't be bad. And now is not the time to think about that. He tells the butler he wants an urgent directive in the Seoul branch. He gives the order for all operations to be shut down immediately, information erased, and everyone to hide. Especially for the Korean branch, the directive must be issued with top priority. And they must inform the commander that there is a monster in Korea. The Bag of Bones thinks that even with the Mind Core and Serenity, he wasn't an easy opponent. He definitely needs to study this more deeply. That's when the system appears. It announces that by defeating the Spectre, the MC absorbed his karma and the dark magic. Ability has evolved into the special ability, Path of Sorcery. The Bag of Bones realizes that those fragments were part of the Spectre. The good thing is that he can read the memories from these fragments. Now he'll be able to track where that crazy society is hiding. Absorbing some fragments, he finds the Korean branch. And indeed, the guy's hid in the middle of the forest. For sure, he won't give any of them a chance to escape. In the next scene, he's already inside. The doctor remembers that they were really told to evacuate. They just weren't told a monster of this caliber was coming. Hearing this, the MC asks if the evacuation order has already been given. But that's okay, no problem. The effort wasn't entirely in vain. They've already gotten rid of all the important material. But now what? Trying to save a single piece of data, he ended up giving everything away. The MC took the paper to take a look, but as soon as he opened it, he already found a problem. The incident he found in the paper made him very stressed. Crushing the doctor, he thinks he'll never forgive this. Apparently, one of the attacks in the paper was the very one that took his family. The beatdown is going to get heavy again for those guys. I like it a lot. This whole time, Hansong thought it was just an accident, that there was nothing he could do. But now he's discovered the truth, the group behind the accident that destroyed his life and his family. But this group is on a completely different level from anyone the MC has ever faced. He's going to need to expand his influence no matter the time or resources. For sure, they will regret it. But for that, he needs a plan. First, he's trying to use his new ability, Refined Blood Crystal. He's going to refine and compress the excess blood in Heinz's body, and then implant it into another vampire's body, thus strengthening their vampiric factor. There's just one small detail: the blood inheritance will link them to the MC, but that doesn't matter much, right? Now that he's seen the ability worked, it's time to start the game. We return to the vampire's base. On the door it's written, knock first or suffer the consequences. That being said, you can already imagine whose room it is, right? Soden asks if the MC really eliminated everyone from the hard line, and most importantly, if he now wants to meet the leader of the moderate faction. The MC confirms that, aside from a few alphas, he's already eliminated most of them. And the reason he wants to meet the leader, because he has something to discuss on this matter. Soden says it's too much information and that she'll report it first to check the facts. Our little MC doesn't understand why she needs to check, so he shows all his power and asks if that serves as proof. I don't know. I think he's trying to traumatize this girl and doesn't know how to ask. Clearly, she already imagined the MC was very strong, but she didn't expect this level. He's at least level 7 or higher. Apparently, the MC was convincing, because he's already face to face with the leader, who can't believe he eliminated the entire hard line alone, and now plans to absorb the remnants too. For her, it's a surprising proposal, almost to the point of being disturbing. Heinz says he has no intention of giving absurd orders. His goal is to maintain peace and order. Oh, and he also wants to root out anyone connected to the Divine Retribution Society. The leader asks if he doesn't think these two goals might contradict each other. The MC replies that it depends on the standard she sets, but inside, he knows she won't be easily convinced. If she refuses, he'll have to use force. But shattering his expectations, she accepts. Finding it funny, the MC asks what she's trusting in to agree so quickly. She replies that she's trusting in herself since, whether she likes it or not, the MC helped her. but he must take Sodan, who will be the bridge between them. The MC says that's fine, it's exactly what he wanted. With everything settled, the discussion moves to the details. How will they absorb the hard line? And surely not just that. What are they going to do about the emerging centrist faction? Our little MC reflects that it's okay. First, he'll absorb the rest of the hard line and become the leader of a new faction. This will be his first step to taking control of the Blood Pact. Back at the house, the MC tells Sodan to stand still, because if she moves, she could get hurt. She stays very still, but still sweating. He decides to begin the procedure, a procedure that seems very painful. Sodan says she can feel it. The refined crystal is going straight into her heart and warming her body. She even feels her blood pumping faster. And not only that, her muscles and bones are also expanding. She feels as if she's been reborn. Her body is no longer the same. The refined blood crystal has a limit of 30% enhancement. It's not a small number, but it's not just anything either. Sodan calls the MC master and asks what they'll do now. The MC doesn't quite understand this master business, but Sodan explains it's as if he's created a new clan now. Since a new bloodline has been established on Earth, they need a proper name. The problem is that the MC is terrible at choosing names, you know that well. He tries to think of something that's different, but still gives an identity. Apparently, he thought of something. Everyone who receives his blood crystal undergoes a mutation and adopts the dominant factors of his own blood. And then he drops it heteros. Bro, heteros. What the heck kind of name is that? From now on, they will be called Hybrid Vigor, the so-called heteros. He's never been good with names. He's not going to get better now, is he? Creating this new bloodline makes the MC very excited. The scene changes to Hansong. He's calm and relaxed. Since things are fine on his end, he feels more relieved. But he knows it's still not enough to face the Divine Retribution Society. Man, saying that name is tiring me out. I'm just gonna say, Anuvan Society, you'll understand, okay? The guys have really disappeared from Korea, but it's a global organization. To face them, the MC will need to expand his influence, including in the other world, and accumulate more karma. To get more karma, he'll need to do some pretty terrible things. Play war games and plant some bombs around. You understand the kind of bomb I'm talking about, right? But that's when it hits the MC. What kind of crazy thing is he thinking? If he does that, innocent people will get hurt. He needs a way to cause incidents without hurting anyone. Is there such a method? Maybe he should just go to the other world and clear the area. But looking at a book, he finds a way. He has an evil demon king, Hans, who threatens humanity, and the righteous hero, Heinrich, who opposes him. Hans will gather corrupt nobles to spread evil, while Heinrich will defeat them and become the hero, the perfect cycle. This also aligns with the MC's main goal, which is to eliminate the bad guys, and he'll still gain karma. It's a total win-win. So our little MC calls for Harley. Yes, folks, the fifth avatar of this darn guy. His characteristic is adaptation. Our little MC tries to think of some way to develop Harley's characteristic. Without much effort, he thinks of something. But actually, it was his bony bro who gave him the idea. After he defeated everyone at the Divine Society's base, he discovered a place in the basement, a research laboratory. In this place, they conducted experiments, transplanting parts of demons into humans, something similar to chimeras. Among the samples he has, the item the MC is looking for is there. Something that always absorbs strong characteristics and continues to evolve. A little bit of dragon's blood. If Harley can adapt to this procedure, and the bag of bones mixes it with the knowledge he's researched, I don't even need to tell you the beast that kid is going to become. But unfortunately, we'll leave Harley for later. The story returns to the saint. Heinrich arrives asking what's happening with her and what's worrying her. And most importantly, why is she in the rain? She says it's nothing serious. Maybe it's because the weather is very cloudy. She feels suffocated, as if there's a blockage in her chest. But Heinrich says that even so, it's not good for her to be there, as she might catch a cold. The darn bag of bones is finding the saint very impressive. Even in the middle of that isolated mountain and with 2 layered barriers, the blessed woman still managed to vaguely sense the secret heading out. But since she didn't discover anything, he can continue his experiment. The dragon's blood continues to evolve. With every pre it consumes, it steals its characteristics. Reminds me of a certain vampire. The bag of bones took all the research data, and that's how he found out about the dragon. To make the situation better, he even has a perfect test subject. Harley isn't worried at all. In fact, he's very excited about all this, eager to start. The scene returns to the church. We see the moment when Heinrich is making his oath. The priest says that, from this day on, his name is Heinrich Langard, a holy knight of the Grand Divine Order. As soon as he places the cord on his chest, he gains an ability called Leap. The priest says that receiving a blessing during the ceremony is living proof that the divine is watching. But Heinrich says it happened again. It was for a brief moment, but he felt the will of the divine, just like when he first received the baptism. Putting his daydreams aside, he really wants to know how this ability works. Opening the system, he realizes the ability allows him to transcend space. In other words, basically our MC can now teleport. The good thing is it doesn't mention limits or distance. After an ability like this, he says he's going to pray a lot. A whole week of Our Fathers and Hail Marys. The priests are all moved, finding him very devout. We know he's just enjoying the power he received. Now in another area, everyone congratulates the MC. It's time for him to choose which order he'll join, but he has to choose carefully, as each one specializes in different weapons and techniques. The Order of the Celestial Shield uses long-range techniques like spears and defends the outer perimeter of the fortress. The Solar Wolves take the front line and use greatswords. The Order of the Thundering Claw handles internal security with a shield and sword, the basics. They want to know which order the MC wants to join. The MC says he doesn't need to think twice, he already knows which one he's going to. He's going to train in all of them at the same time. With the warrior's spirit and accelerated growth abilities, he doesn't need to limit himself. It's about learning to fight in every way. The important thing is to fight, but that's when something catches his attention. He sees a representative from another order, but she's not saying anything. The mute finally speaks. Look at that, the MC performing miracles. She says her order only selects the best of the best. Looking closely, she says the MC isn't so bad. Maybe he can pass the test. The MC asks what the criteria for entry are, but the girl just tells him to follow her. Sometime later, she explains that her order guards the most important fortresses. The MC asks for more explanation. But at that moment, they arrive at a room. The girl says she'll answer, but only after he passes the test. Observing the hood and mask, the MC realizes it's a Here's the Inquisitor. What that means, I don't know. The girl says the test is simple, he just needs to read what's on the table, out loud, so even the divine can hear. Heinrich gets nervous. Could that be a device to detect spies? He asks what it is and confesses he's a little offended that they're testing his faith. The blue-haired girl replies that it's just procedure. She asks if there's any reason he can't read it, leaving the MC cornered. Now he'll have to read it. So he begins to recite the text. The statue begins to react to the prayer. But that's when a strange marking appears on the MC's tongue. After reciting, the guy grants them entry. Sometime later, the MC asks what that was. A prohibition against revealing secrets. The blue-haired girl says no, it was just a blessing. A blessing of silence, which prevents him from revealing any information, whether willingly or by force. She found pretty words to avoid saying it's a gag. But finally, she can explain the purpose of the order. Their order is the Radiant Shield, and its main mission is to guard the temples underground. But she warns that it will be the first and last time he sees that place in person. Heinrich asks what they are protecting. Looking inside the gate, he is impressed. Now all these layers of security make more sense. There lies the final fragment of the Immortal King. Of all people, she had to show it to the worst possible one. Heinrich can't believe the fragment has been hidden in the temples underground all this time. Although, on second thought, the Grand Divine Order is one of the greatest powers on the continent. So, it makes sense for them to have at least one. Our little MC definitely wants to get his hands on the fragment, but he can't right now. There are 4 orders of knights guarding the temple. Not even hands could capture the fragment. All that's left is to think of a careful way to get it out of there. The blue-haired girl appears behind the MC, saying the blessing on his mouth won't allow him to say anything, but she reinforces that nothing about this can be revealed. The MC tells her not to worry, only he will know. The bag of bones like the news, it was definitely an unexpected stroke of luck. But Harley's procedure is more unstable than he expected. Holy cow, is he going to turn the guy into a zombie? Harley contorts, saying something is boiling inside him. The bag of bones thinks the dragon's blood has definitely taken hold in his body. But maybe he should adjust the intensity a bit more. I don't know if this is an evolution or a torture tutorial anymore. The bag of bones gets worried, and I'm starting to believe that there goes the new Harley. But wait, the bag of bones has a solution. Why not increase the intensity? He says he doesn't care, it's all or nothing, and injects the rest of the dragon's blood. And there goes Harley screaming in pain again. A powerful aura begins to emanate from his body. If this creature doesn't go to the other world this time, it's definitely not going to. The bag of bones gives up and apologizes to Harley. Apparently, it really didn't work. But that's when a little system screen appears. The system announces that his ability has grown and unlocked new potential. Now he can have another avatar. The bag of bones doesn't understand this growth thing, but he says that because he's not seeing Harley with a spirit in his body behind him. The system announces that he has acquired the physical mutation ability, which I imagine is Harley's ability. And now super recovery has evolved into regeneration and adaptation into mutation. For those who thought they'd never see Harley again, there's our boy. Observing the effects, Harley realizes he's become a completely new species. But the bag of bones comments that the good news doesn't stop there. His avatars are growing without needing to buy anything from the karma shop, evolving without spending. Later he'll figure out what to do with the new avatar. But for now, how about testing the new abilities? In the next scene, they are already outside. Harley is loving this mutation thing. Now, all his senses are sharper. He can even hear the slow breathing of the beast behind him. The beast attacks. Looking closely, the MC realizes the beast is the same species he encountered when he first arrived. Harley already grabs the panther's throat, and then throws it straight to the ground. He says it's tired and needs to sleep. The problem is, it's going to sleep and not waking up again. To develop the mutation trait he has, he needs to devour monster cores and magic stones. That's the most efficient way, so he pops it in. The system immediately starts beeping, warning about the mutation. Believe it or not, Harley has transformed into Hercules himself. He just became huge, at least 6 feet 6 inches tall. The system appears again, saying he gained the gluttonous feast ability, which helps him digest anything very quickly. But I think Harley also developed a mental problem. It's not possible he's gonna do what I'm thinking. Hey boy, there's no need for that. Go home and fry that thing. I don't expect anything from this series anymore. It's vampires drinking blood, now a buff Hercules eating raw meat. The only thing missing is the bag of bones wanting to eat bones. The worst part is that Harley is enjoying it. The meat tastes kind of sweet and the blood is refreshing. I just don't know why he's laughing like a maniac. Finally, he realizes that's a savage behavior. Speaking of savage, he remembers there's a tribal alliance in the south of the continent. Well, if that's the case, it's time to change class. Sometime later, we're already in the county of the Tula Kingdom. People are scared by what they're seeing. They wonder if that guy is a barbarian from the south. The MC doesn't understand why everyone seems so tense. I wonder why, right? The guy walks out on the street looking like Rambo with a sword on his back and doesn't know why he's drawing attention. But that's okay. Harley's goal is to become a hero who can influence the continent. Leaving an unforgettable impression is good, so it's worth it. The man asks Harley what brings him there. He says it's obvious he came to exterminate the monsters on the northern mountain. Nervously, the guy replies that it's okay, he'll take him to the ship now. The scene changes to the temple. A spear falls to the ground. Apparently, it's Heinrich defeating another opponent. He really managed to master all the techniques of the knightly orders, gaining the complete weapon mastery ability. So his work is done. Now he can wield any weapon with perfection, which will surely help the other avatars. Looking to the side, the saint catches the MC's attention. He doesn't understand why she's in ceremonial robes. What is this saint up to? He approaches, greeting her and asking what she's doing. The saint says that whenever it rains, the earthworms come out, so she was sharing a little of her power to make them happy. Our little MC was a bit startled by this blessed earthworm story. Are they not going to get huge? He changes the subject, asking about the saint's ceremonial robes and if there's an event going on. She says yes, a special guest is arriving, capable of tracking the Immortal King. Heinrich comments that this guest must be amazing, but in his thoughts, he knows it's unlikely he'll be able to track Hans, who is covered by several layers of barriers. The saint says she can't explain how amazing the guy is, but if he's interested, she could take him to participate in the event. For sure, our little MC accepted. The priest announces the arrival of Lord Grandwood, and indeed, they look very different. Different to the point of scaring the MC. The guy announces himself as a high elf from the Elven Kingdom, with the name of Lefori Grandwood. But you know how it is? The story didn't let us proceed and brought us to a kind of library. With that little hat, I can't identify it. No, apparently it really is a library. The man is complaining that it's okay to look, but 2 hours is just ridiculous. The man apologizes. But the said man is Hubert, Hansong's 6th avatar. This is the avatar obtained through Harley's growth. His initial ability is Appraisal, the power to see item information. For now, the skill is still low, so he can only see basic details. But if he keeps developing it, he could become a merchant and dominate the continent. He already has the money to start. Clearly, before that he'll have to deal with the resistance from existing merchants. For that to happen, Harley's heroic influence will need to grow even more. Speaking of Harley, the story takes us to the northern mountains. Regardless of the cold, our human continues shirtless. Cold is for the weak. He is face to face with the biggest troublemaker of the mountain. Seeing Harley, the bear charges forward. Harley, who is crazy, also doesn't back down. The brawl between the two begins. The bear starts to take some small cuts. And, to make matters worse, its movement gave Harley an opening. A Hercules jumps. The goal is to hit the monster's head, so I think we have a little problem. Without letting the MC escape, the bear already slaps him. And there goes Harley. He doesn't understand why the axe didn't work. But since the axe didn't hit, he's going to resort to physical mutation. He lands a direct punch to the monster's chin. And this time, it's not him who goes flying. Believe it or not, the MC's hand is stronger than the axe. The problem is that this is a monster's power, and he won't be praised for it this way. He wonders if there's a way to use the monster's vitality without altering his body. Well, that's something you can only find out by trying. He tries to pull only the energy, not the transformation. Our buddy system appears, saying he has met the conditions and unlocked the BBO Aura ability. Harley is pleased, finally an ability that seems human. That's when a monster 40 times his size appears. That's a mountain ogre. Our little MC is clearly happy. Now will be the time to show off his new power. Hopefully, it doesn't go wrong. The monster steps on Harley. Seeing that he has defeated his enemy, the ogre starts to laugh, but that's when someone calls him. It's Harley, asking if he finds it funny. Now it's his turn to show something very funny too. He concentrates all his energy in his fist. I thought he was going to throw the creature far away, but apparently, he just got out from under its foot. And there he goes, heading towards the ogre. The ogre is surprised and tries to defend itself, but it didn't work out so well. Harley lands on the ground. With this victory, he rises to the status of a hero. But that's when he starts to smell something rotten. A nostalgic but disgusting smell. The MC says it's like belly button lint. Does belly button lint have a smell? I think the MC is letting that thing get necrotic. Getting closer, he identifies the reason. It's the Vow of Defiance. This one's new to me. As far as I remember, it was Oath of the Bold. But if they're saying it's Vow of Defiance, who am I to question it? The MC, who already really likes these guys, is already stretching. The brawl is going to be good. The goal is the same as always, to pull out the rotten roots. The problem is he doesn't enter by knocking on the door, he enters by breaking everything. But the scene changes to our new dear elf. He's there, drinking his little tea with the saint. The saint thanks him for coming. Our little MC is not happy at all with this new ally. And it couldn't be just an elf, it had to be a high elf. The Elven Kingdom of the Animal Continent is a kingdom that venerates the world tree. The funny thing is that, even serving different gods, they have maintained good relations for years. High elves are the ruling class, so if they came all the way there, they intend to use the world tree to find hands. Looking closely, the MC is impressed. The elf's pupils are star-shaped. The elf, Lefori, looks and comments that Heinrich must have found his eye interesting. The saint apologizes, and our little MC is thankful it wasn't him who was caught staring. The elf says it's okay. That also needs to be discussed, as those eyes are the mark of a high elf. Elves born with those eyes serve as priests, bridging the gap between the world tree and their people. Finding someone with this compatibility is rare. At most, 2 or 3 are born per generation, and lately, most high elves are elderly. The birth of a new one needs to happen urgently. The saint asks if the help they need is related to this situation. He says yes. A divine revelation came recently, revealing that a qualified child was born on the young continent, but was captured by slave traders and sold as a sacrifice to a dark sorceress. They want the Grand Divine Order's help to locate this child. The saint asks if they have any idea where she might be. The elf says he has confirmed she is on the northern mountain, but he comments that the mountains are a distant and dangerous place. Dangerous it may be, but not for the MC. He is listening to everything through Heinrich, including the saint asking about the girl's appearance. Lefori says the girl hasn't awakened her eyes yet, so she looks like a common elf. By human standards, she appears to be about 15 years old, with light green hair and orange eyes. The MC can't believe what he's seeing. He is standing in front of the girl and asks for her name. The elf is a little apprehensive, but she replies that her name is Cecily. In the next chapter, we see great destruction across the mountain, and the reason for this destruction is the MC running underground, trying to escape. The sorcerers are desperately trying to keep the MC away from the storage room. The problem is how to deal with a monster of this caliber. He literally doesn't even stop, he just runs over everything and everyone. He asks if that's the storage room the girl had mentioned, and she, a bit dazed, confirms. He gives the girl a little shake and tells her to wake up, reminding her that she was the one who said she needed to grab something there before they escaped. Right after, she points to a branch, but hold on, it's not just any branch. It's a branch from the world tree. So, the MC grabs the branch and tells the girl to hold on tight, warning her that things are about to get complicated. The girl says that before they leave, she has a request. If possible, she asks him to go slow, that there's no need for all this rush. Obviously, the girl's request was completely ignored. In the next scene, we see Heinrich saying he has a suggestion about the missing child, Cecily. He thinks he knows where she is. This immediately catches the elf's attention, who asks if Heinrich has some kind of tracking blessing. He says it's not really tracking, but that he can feel her presence. The knight next to him questions him, saying he can't say something so uncertain, but the saint tells him to stay quiet in the corner. This is big people talk, my dear. Forget it, you're a side character. The saint asks Heinrich to explain the situation better. The scene returns to Hercules, who has finally found the exit. The sorcerer yells for his partner to call that person, otherwise the intruder will escape with the child. The subordinate starts blowing a strange whistle, and something colossal appears in front of the MC. Out of nowhere, a giant worm was summoned. Harley says he has no choice, he'll have to brute force his way through, right after he jumps, and lands directly on top of the creature. This stresses it out and it starts roaring at the MC. It's a bit weird to say a worm is roaring, right? But I couldn't find a better word. Looking closely, the MC notices how the worm is being controlled. Now it's much clearer how the desert creature ended up there. He'll make sure to save the creature as a true hero would. He simply concentrates all possible force into the palm of his hands, and he hurls the creature into the sky, telling it to go back where it came from. Congratulations, MC, you're a hero. I'm sure it'll land totally fine. Right after, we see an explosion. I don't think the landing went very well. Harley is convinced he saved the creature, but I highly doubt it landed gently. In that same instant, the happiness ends. He realizes he's surrounded by wolves. The problem is, it's not just one, there are several, and the number is absurd. I'd even want to say it would be difficult for him, but you know it won't be. He's gonna give all these creatures a whooping, and then level up by beating on these losers. You can mark my words. An old man tries to understand how the MC finished off his next sacrifice, and more importantly, how he managed to get in there. This old man is the elder Nareb, one of the leaders of this so-called Vow of Defiance. Nareb is convinced the MC won't be able to defeat all those monsters. Speaking of monsters, one of them is about to bite the MC's arm. Oh, bad news for the wolf. The MC transformed his arm. If the little wolf looks on the bright side, at least he won't have to pay for dental treatment. He's gonna be logged off the server anyway. Did you guys notice that now the MC's hand has wolf claws? The scoundrel has been eating the monster's magic stones this whole time. Besides getting stronger, he's making his stamina limitless. Harley felt something strange, different. Even though he's controlling himself, his body is moving on its own. He blocks and counter attacks by instinct. That's when he unlocks another ability. Now he has awakened the savage instinct. The sorcerers are watching everything from above, and now they're starting to get really worried. Nereb orders all the summoning circles to be activated. It's a shame to reveal this to the world so soon, but he has no choice. He orders the 2 nightmares to be released. Seeing the MC's savagery, the wolves start to get scared. It's a shame because it's too late to be scared. Harley certainly won't have any mercy, but before he can attack, something pierces his arm. This catches him completely off guard. He notices the weapon launch was a crystal arrow. The problem is, that wasn't the only one being launched. And, apparently, the enemy creature is also made entirely of crystal. The MC doesn't understand what that creature is. It's literally a person made of gem. To make matters worse, another enemy comes from above. Yikes, the situation is getting worse and worse. The creature says Harley won't take another step, and it's simply a demon. Believe it or not, this isn't enough to shake the MC. Harley knows that with brute force alone, he can't be defeated. But that's when another arrow pierces his body. The whole problem is this, it's not just one enemy, it's 2. Whoa, unexpected hit? I wasn't expecting that punch. The demon tells him to give up. He says this will be the end. Believe it or not, the MC agrees with that. That's when something unexpected happens. Simply a holy power appears out of nowhere. It's Heinrich with his teleport. Man, there are so many avatars and so many abilities that I didn't even remember he had this one. The scene flashes back to the past when the Saint is chewing out that loser who didn't believe in the MC. But the Saint says that Lord Heinrich is someone everyone can trust. Even the divine itself showed interest in him, so for sure he must have received some kind of revelation. The elf stands up, saying it doesn't matter if it's a revelation or a mere hunch. He'll follow any lead that might take him to the child and asks Heinrich to show the way. And we return to the present moment. Heinrich, as a holy knight, is directly facing the demon. He puts the holy aura on the tip of his sword, and with a single attack, cuts down the horned one. And this is the end of the line for the demon. The Diamond Man can't understand what happened, but he spent so much time looking at the demon's fall that he forgot about Harley. As a countermeasure, he activates several arrows, and literally all of them hit the MC. But of course, that wouldn't be enough. The guy lost an eye, but he doesn't stop attacking. He says he'll want payment for the eye. Of all the avatars, it's decreed this one is the most psycho. With ease, he rips out the gem that was on the Diamond Man's forehead. Actually, I don't think he was taking the gem, but rather cracking his skull. And finally, the Diamond Man is defeated. Even as Harley pulls the arrows from his body, he lost an eye, but as a reward, he gained another. The system announces that a new part of his body has been transformed. He gained the Jewel Eye ability and now has psychokinesis. Alright, now I want you guys to comment down below which of the avatars is the most OP. It's gotta be Hercules, no question. The sorcerers of the Vow of Defiance can't believe that even those 2 were defeated. Nereb tells them to calm down and not act hastily. It's just one guy and one child. They should release all remaining monsters and retreat. But I think it's too late. One of the sorcerers has already been logged off. The shock troops have arrived right behind them. When you think your life stinks and you're out of luck, remember these sorcerers. You know very well what these elders do when things get tough. He logs everyone off and takes the power for himself. But instead of becoming stronger, he's simply going to summon another creature. But with these sacrifices, the creature will be much stronger. He's simply going to summon the Archdemon. But that's when a glow appears in the sky. Nereb can't believe that great divine power. Poor Archimon barely arrived and is already leaving. As much as everyone believed this divine power was from Heinrich, you're mistaken. All this power is simply from the priest. In the showdown between good and evil, it's clear who will win. Heinrich comments that apparently things up there have already been resolved. Harley tells the girl she can come out from behind the tree now. The girl is more relieved, but still very scared. Harley tries to calm her down, saying the important thing is that she's okay. But that's when someone calls for Heinrich. It's the Paladin Tuscan. That whole battalion was his. Tuscan asks how he knew about all this, but Heinrich says he just felt it. But that's when the elf sees Cecily. He kneels, saying it's an honor to meet her for the first time. Cecily is impressed to see the gaze of a high elf. But Harley breaks the mood, saying he's happy to have reunited her with her people, and that it was a great honor to help her as a warrior. The elf thanks him and asks how he can repay him, but the MC says he didn't do it for a reward. Lefori says the MC is an admirable man, but that he must repay the help. So the MC accepts. Smiling, Cecily asks him to sit for a moment. She gives him a thank you kiss, and asks that the blessings of nature be with him. Lefori explains that that is a blessing of nature, a high-level enchantment granted only by high elves. Considering the little one hasn't awakened yet, the power should be a bit weaker. But he still hasn't given his gift. Lefori gives him the elven symbol of promise. If the MC ever needs assistance, they will come to his aid. Harley is excited, but says he doesn't need to go that far. The girl doesn't stop there and hands over the piece of the world tree. Tuscan says that boy really has an impressive physique and asks if Heinrich knows him. Clearly, he denies it. Tuscan says the MC's intuition was right and that now the Order owes him one. This makes our guy very excited, as he has won favors from the Elven Kingdom and the Grand Divine Order. Now, if Harley supports Hubert, he will surely become an unbeatable merchant. Lofori thanks Tuscan for helping so quickly, and now it's his turn to return the favor. Tuscan says he has only one request: for the peace of the land, please find the Immortal King. Apparently, the MC had forgotten about that little detail. The story explains that the World Tree is the root of all trees. High elves borrow its power and can feel the energy of any tree anywhere. But to do this, Lofori will need assistance. He will need to know the energy he's looking for, in this case, that of the Immortal King. With this in mind, they return to the temple. Going down the corridor, the MC observes the number of barriers. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't get through there. Plus, when they bring strangers, they go around the place, turning it into a maze. Even for hands, breaking a barrier that size would take too long. And if someone broke the barrier, all the knights and high priests would go straight there. So, to get that last fragment out of there, he's gonna have to rack his brain. But finally, they are in the room. The elf begins to track the Immortal King's energy. If that high elf really manages to find hands, all the elite forces will be mobilized there. This means there's a way to get everyone out of there, and it would be the perfect moment for the MC to get his hands on the fragment. But the scene changes. We see the meeting room of the Vow of Defiance. The representative of the Empire is present. The one from the East is also there. Lastly, Nureb is missing, but he was logged off, so he's not present. One of them says everyone is probably aware of the news, but they still don't know how the Order and the Elves found Nureb. First it was Marcos, now Nuraib. This confirms that the organization's name really has changed. Another comments that the resurgence of the Order must be because the new heir of the Immortal King has appeared. But Sombra asks if they can't use this new heir. Another one questions if he's suggesting they align with who is cornering them. Really, it's not a bad idea. But you identified who is talking, right? You can see one is black, the other is dark, the other is shadowy. Clearly we knew who was who. The MC thinks it doesn't matter how many barriers were placed. Not even the depth in the mountain, the Order still managed to find him. It seems the Saint tracked the fragment to find hands. In that case, all he needs to do is hide the fragment. And if it's in the subspace he created, even better. The problem is it's not working. It seems the fragment doesn't want to enter the subspace. The good thing is that he can return to Earth with the fragment. So, he's going to create a subspace within his own body and carry the fragment that way. Now he's really going to become one with that part. And this time it worked. The fragment entered the subspace. Now he can absorb the fragment's power while hiding any trace of energy, becoming undetectable. He solved the biggest headache. Now, the only thing left is to clean up the crime scene. Since none of them are normal, he'd find another solution. He's just gonna set everything on fire and buy. At the cave exit, he begins to undo all the barriers. Thus, his scent will spread throughout the land. I thought the goal was not to be found, but he's doing the opposite, making sure to release plenty of energy to be located. The goal, you already know, is to get the last fragment. The next moment, the trees begin to feel the Immortal King's energy. That's when the Blessed Elf finds him. He says the Immortal King is in the Forest of Monsters, west of the continent. Immediately, the order is issued to summon all available paladins and archbishops. That's when a little mustache appears, asking if they weren't going to summon him for something so important. That's Cardinal Pire. The Archbishop is impressed by his arrival. Indeed, this expedition will be made up of only the best. The Saint says she will go too, but the Archbishop says that, unfortunately, that won't be possible. He explains that she is the great pillar of the Divine Order and must remain there. The Archbishop calls for Heinrich and says that this time, he will stay at the temple to take care of the Saint. Oh, what a sacrifice! He didn't even want to stay, right? The Archbishop says that if anything happens, he leaves the Saint in his care. Heinrich thinks it's no problem, he'll make sure the Saint, and only the Saint, stays safe. All the selected knights are departing. The Archbishop tries to motivate everyone. Everyone shouts, saying they will fight for the peace and salvation of all. Seeing the Saint pray, Heinrich asks her not to worry so much. He's sure that everyone will return safely. She asks how he knows that if he received a revelation. He says no, but for some reason he has a feeling it will be so. Sometime later, you won't even imagine who arrived at the temple. Yep, folks, Mission Steal the Fragment is about to begin. So, I'll be leaving it here. Just kidding, just to give you a little scare. The barriers prevent the MC from entering stealthily, and even if he did, there's still the internal barrier. In this case, he's going to throw everyone off his real location, but yes, he buys a little time. He shoots at the barriers several times at different points. Seeing this, the soldiers are on alert, but that's when they start looking down and realize things have gone very wrong. They are under a massive attack. The story changes to the forest. The knights say they've searched the entire area where the Immortal King was detected, but they simply found nothing. Lofori says he's sure it's that place. If he had moved, the World Tree would have warned him. That's when it dawns on the Archbishop. Did he realize he was being tracked? Realizing the blunder, he tells everyone to return to the Grand Temple now. That whole place in the forest was just a distraction. The Bag of Bones has already invaded the underground, and now he's face to face with the last fragment of the Immortal King. The most awaited moment has arrived. The resurrection of the great Immortal King. The story takes us outside. Soldiers are running to try to stop the zombies. Heinrich is just standing there, wishing everyone good luck. He was assigned to guard the garden, so that's where he's going to stay. But that's when something worries the MC. There are way more soldiers than he expected, knights he's never seen before. But that's okay, they don't know Hans is in the depths. That's when someone tells all the knights to stop, warning that the undead were just a distraction. The hair of the Immortal King has reached the depths. He tells everyone to go to the sealing chamber. That's when the MC remembers the Inquisitor. Heinrich needs to intervene, or this will turn into a disaster. The spotlight turns to the depths. Someone asks how the intruder reached the chamber without anyone noticing. The knight says there are no signs of a break-in. The saint asks if it was teleportation, but he says it's impossible to know. The saint starts to blame herself, thinking she wasn't good enough. If the Immortal King really returns, there's nothing they can do. But that's when someone arrives, saying the entrance was congested, and that's why it took so long. Clearly it's Heinrich, lying straight to their faces, saying that from now on he'll take the lead. The saint, poor thing, gets excited seeing him. Inside the chamber, we see the Bag of Bones coming out. He didn't imagine the knights would be so resilient, managing to finish off a good portion of the undead. They even managed to finish off Malcolm. It's alright, now it's his time to rest. I just won't tell him to go in peace because he offed Ratatouille. It took a while, but finally the Bag of Bones reached the fragment. Apparently we took a brief trip back in time and I hadn't noticed. The Bag of Bones starts to open his chest. The fragment reacts, wanting to leave its place, and finally enters inside him. Believe it or not, the Bag of Bones doesn't feel anything different. Neither stronger nor weaker. He hears a noise behind him and, when he looks, he realizes it's the knights and the saint. Quickly he activates his power, and finishes off the two of them quite easily. The priest tells them to hold on tight. He's going to use his blessing and heal everyone. And he really manages to end the corruption in the soldier. Heinrich says now it's his turn to act. But the saint pulls him. She says she first needs to analyze the Immortal King's power. This came at the perfect moment. He was going to try to buy time, but if he doesn't have to, even better. The Bag of Bones tells everyone to give up. He already has the fragment. He even thinks about blowing everyone up and bailing, but he'd end up hurting innocents. The problem is that the knights are thinking completely differently. The attacks hit him, and they are fast and powerful attacks. They can only be from the saint. The Bag of Bones' luck is the instant regeneration, otherwise it would have been bad. To stop the attacks, he's going to take down the command tower first. However, he can't hit it. They not only defended the saint, but are already going on the attack again. The Bag of Bones believes someone is reading his strategy, so he decides to take a peek into the adversary's minds. But that didn't work out so well. The Archbishop is no slouch. Immediately, the saint realizes he hasn't completely absorbed the fragment. Seeing the opportunity, she tells everyone to attack. The Bag of Bones realizes they want to attack from several different sides to overwhelm him. He manages to block the first attack. The problem is that another one is coming, almost from behind. The MC finds the attack slow but cowardly. The Immortal King talking about cowardice, that's a new one. He activates his containment magic, and simply imprisons the knight. The knight doesn't understand how the MC is reading his mind. Heinrich apologizes, but he ended up hearing everything in his head. The knight says it's okay, he has one last move, but it's too late for him to try anything. The fragment of the Immortal King inside the Bag of Bones has finally fused into one. Now there's nothing more they can do. Heinrich is very happy about this, but the saint is saddened. For her, it's practically the end of the world. Now the Immortal King is truly revived. The chassis has improved 100%. Now he's really scary. He's looking good, beautiful to see. The system announces that an ability has been unlocked. The Calamity of the Dimension, the Immortal King. Alright, it's not the end. Reinforcements are arriving at the chamber. But that's when everyone stops. They simply look at the figure before them and realize it's the Immortal King himself. They arrive too late. But the pawn says not yet. That is a sacred space that suppresses the Immortal King's power. Everyone must risk their lives to try to stop that demon. With motivational words like these, everyone wants to charge in. If I were them, I'd grab my little sword and get out. They are believing they can win. That's because they can't see the status window, which says immune to instant death. Literally now he's invincible. To prove it, he activates an ability, the Eye of Darkness. With just a look, he brings fear and confusion. If they weren't sure, now they are. Grab your little sword and scram. To make matters worse, it grants control over low-level demons. The pawn recognizes the legendary Eye of Darkness. One should never look directly at the Immortal King. To make matters worse, the MC raises his entire legion again. This time, they're all heading towards the MC, and apparently starting to unite. Apparently, they formed a golem of corpses. I'm not saying anything else. The creature prepares to attack. Some escape, but others are done for. The Bag of Bones finds it all quite pathetic. I'll call him the pure juice of evil now. The saint, poor thing, is desperate. She tries to stay strong, because if she falls, not only the church, but the entire continent falls. Trying to act, she calls for Heinrich. She says she will entrust her symbol to him. She places it in his hands and asks him to retreat and become stronger, so that one day he can stop the Immortal King. She asks everyone to help clear a path for Heinrich, whatever the cost. He needs to escape safely. Following her orders, the knights begin to clear a path. At that same moment, one of them tries to take the Immortal King by surprise, but clearly it doesn't work out so well. He is caught before completing the attack. The knight says nothing else matters. The objective has been completed. All they wanted was to save Heinrich, their hope. The Bag of Bones agrees. Since it's worthless now, it's okay. He's gonna see how resilient his skull is. But that's when he gets a punch to the face. Man, it was Heinrich. Then he activates the leap, getting out of the Immortal King's sight. Immediately after, he charges again. The Immortal King says his movements are good, but the sword is too dull. Heinrich was completely pierced. But actually no, it's all a front. Only the armor was pierced. But hold on, here comes the dramatic staging. The saint screams worried about Heinrich. She asks why he didn't run, but he replies that he didn't join the church just to save his own life. He won't abandon his comrades who are sacrificing themselves. So, he's gonna give it his all not to be a coward. He asks the Immortal King if he really thinks his sword is dull. Even if it breaks, today will have to be his end. That's when the system announces he has gained another blessing, the Sword of Light. So, the MC charges at the Immortal King, at himself. Believe it or not, he lands the blow. The two stare at each other, finding the scene perfect. Now it's time to put an end to this. Seeing that scene, everyone is filled with hope. The Immortal King asks for Heinrich's name. Following the script, he answers. The system announces that instant death has been activated as the Bag of Bones received a fatal attack. The Immortal King says he will remember that name. Heinrich is disappointed. The Immortal King fled. He says he wanted to put an end to the story there, but he couldn't. It's at this moment that he touches his heart and falls like a beautiful damsel. For having hit the Immortal King's heart, everyone thinks he is now the chosen one. That was all the MC wanted, a heroic tale that would bring tears to the eyes. In the end, Hans was reborn as the Immortal King and Heinrich is the one who defeated him, with the blessing of the gods. A perfect rivalry between a hero and a demon king. Now all that's left is to settle the payment. Oh, what a beautiful system. The MC is very happy. His karma went up by about 1 million. He doesn't even think much and already clicks on unique ability enhancement. The system announces that he has gained a new ability customization. Curious, the MC clicks to see what it is, and literally he can customize his avatars, just like in a game. This new ability opened up 2 possibilities for the MC, the creation and alteration of avatars. In alteration, he can modify the appearance and attributes of existing avatars. And in creation, it's the same thing, but before the avatar is created. But the best part is yet to come. Now he can select the gender option. Yes folks, now the MC can create a female. Curious, he presses it, saying you only live once, so let's test it. But the selection is blocked. A message warns that to do this, he has to consume a specific essence. Related to gender and species. Could a branch from the world tree solve the problem? The world tree was serving as an air purifier, but since there's no choice, to create an elf, that should probably be enough. Immediately, the system detects the world tree, and he really starts to generate a male elf since the female is blocked. And there you have it folks, the MC has a new avatar, this time an elf. With the new ability, he starts customizing to soften his cogeliness. He's gonna make his arms and legs longer, something more elegant. Since elves are elemental, the most important stat distribution is nature affinity, which has to be maxed out. Finally, he is named Harris, having as his individual trait, Child of the World Tree. Here comes another OP avatar. Hansong is very happy with the new avatar, very well defined and beautiful. And then Harris comments that that is very unpleasant. Everyone glitches. Could Hans's dark magic be consuming Harris? The MC doesn't really get it, but to avoid problems, he cancels the Bag of Bones summon. He realizes the mind core isn't working well. Could it be because of the elf's natural affinity? For a little bit, the MC almost lost his new avatar. With the problem avoided, he decides to leave Harris for later. Going to the bookshelf, he pulls out a book. This time, it's time for him to write the legend of the mercenary king. That's when our scene changes. We are taken to Harley, who looks just like Hercules. After the purchase, he leaves the store. Harley comments that Hubert found the perfect item for him. Speaking of which, he remembers the guys who were meddling in Hubert's store. Maybe he should go there and teach them a lesson. Passing by on the street, the guys mock the MC's clothes. Even as he walks past, the guy doesn't stop bad-mouthing him. That's when he turns to the guy, and the man realizes it's not worth getting into this mess. Harley asks who's insulting the South. Believe it or not, the guy confronts him, saying he'll give the MC another beating to teach him a lesson. He hits the MC's arm with a club, but clearly it doesn't do much. The MC didn't feel much, so I don't even know if he'll react. He realizes the guys are a bit crazy, but still, they are good warriors. This means that he just needs to stay close and build a good relationship with them. He would become the great warrior of the South with his comrades who supported him so much. In other words, he would become a true hero. The crazy dude charges again, telling the MC to dress properly, as clothes like that are only worn at festivals. Showing humility, the MC asks if people don't dress like that nowadays. This makes the guy very angry. That's why many people look down on the South, thinking everyone is like that. So he challenges the MC to a traditional southern duel. Harley agrees, but with one condition. It will have to be all three of them at once. They ask if he's saying that to insult their honor, but he changes his mind so it can be 2 at once. The rest should help the 2 who fall. Without giving them time to respond, the others charge forward. I hope the guys survive, but I find it very difficult. Yeah, really, apparently I was wrong. Through thick and thin, they survived. But the one with the cap says the MC is definitely not from the south, because with that level of skill, he has no war marks. Our little MC didn't imagine something like that existed. And now, how is he going to justify this? He just says he's from the south and that there's a story behind having no marks. 20 years ago, there was a duel to elect the new chief of his tribe. His father, the best warrior, won with ease. He defeated his opponents without any effort. According to tradition, he would marry the Lord's daughter and receive a wish. But his father said the wish was already decided. He said he would not marry the Lord's daughter. The daughter was offended and asked why the absurd wish. And surely he had a valid reason. He and the lady were siblings. Angrily, she asked if her father would let someone talk such nonsense. But the father just apologized, saying it was true. She really wasn't his biological daughter. Angrily, she ordered the guards to eliminate the MC's fake father. His father said he would buy time while his mother fled. At that time, his mother was pregnant, so she couldn't help in the fight. His father fought bravely, but in the end, he fell. His mother hid in a remote cave where he was raised. Man, the guy lied so much he almost created a new manhwa. And the lie doesn't stop. He says his mother recently passed away from a terrible disease. That's the reason he's a warrior without any marks. And believe it or not, the guys believed him and were even moved. They even apologized for misjudging him. Who would have thought the deep web pirate had such a sad story? The reason is that the story simply isn't true. When it comes to making up stories, this guy is the best we've got. After such a moving story, everyone is already drinking together. Curious, the guys ask what brings the MC so far from the south, and this makes him lie again. After his mother's death, he was alone. He was lost, but then someone appeared to help him. A merchant named Hubert, who is now one of his closest friends. He not only became his benefactor, but also his true friend. But now, he's heard that he's in trouble. Since he couldn't ignore the one who helped him, he came back there. Moved, the warriors say that the MC's enemy is also their enemy. They will do everything to help Harley. Moved, they all hug. After using those suckers to finish off what's threatening Hubert, the creative economy plan will begin. He's going to import pepper from Earth, a rare spice in that world. In return, he'll distribute magic tools, common there but scarce on Earth. Again, a win-win. With this strategy, he will pave the way for even greater growth. Apparently, the warriors say goodbye to the MC and go to his merchant friend's store to sort this out. Our little MC thinks that having subordinates makes life even easier. Now this problem is Hubert's. Finally, it's time for the MC's debut as an elf. Man, what a long arc. Harris arrives wishing a good night, asking if that is the Temple of Rosalia. He introduces himself, saying he is a skilled mercenary and a close friend of Harley. And Harley, in turn, is a friend of the Order of Knights. So, Harris wants an audience with the said elves. Harley even sent a little letter to say that he really is his friend and to, please, someone let him in. Analyzing the handwriting, the guard has no doubt that sloppy handwriting can only be Harley's. The guard invites him in, saying he'll show him the way to the elves' quarters. Sometime later, the guard announces that he has already spoken with Lord Lafori and that he can enter. So the MC goes to the quarters. Lafori introduces himself as a high elf, asks Harris to sit, and asks if he is really a friend of Harley. Harris thanks him and confirms that he is his friend. In reality, the MC is spacing out, finding all of this very fascinating. Looking through the elf's eyes, Lafori's eyes shine even brighter. And the more he looks, the more he feels drawn. There he goes again. Lafori comments that Harris must really be very close to Harley. He's even wearing the bracelet he gave as a gift. Harris says he's sorry and that he only accepted because it was from someone of his own kind, but if he's offended, he can take it off. Lafori says it's not necessary in that. In fact, he was happy about it. He also comments that he heard he wanted to ask something. Harris says he would like to learn about the power of nature and form contracts with spirits, since he never had the opportunity to grow because he spent most of his life alone. Lafori understands. He observes Harris' aptitude and has no doubt, but he stands up and asks if he would like to get some fresh air with him. Already outside, Lafori comments that Harris asked him to teach him, but unfortunately he can't, as he will be leaving that place soon. That's when he makes the invitation. He asks if he would like to go to the Elven Kingdom with them. Of course he's going to accept. If he refused, I'd jump into the story and beat him up. The Elven Kingdom is totally worth it. That's the place where the institution that educates high elves is located. Our little MC says it's an honor, but wouldn't you need some qualification? Lafori says that, originally, yes, but there are exceptions. They are granted when a person has the qualification to be a high elf. Lafori asks if Harris didn't feel something when he looked into his eyes. That's when he feels that same sensation again. It's as if something is pulling him directly inside, and then he is simply taken to another place. He discards the idea of it being a mental realm, as the energy there is pure. That's when something catches his attention. He looks up and can't believe what he's seeing. he sees the goddess of the elves, on top of the world tree, and the goddess floats towards him, getting closer and closer. Little MC, you better hope this chariot isn't discovered. The goddess begins to touch his face. He even likes it, but doesn't understand why. Hold on, little goddess, go slow, our little MC isn't used to these things. She even calls Hansong and asks him to go to the Elven Kingdom. Harris asks if she is the world tree itself, but it's too late, she's simply gone. The problem is that Harris didn't understand anything she said, and in less than 10 frames, the woman managed to leave the MC completely confused. Harris asks Lafori what happened, and he replies that he felt the presence of the world tree. He says he saw an elf and asks if it was the world tree, but Lafori says that's the form the tree appeared to him in, as it appears in the most familiar form to the person. But apparently, it seems the world tree has developed a particular interest in him. That's when the MC realizes things are not going so well. First it was the divine, now even the world tree is paying attention to him. Leaving Harris aside, we change to Hubert's shop. There, he is being intimidated by some delinquents who want to know why he hasn't closed the shop yet. Hubert apologizes for the rudeness and says that an extraordinary tea arrived this week. If the guy wants, he can even try it. But apparently the guy doesn't have much patience. He asks if Hubert wants to be taken out, since the order was for him to leave and abandon the place. Smiling, Hubert asks if he doesn't like tea, but you know who does? The friends who are right behind him. One was about to say something, but already took one to the chin, and that's the first one to be kicked out of the shop. Our little MC doesn't even need to do anything else, because the other two are already scared. But just to be sure, it's good to give these guys a beating too. A beating that would have been for 20, the two of them took alone. They're going to sleep with sore backs. Night falls and the mood is already calmer. Harley says that tonight the drinks are on him. Thanks to everyone there, Hubert is safe. The side character, whose name I still don't know, says he's convinced. He saw firsthand how Harley fights, and he definitely needs a mark. A mark just like his, the most fitting one for a warrior. Man, this thing is weird, kinda Masonic, kinda Illuminati, kinda like a triangle. He continues, saying he heard there's a southern shaman there in Taraki. The MC should definitely go there. That's when someone finally says his name, Luong. The MC grabs Luong and says, "It's now, my man, let's go." The problem is that Luong doesn't really like the idea. He hadn't even finished drinking yet. In the next scene, someone is cursing at an old woman. Can you believe those losers are messing up the old woman's table and demanding money? The guys simply haven't been beaten enough. The old woman says she warned that the amount of money was absurd, and how would she pay that fee? The problem is that the guy doesn't care. What he wants is money. He shows the wounds on his face and says he's already had a bad day, and now she comes with this news that she has no money. She'll have to get it from somewhere, no matter how. Today, he swears he's gonna take someone out. But that's when something unexpected happens. Our sucker puncher is arriving. He's gonna get another beating to stop being a fool. Sometime later, the MC finishes the fun and says he's there to get some marks. And no, the one he's holding isn't a delinquent, it's Luong, who is almost passing out. To satisfy your curiosity, there are the bruised bandits. I think he could have hit them more, but the MC wanted to go easy. The old woman finds it all a big mess, but invites the MC in. Already inside, Harley asks if she can make the blessed mark today. She comments that the MC probably knows the mark gives great power, but does he know that it also drains a huge amount of life energy? He confirms that he does. It's been a long time since this old woman has seen someone with so much life force. To her, the MC is monstrous. Apparently, he could even handle the ultimate mark, the Warlord. Mention Warlord, and the MC gets excited right away, but the old woman cuts him off, saying it's not going to happen. She says she doesn't even know how to do it. It's a technique no one has used for hundreds of years. Since that one is out, he asks if she can make the great warrior mark that Luong mentioned. But she says that's also a problem. The old woman is determined to kill the mood. The problem is that she's out of materials. It's been an eternity since she's made a mark. And most importantly, to receive a mark, he needs something crucial, a great feat. And since he wants the great warrior mark, he needs to defeat the ogre that rules that place alone. Luong gets stressed, asking if he really needs to defeat that ogre, a colossal monster. If he were to do that, he'd surely be taken out. The problem is that the MC has already done that, and he was much weaker. The old woman can't believe what she's seeing. The MC simply laughs, saying he defeated that ogre alone and that it was nothing to him. Alright, she admits the MC is an impressive warrior, but he'll need to come back in a few days. Lately she's been low on energy, her body isn't very well, and to make a mark, she needs stamina, but she hasn't been eating properly. That's when the MC tells her not to worry, food is no problem with him. Restoring vitality is the house specialty. As soon as she turns to talk to him, she realizes he's already gone. Walking through the city, you won't believe what happened. He ran into the little bandits again and is having to beat them up. Getting beaten 3 times in one day, you can request a song on TV song. The little bandit is already crying, asking why the MC is doing this to him. The reason is simple, he messed with the wrong person, the shaman. The bandit asks if he's talking about the old woman. He didn't know she was a southern shaman. He thought she was just a village healer, but it's too late for apologies. The MC isn't even going to hit him out of necessity, it's just to keep up the habit. Believe it or not, he didn't hit the guy. This MC is not the same anymore, he's too soft-hearted. Apparently, that little guy wasn't the only one who got a beating. Luong was also there. playing a little. But the MC found what he wanted: food. Not long after, he returns to the old woman. With him, it's quick and easy. You thought he was just gonna come back the next day. He wants the mark, the sooner the better. And he didn't bring a little bag, he brought boxes and boxes of food and drink. And this old woman is gonna have to eat everything to regain her energy. But seeing the MC bring food, the old woman remembers her grandson. If he were alive, he would be the same age as the MC, and this moves her a little. She asks if he's serious. Meat at her age, she can barely chew. But that's okay, since he went to all this trouble, she'll try to eat a little. Sometime later, the old woman is putting her jaw to work. Said she couldn't eat, but she's devouring it like a champ. The MC already imagined that southern women had a big appetite. It was me who wasn't expecting an appetite of this size. Now that her belly is full, it's time to make the mark. Before starting, she warns that the process is very painful. She asks if Harley is mentally prepared, and he replies with absolute certainty. Not just prepared, but used to it. The old woman says okay, and tells him to stop talking. She gives him a doll to bite on during the process. As soon as she starts, she already finds a problem. His skin is so tough that the needle won't even go in. But that's no problem, there's a solution for everything. She's gonna put a little energy on the tip, and that's it. Either it goes in or it goes in. So the procedure begins. Sometime later, the mark is already done. The system announces that he has received a combat symbol, the symbol of the great warrior. The MC finds it very impressive, more efficient than the improvement with Bio Aura. At this level, even without using physical mutation, he could probably beat the ogre with just his hands. But looking to the side, he notices that Grandma is almost heading to the other world. She says they don't need to worry. It's just that it's been a long time since she's used so much energy. She'll be fine after a little rest. So, the MC calls his brother and says he has a job to do. They need meat, a lot of meat. Grandma can't feel bad because he has more tattoos to get. Marks. The old woman yells at the MC. She doesn't need food, she needs to rest. In the next scene, the story returns to Heinrich. Someone is still praying for him. Cardinal Pire asks the person to take it easy, otherwise the body will suffer. Apparently, it's the saint. She says her heart won't let her rest. Her mind always reminds her of his final moment facing the Immortal King. It was truly impressive even for Pire. He witnessed the birth of a hero. The saint can easily imagine the scene and even gets a little embarrassed. Behave yourself, saint. That's when the MC gets up, thanking them for the compliments. The saint is happy he's finally awake and asks if the pain is bearable. He says yes. But that's when the saint touches him. She says they have named the MC as the new hero of the Divine Order. Yahello. The MC is extremely pleased with this news. Now, officially, the hero and the Immortal King have reached their main roles. In the next scene, we are with the Bag of Bones. With the improvement of his contagion, his eyes can go even further. He can see the filthy stain of the evildoers. You already know, right? Tonight is the night for beating up more little people. He says he's going to take everyone to the underworld. In the next scene, we already see nurses working. They were not happy at all that the skull mask appeared again. Sometime later, someone is analyzing a body. The man asks if he has any idea what's happening. But the department's dark mage says no. But one thing is certain, whoever did this is seriously dangerous. If the guy in the suit handles this the wrong way, he's doomed to be taken out. This level of pure dark magic is beyond human comprehension. That person's body is an empty shell, their soul has already been enslaved. Song Jin says that if he were caught by a monster like that, he'd rather not have been born. The MC said he was going to take him to the underworld, and he really did it. I didn't imagine it would be so literal. The guy in the suit doesn't like the news that his adversary is a high-level dark mage. But since it was the skull mask, Seong Jin will take a look at the curse. So, he touches the corpse's forehead, and immediately feels the monster's pressure. A strong and very suffocating sensation. The guy in the suit asks what's happening to him. The team leader asks if he found anything, but he just says he needs to log off from this world right now. Our little MC messed with the boy's head. He ended up seeing them see. The boy thinks he's totally screwed as the skull mask noticed him. At this point, there's only one option left. If he logs off now, at least he can go peacefully to the great beyond. But that's when the leader pulls him, saying the skull mask only pursues villains. He'll be fine. Man, that makes the boy very relieved. Lying down, he feels his body relax a little and simply drop stiff. The leader starts yelling for the nurse. The Bag of Bones realizes that guy is a very capable dark mage. In the next scene, we return to the slacker, also known as Hansong, the one who never leaves the house. Looking on the internet, he realizes the Bag of Bones' popularity is getting out of control. But it's not like he's purely happy, as this could become a real problem. Hansong is feeling an extreme headache and wonders how he's going to operate from now on. But that's when someone knocks on the door. Opening the door, he wonders who is bothering him. That's when he's surprised. It's his longtime friend Kang Tae-san. Entering the house, Kang is impressed that everything is clean. He also finds the MC's reaction funny. They hadn't seen each other in a long time and he reacted that way. The MC doesn't remember reacting wrong, and indeed, Kang is his friend. But he's definitely the last person he wanted to see. The reason is that the guy is from the Department of Abilities Investigation Division. But still, Tae-san is his only childhood friend. Kang comments that he feels the MC is a bit different, like he's found a reason to live. The MC replies that he can't be stuck in the past, right? His parents wouldn't want that. Kang agrees, realizing he's finally come to his senses. Hansong even comments that nowadays, he even leaves the house a little. Kang was already surprised, but when the MC thanks him, he's really confused. But the MC thanks him because when he was at his worst, Kang was always there. Kang comments that now that the MC is fine, he can finally tell him. Actually, the MC already knows, right? The main reason he joined the Criminal Investigation Division. And clearly the MC knows. Kang was like a brother. As soon as his parents were gone, he joined the division. At the time, everyone said it was a random attack. At least that's what they believed until recently. But Kang believes that's no longer the case. There's a group working in the shadows for a long time. They call themselves the Divine Retribution Society. They are so meticulous that no one has been able to sniff them out until now. But the skull mask gave the first clue. The MC didn't know about this and starts to wonder if he overed it. But Kang says he'll always keep him updated, but to please not spread this around. The MC just laughs. He has literally no one to tell. But still, from what he's heard, the skull mask has been very impressive. So why is the department going after him? Kang says that's exactly what annoys him. Why the heck are they pursuing someone who's doing good? Just let the guy work and everything will be resolved. The MC is happier and more relieved to know that Kang is on the skull mask's side. Kang invites our boy for a drink tonight to celebrate the new version of Hansong. Sometime later, Kang tells the MC to give up being a writer. A demon king and a hero, it's too cliché. And calling the demon king Rans, he must be kidding. The MC says it's classic and there's nothing wrong with that, but Kang says it's not classic, it's pretty cringe. If only it were just a story. Hans should be an abbreviation. The real name should be Hannibal Strauss, a stronger, more impactful name. Our little MC thinks it's not bad at all. Better the name taken from a coffee shop, right? But that's when Kang's phone rings. Unfortunately, it's time for him to leave. The MC says it's okay and asks him to drop by another time. But before he goes, he asks if Kang's grandmother is okay. Well, that leaves Kang speechless. Kang says her condition has worsened a lot and it's better for them to prepare emotionally. The old woman is almost gone. The MC asks if there's anything he can do to help. But Kang tells him not to worry, that he'll figure something out. But surely our little MC won't just stand by. He remembers the past together with his grandmother. She always treated him very well. So much so that it seemed like he was her grandson. She even took them out to eat. Nowadays, that's one of the few good memories the MC has. He can't just stand there and do nothing. That's when he thinks of something. Kang criticized the characters' names, but little does he know that they are the ones who will help. To help a person, a priest is needed, and the MC has one exclusively for him. The problem is getting Heinrich out of there. After becoming a hero, disappearing will be bad. For now, there's not much to do but wait for the right moment. That's when the scene changes to a boy. Yep, it's Aaron and Diana. Aaron, clumsy as always, drops the apple. Desperate, he runs after it. That's when the apple falls at someone's feet. It's Heinz, who tells him to hold it carefully. Diana's immediately happy. Our little MC kept his promise to visit her. Aaron doesn't recognize him at first, and the MC says it's okay, because his face really has changed a bit. Diana asks why he only showed up now. It's been 7 months. But that's okay, the important thing is that he came. But to be there, he must have some business in town. But the MC says no, he came there just to see them. Diana tells him to just say it, surely he has a reason, and honestly, she doesn't really care about it. The MC realizes he's not going to win against them. So, Heinz asks Diana to work for him one more time. He needs her skills to gather information. And clearly Diana agrees. A few weeks later, the MC is back at the vampire's base. He asks Soden to take a look at the selling locations of those magic tools. Soden is impressed, asking where he got such good items. This was all thanks to Diana. She not only helped obtain magic tools, but also to gather information. Soden comments that the pepper the MC requested is already in the warehouse. He thanks her, saying his friend will sell it, and announces that the purge is over. Soden doesn't quite understand this purge. He explains that it was the people who pretended to surrender or hid. He identified and logged everyone off. Soden is happy because things will start to stabilize, especially now that they will be selling pepper and magic tools daily. Heinz says he will count on Soden to take care of the family from now on. Soden says she's never managed anything before, so she doesn't know if she can maintain the clan. But Heinz says she is a competent person and the only one he trusts. If it's her, he's sure everything will be fine. Soden is very motivated by the Lord's confidence. So the MC leaves. If you think about it, he's using these dramatic lines everywhere. But that's okay, because now he's gonna start dominating the clan. But before that, you guys will need to give a like to know the rest of the story. Based on Diana's information, he investigated and discovered that that is the source of his blood, the base of the Vorkalap. As a distraction, he throws a kind of tire in front of the soldiers. While the soldiers are distracted, he sneaks in. Right away, we see a woman drinking that special wine. She says this is the wife. Actually, it's just not so much a life because she's always lonely. That's Lucilica. Heinz says she's always a crybaby. He also says there are many familiar faces today. Lucilica stands up asking who he is, but the MC replies, "Why, I'm Heinz, don't you remember?" Pouring a glass of wine, she apologizes, saying her memory is a bit bad. As she mixes her blood with the wine, she says that regardless, the MC is a guest, so she must show hospitality. She offers some blood, but he says he doesn't need it, he's fine. But, of course, he's already noticed there's something there. That's a high-level binding blood magic. Lucilica asks how he dares to invade the sanctuary of the Vorkalak. She doesn't know who he is, but she won't let it slide. Since she doesn't remember him, he'll have to do it the hard way. It's he who starts to control her blood. Lucilica doesn't understand how her own blood is attacking her. How can this darn guy freely manipulate someone else's blood? That is, at the very least, in the realm of true blood. She says this is Vorkalak territory, and the invasion of an outsider is a direct violation of the treaty. Our little MC replies that he is also of the indirect bloodline of the Vorkalak, and reflects that since she doesn't remember, he can use this to his advantage. Lucilica tells him to stop lying. But, now that she's thinking, she heard there was a clan that was persecuted in the past. Could it be real? Our little MC replies that yes, he is from that clan. Now she should cooperate, and he will lend his strength. Stubborn, the girl says no. Grabbing the girl's face, he apologizes. Apparently she misunderstood. This was never an option. Either you help willingly, or you take a beating and help unwillingly. Anyway, Lucilica is screaming. After a while, she asks what this strange feeling is. It seems like she's changed masters. Yeah, our little MC used the blood crystal to dominate her. He tells her to reveal everything she knows, and as much as she tries to hold back, she can't refuse. She says the true blood who oversees the place is Miss Frisia, and her strongest characteristic is being a user of demonic eyes. The butler asks Frisia if she's enjoying the human world again. She replies that yes, it's always interesting. Even with weak bodies, they fight to live every day. Hey, my girl, no need to humiliate, you know? The butler says he heard there are some so-called Protestants emerging. Frisia tells him to calm down. This kingdom already belongs to the Vorkalak disguised as nobility. Just a little pressure on the king and it's resolved. What she doesn't realize is that her butler has already gone F. It's surely our little MC who's there. He asks if she is the so-called Frisia. Turning around calmly, she says she's never seen his face before. He must surely be a pure blood because he doesn't seem to be a true blood. The MC says he's more or less a branch blood. She says it's interesting, he's an inferior and will need to learn his place. And she will make him kneel immediately. Yeah, my girl, it would work if the MC wasn't the protagonist. The woman thinks it's impossible. How did he dodge her demonic eye? Our little MC replies that he already knows her ability. The fact that it doesn't work on him already explains a lot, doesn't it? Now it's her who will need to learn her place. Activating a power in her hand, the girl realizes that in the end the MC is a pure blood. Frisia says the MC is attacking right in the center of the territory. What the heck is he thinking? Heinz asks if it's not obvious. He wants to take everything that is theirs. Frisia says she doesn't know if he's dumb, bold, or an idiot. But he will need to keep one thing in mind. She is also a pure blood. Our little MC clearly already knew, but he still needs to be concerned. At the speed of light, the woman already comes in with a punch to his stomach. She says the MC was getting too cocky, couldn't even dodge a punch like that. Since she was using her demonic eyes, he imagined she was going to cast a spell, but she came with martial arts. Frisia hits the MC with the umbrella, sending him flying. Come on, my friend, react, or you're just gonna take a beating. Advancing once more, Frisia says it's impressive, he's still standing. But can he escape the next attacks? She starts attacking and the MC just dodges. The problem is that umbrella is not just an ornament. It really is like a sword. Activating a blood ability, Frisia says this will be the last attack. Our little MC realized it's an area attack, but with his blood manipulation, he can end it all. There's just one problem. The darn Frisia has disappeared. But where did this loser go? She appears elbowing the MC in the face. Unable to take the impact, he goes tumbling through the bushes. Frisia says it was a bit boring and that she didn't want this to be the end. Our little MC gets up, saying it really isn't. Putting his head back on, he asks who said the fight was over. For him, it's just beginning. Frisia says it's strange. She's sure she played Lego with him. Yeah, Frisia, that's this darn guy's ability hybrid evolution. He heals at the speed of the Flash. She says it's crazy. Besides the Lord, she can count on her fingers those who survived this attack. Our little MC says she's talented, but she still has some flaws. And extending his hand, he says he can make her stronger. She just needs to start following him. Frisia asks what kind of idiocy he's talking. How dare he insult her like that? Now she's gonna turn him into a chair. But no, because her body won't move anymore. Without seeing, she ended up surrounded by a magic circle. Our little MC says that if she doesn't want it the easy way, it's going to be the hard way. Frisia doesn't understand. It's one thing for him to have blood magic, but to take the blood that's on the ground. Our little MC says he's not a martial artist, he's more than a mage specializing in blood. That said, he starts to put a little ketchup on his fingertips. This time, he creates the blood crystal directly inside her body. Frisia starts screaming, saying it hurts like heck. The MC apologizes, but for a high-level vampire, a small dose wouldn't do. Then, a great explosion of mana happens. Finally, Frisia is on another level. She asks what happened without her permission and says she won't forgive it. Our little MC says she's complaining too much, can't she feel it? That's when the girl comes to her senses. Her strength, her reflexes, all her stats have evolved to a new level. The girl says this is excellent. Now she'll be able to finish off the MC once and for all. Oh, little MC, you didn't expect that, did you? The good thing is that no matter how hard she tries, she won't be able to. After all, our little MC is her new leader. Frisia doesn't understand. She can't move her own body. It feels like she's tied with chains. The MC says this is the power of blood domination. Now she will move as he says. Frisia says it can't be, not even the holy blood could. But our little MC replies that it's a shame for her, because he can. Now, he's gonna ask the important question, where is the clan's lord? Frisia starts screaming, asking if he thinks she'll talk easily. But that's when she answers that he's at Duke Brit's house. Dang, she didn't realize her mouth moved on its own. Our little MC gives her a pat, saying that was very good, that she was an obedient servant. He reflects that the clan chief has surely already sensed that one of his pure bloods has been captured. So, it's time to end this once and for all. Now at Duke Brit's mansion, Frisia is asking to enter, saying she has something important to say. The Lord then authorizes her. Soon after, the girl enters the room. The Lord tells her to be direct. Before Frisia answers, he says to forget it, he's already understood everything. It's surely because of the unexpected guest behind her. Our little MC appears, saying it's as expected of a lord. It would be a shame if the clan leader didn't notice at least that. To welcome the guest properly, the Lord closes the book. But soon after, he says he's disappointed in Frisia. In the end, she became a traitor. Man, it's not like she had much choice. Betraying was bad enough, but serving another master makes things worse. She tries to explain, saying it's a mistake, but the Lord says there's no mistake. He lived with her for 100 years, so he easily noticed when her scent changed. So, he charges at her to eliminate the traitor. Of course, our little MC steps in front, saying it's not gonna happen. The Lord can't believe he managed to block the attack with just his hand. Heinz says he hoped to resolve this peacefully, but the Lord says no. The MC has the face of a scoundrel who would stab him in the back. Summoning a circle, he says he'll resolve this quickly. That's when he starts to summon all his subordinates. He gives the order for everyone to advance and eat and drink as they please. Frisia already pulls out her umbrella and starts attacking. But the Lord notices something is wrong. There are only about 12 people there. It's not possible that all his subordinates have disappeared. He asks Frisia what she did with the capital. The girl apologizes, but most are now subordinates of Lord Heinz. Lord Murag asks if she's saying his subordinates accepted a new blood without resisting. This is the same as cannibalism of one's own kind, but this scoundrel is saying this while summoning a little power. The Lord warns that cannibalism drives everyone crazy, but Frisia replies that it's possible because Lord Heinz is from a collateral bloodline of the Vorkalak. The Lord says it's ridiculous. Do they really expect him to believe that? Murag starts to activate the magic he was doing. Our little MC realizes he's summoning a barrier. Along with this, a part of the environment has become his domain. That's why our little MC is covering his nose. His head feels like it's being crushed and his body 10 times heavier. The Lord says it's too early to be surprised, and that no matter where they are, his subordinates will answer his call. That's when he starts to summon the so-called Ober. Ober already appears with his hand on his head. Surely he's gonna complain. He asks what the Lord needs. But looking ahead, he also wonders what's happening. The Lord says it's not time to discuss. They'll talk later. Now he needs to deal with that. Scratching his ear, Ober says he understands. It's funny that Ober is practically a child, but at least he's fast because he's already on their backs. Our little MC says he already imagined he was that fast. He is a pure blood of the assassin type. Since he can't afford to fall behind, he activates the acceleration ability. And soon after, he manages to grab the kid. I confess I thought it would be harder, but he's already been captured. Taking the opportunity, the MC charges at the Lord. But Ober asks if he's going somewhere, and he's already going with the scythe straight to the MC's neck. With little alternative, our boy dodges upwards and fails to eliminate the Lord. This makes him a little stressed, because the Lord was right in front of him. Now he'll have to deal with Ober first. Watching the battle, the Lord says Ober's speed is greater than any vampires. But for some reason, the miserable MC is going head to head with him. Frisia arrives to help, and immediately a large explosion happens. She managed to put Ober on the ground. From now on, the fun will be between him and Frisia. The Lord wonders when Frisia became as fast as Ober. She managed to do all this and still defeat the subordinates. Where did this woman get so much power? Yeah, Lord, stop thinking and pay attention to the battle. Our little MC is already on top of you. Apparently, the Lord was already prepared. He says the MC was a fool for entering the barrier willingly. But now our little MC will no longer be able to dodge his attack. When did our boy say he was going to dodge? Apparently, he finally hit the Lord. It's over. My friend, you've already lost. Murag says Heinz is a donkey for discarding his own arm. The MC even replies that he didn't discard anything. Look at his little arm there. Murag reflects that the guy managed to regenerate immediately. The MC tells him not to worry, he's not going to eliminate the Lord. Murag then asks what the heck he's going to do. The The MC says it's simple, he's going to inherit everything the Lord has. In the next chapter, we see a strange staircase that seems to lead somewhere underground. Looking closely, we notice it's a coffin, and from it, a little girl is waking up. Not a girl, a woman. But why does she have a crown of thorns on her head? Could she be the first holy blood vampire? Well, this crazy girl gets up, saying she's still sleepy. She wanted to sleep for 5 more minutes. But unfortunately, that's not gonna happen. It seems something has happened. There's something wrong with her children. Yeah, little MC, you better call for reinforcements. The scene returns to the Lord's castle, or rather, now the MC's castle. For some reason, this crazy guy is making a blood crystal. Oh, I see. He's injecting into all the other subordinates. Ober tells those who have already received the crystal to leave the room immediately. After a long time, the MC is finally finished. He asks Mirog if that's all of them, and he replies yes. The rest can be summoned, it's more efficient. Our little MC asks if he's crazy, talking to the boss like that. Then Mirog says more formally that it's more efficient this way. Smiling, our little MC says it's as he thought. Having a clan lord around makes things easier. Reflecting, he realizes his hypothesis was correct. If he put the crystal, which is named Reflex, it surely wouldn't work, since Mirog is a high-level vampire. So, the MC sucked his blood until he leveled down. Anyway, he finally got the Vorkalak, the essence of his blood. Now they all belong to him. It feels like just yesterday he was bitten by a vampire. And now he's just sitting at the top of the food chain. For sure, it was a massive change in a very short time. Snapping out of his daydream, our little MC calls for Mirog. He orders the Lord to gather all the remaining Vorkalaks in the region. Oh, and he has one more request. Mirog must gather information from the continent, whatever it may be. He can build his own intelligence network or negotiate with an existing one. It doesn't matter. This is an important task, and he will be responsible for it. Mirog agrees and comments that the MC seems to want to unite all vampires and become a king. If that's the case, Mirog will give his full support. After all, he has already proven his skills. Our little MC smiles and says he's sure he will. But as soon as he walks through the door, he wonders when he said he wanted to be king. It was definitely in the heat of the moment, but that's not a bad thing either. The more vampires on his side, the better. Can you imagine? Heinz the Vampire King. Oh, he's gonna be so full of himself. I mean, he already is, right? Imagine him as a king. In the next scene, we finally return to the MC's original body. It's been a while since we've seen Hansong. Anyway, this dude is all fired up. The reason? He's altering Hans' appearance, saying he's going to thin out the chin a bit, and also tweak the eyes a little more. Finally, now Hans has the appearance of the Immortal King. Our little MC even gave him some horns. Alright, that part's done. And, with perfect timing, he feels that Heinz has also completed his work. The Vorkalak Vampire saga is finally complete. That means one thing, it's time to go shopping! The sly dog immediately opens the karma shop. And now he's got almost 1,400,000 points. He altered the other world quite a bit, so he earned a lot of karma. The downside is that things are pretty expensive. He goes straight to the ability enhancement, which this time is costing 900,000 points. As soon as he clicks, the system shows 2 screens. This means 2 new abilities have appeared, but to our boy's misfortune, this time the number of avatars didn't increase. What came was the medium selection ability, which promises to greatly increase the avatar's potential. But that's not enough to convince the MC. Basically, it's an enhancement, but one that costs 900,000. That's a rip-off. Just when he was starting to enjoy collecting races, the system didn't send an avatar increase. The second ability that came was Huntedy Projection, but it can only be used once a day, and then you think, man, what a horrible ability. But that's where I tell you you're dead wrong. It allows the MC to project his own avatars onto his main body. That's right. This dude is gonna start leaving the house. I mean, I think, right? Now he doesn't have to stay locked up anymore, since he'll get a lot stronger when he activates the ability. Now, this guy can use the power of each of his clones. The clones he created with so much care. The good thing is, he split them into different races, so each one has its own power. This will surely help a lot. The MC starts looking at the possibilities, and even feels a bit of pride seeing them all together. But that's when he has a great idea. If he uses the ability well with hands, he can have 2 Immortal Kings. That would definitely be something amazing. Analyzing it carefully, he thinks no. He would have to be too careful because any slip up could be a disaster. But it's decided. He's known for a long time which one he'll use first. Without a doubt, it will be Heinrich. As soon as he clicks, the transformation begins. Even the armor came along. Just for a test, he starts to activate the divine power. And indeed, it's all working. The armor, the divine power, and all the abilities came with it. What a sweet deal! The only annoying thing is that he only has 10 minutes to use this ability. Unfortunately, that's not much. But for what he's gonna do, it's enough time. In the next scene, our boy goes straight to the hospital. But of course he didn't walk, right? He hitched a ride with Heinz. He says the vampire can go ahead, that he'll get to work over there. I don't know if you have a good memory, but there's a clear reason he's at this hospital. He went to visit his friend's grandmother. Not really by blood, but she's like one. He asks if the old lady still remembers him, Hansong, who used to hang out with Tae-san. He says he should have come sooner, but he couldn't. But now he'll come more often. He asks the old lady to hang on a little longer. and casts a divine spell. The boy is using all his divine energy for her recovery. The problem is, the old woman doesn't seem to have changed at all. The MC thinks that even with his divine power, there's still a limit to healing illnesses, largely due to age. But this must have surely eased her conditions. Now, the old lady will have to hold on tight. Well, job done, he says goodbye and asks the grandmother to stay healthy, saying that next time he'll bring Tay, Sam. In the next scene, we're taken to a forest. We're finally back to the elves. I confess I'm a big fan of them and wanted this arc to come back soon. Cecily is asking Harris if he's really friends with Harley. Our little MC replies that yes, it was a brief encounter, but they connected so well they became family. But, as he's talking, Cecily starts to sniff him. The girl says that even his smell is like Harley's. And of course our little MC knows that. Diana said the same thing last time, but in the end didn't notice. She also says the aroma is similar to the branch of the world tree. Trying to play it cool, our little MC just laughs, saying, "Indeed, indeed." Cecily says that if that's the case, they'll surely get along well. Since he's a friend of Harley, he'll take good care of her. Up ahead, LaFaurie is watching everything and liking what he sees. He yells for everyone that they'll take a break now. Cecily is excited about the idea. They can take the opportunity to practice. The MC had said he hadn't made any contracts with spirits, so how about they practice now? That being said, everyone stops to rest. But not Cecily. She starts playing with summoning, and in the end, it actually worked. That's when she calls for Harris, asking him to take a look. But he doesn't seem very excited and says his isn't working. LaFaurie appears and says that spirit mages and spirits are companions who must grow together. Before summoning, it's important to form a bond with them. Our little MC needs to use the power of nature to show himself to the spirit. That's when the fool realizes he was doing it backwards, summoning and then trying to form the bond. Lucky he joined the elves, otherwise it would have been much more complicated. First, he's going to focus entirely on affinity and overflow with the power of nature. Just by doing that, things started to work out. Oh, smart cookie! Cecily says it's unfair. Why is he so good? This is the first time it wasn't supposed to be like this. LaFaurie says he just got the hang of it quickly. What can you do? Soon after, Harry starts to feel something, and in his hands appears a Pokemon. The system announces that through training, the spirit has achieved enlightenment, and that the MC has obtained the spirit magic ability. Seeing the scene, LaFaurie says that if he continues like this, he'll soon be at Cecily's level. Smiling, our boy thanks him, knowing that he's one step closer to spirit magic. Not forgetting the little creature, since it looks a lot like it, its name will now be Pikachu. I mean, it doesn't look that much like it, but the tail does. And it also looks like a Pokemon, come on. While the group continues walking through the forest. But from here on, they'll have to forge a path. LaFaurie explains that all forests are connected with a bond to the Great Mother Tree. Among them, the High Elves are the closest to nature, so they are able to go to any forest, opening a portal that connects them. Since Cecily is also a High Elf, he says she'll be able to do it too, but she doesn't seem confident at all. The group continues walking, and the MC thinks about this interconnected forest story. He knows that, in other words, this is a mass teleportation network. Better than the Grand Divine Orders, which needs facilities. LaFaurie says they finally arrived. And right away, our little MC's eyes go wide, that there is the real world tree. Tiny, thank goodness. Looking, the MC thinks it's definitely bigger than he imagined. He asks Cecily if it's his first time seeing it too, but the girl is spacing out and doesn't even answer. Whoa, she started to fly. LaFaurie says it's Harris's first time seeing this marvel. This is the eye awakening ceremony of a high elf, something that even other elves don't get to see easily. The MC doesn't quite understand this ceremony thing, but he can see that some things are growing around. An impressive force of nature is coming from somewhere. And to impress even more, Cecily is holding a fruit from the world tree. Oh, lucky girl. Too bad she only takes a little mouse bite. The last time a woman bit a fruit, we were kicked out of paradise. Now indeed, Cecily is becoming a high-level elf. But that's when this fool realizes it's not the time to stand still. He can't let this pure energy be wasted, so he's going to take as much as his body can handle. Of course, this doesn't go unnoticed by LaFaurie. He can feel the flow of energy. The system informs the MC that he has once again achieved enlightenment and gained the nature affinity ability. Now he can get stronger just by absorbing the energy of nature. Our little MC tries to play it cool, but LaFaurie tells him to look to the side. It seems the world tree has taken an interest in him. Our little MC asks if that's really for him, and LaFaurie says yes. He also says the sacred relics like this are only given during the Eye Awakening ceremony. It's a rare thing that can be used to make an accessory or weapon. Our little MC thinks a bit about this accessory story, and asks if the accessory he gave Harley was his relic, but LaFaurie says no. His real relic was used to make a ring, which he used to propose to his wife, but now his daughter wears it. The MC says LaFaurie is a true romantic. Looking to the side, he says the ceremony is finally over. Cecily will rest for a while to stabilize the great energy she received. Good thing she awakened, now he can retire. But the MC doesn't like the idea. LaFaurie says he won't do it now. He can't, they're short-staffed. The MC isn't talking about retiring. He's saying the guy is too young to want to retire. Well, some time passes and we are in the capital of the Elven Kingdom, Dracha. After the ceremony, the MC managed to get into the academy, thanks to LaFaurie. But the atmosphere is very different from what he thought. He imagined that elves lived like fairies, in the middle of the forest, in harmony. but it's very different. The girls are making a lot of noise, asking about the human world. They say humans were really brutish and captured Cecily. The MC says it's all true and very dangerous, but he had good companions, so he managed to be okay. The noise irritated a crazy girl in the front, who isn't able to concentrate, so she tells everyone to shut up. This is Miss Chaperon. The girls were scared and backed away. This was excellent for our boy, who finally has some peace. He was even going to thank her, but the girl calls him mediocre. She calls the MC trashy mercenary. This breaks the MC a little, who doesn't even know why she's angry. Continue, we see a kind of palace. Lafori is finishing his report, saying he's spread information about the new Immortal King. The woman in front says that an Immortal King capable of moving freely is indeed dangerous. Lafori says it's true, but at least Cecily has awakened, so isn't it time for your majesty to consider retiring? The queen says that, actually thanks to her, one of their biggest worries has returned. She heard that, along with Cecily, came someone talented. Lafori replies that yes, that he has even caught the attention of the World Tree. His talent is exceptional and his growth is rapid. With the right education, he will surely achieve great things. The queen smiles, saying that Lafori is very excited about this. He replies that he is completing his training at the academy. Hopefully, he'll do well. If he's that good boy, Harris will be of great help to the queen. But in what sense? I'm sure it's not just about power. Speaking of the academy, we return there. Our unfortunate MC is already there, super sleepy. Looking up, he realizes the day is beautiful thanks to the World Tree. The weather is great and the air refreshing. Plus, the elves singing is perfect. Maybe he should give up everything and just live as Harris. But that's when someone screams and throws a bunch of books at him. The screaming part, okay, but the book was unnecessary. Of course, it's that feisty girl, saying he doesn't have the luxury of sitting around, getting high on the World Tree. She says that, since he's a trashy mercenary, he probably doesn't know the basics. Elves with high sensitivity to nature are more likely to get high on it. Yes, high. You know, trippin', seeing monkeys on lampposts, red eyes. Chaperon screams, asking if he's paying attention. She's gonna lend him her own book, which she made sure to organize, so that even a slowpoke like him could understand. So, if the class average drops because of him, you know what'll happen, right? The girl turns away stressed, but we know it's just drama. In the end, she'll fall for the blonde boy's charm. But, looking a little closer, he can see a ring with the energy of the World Tree. Plus, the girl looks familiar. Yep, for sure, she's Lafori's darn daughter. Because, of all people, this schizophrenic girl had to be his daughter. Man, if she were cool, it would be fine. But the chick is stressed and feisty. To him, this is ridiculous. Not even their personalities are similar. But alright, better to just let it go. At least the explanation in the book makes sense. She put in the effort to get everything ready. After reading a little, he says it's time for the practical lesson. With great ease, he starts to make fire and water. No, he was summoning spirits of fire and water. Both low level, but still spirits. The fire one is Kali and the water one Pascal. Now that he knows the essence, it became easy to summon. Even the Pikachu he summoned at first is already in the low ranking. Well, our little MC just says he grew up really fast. After practicing, he already knows what he's gonna do, keep his head down without bothering anyone. As long as he doesn't run into Chaperon, it's all good. At least that's what he thought. The scene returns to 10 minutes ago. There's the teacher explaining about spirits, saying there's a secret way to maximize the connection, which is through dance and music. She says there will soon be a festival to honor the new high elf, Cecily. On that same day, they will rent a stage for the evaluations. The MC thinks it's been a while since he's been to something like this. Should he show his cool side? Man MC, with all due respect, don't do it. The teacher says that, as everyone knows, they have a new transfer student, so they'll do a project for him. Each group will have to create their own presentation, and the spirits have to be connected, and it will be presented on the day of the evaluation. Yeah, little MC, you've gotten yourself into a well-organized mess. Some time passes and the room is already empty. He can't believe this happened. The boy introduces himself as Kufen and says it's cool to work with two celebrities. The girl says she's Kuri. The feisty girl says something has to come out of this, so it's good for everyone to help each other. She asks if anyone knows how to dance or sing. Kofen says he doesn't know anything, but he's in. Kuri says the same. A bit awkwardly, the MC says they are being so lazy that he's starting to get excited. But from what he's heard, as long as it helps connect with the spirits, it doesn't have to be an elven song or dance. So, he's gonna get to work. The darn guy stands up, all formal, thanking them. He says he used to sing a song from his hometown. Kofen says that if it's from his hometown, it must be from the other continent. The MC replies that yes, that his parents used to sing it when he was little. The feisty girl says the MC is very confident, and he confirms. Even though he's lived locked up for a long time, there was a time he went to Carrick a lot, and his scores always passed 80. Chaperon doesn't like the idea and is suspicious. What would a trashy mercenary know about elven music? Someone like him shouldn't be receiving teachings from her father and the World Tree. She will never accept that. Standing up, she says, alright, they'll see, but if it's trash, the responsibility is all his. Our little MC says that's fine, but with one condition. Oh, he didn't ask what I expected. The fool just says that if it goes well, she'll have to teach him about elven culture. A bit awkwardly, she replies that's fine, but only if it's really good. Sometime later, our boy is already singing, enchanting everyone. The system announces that due to the number of attempts, he has gained the Melody of Harmony ability. This ability makes the MC's life a little bit easier. His voice is now more stable, as if nature is in his vocal cords. Kofen says he loved the music. It's the first time he's heard something like it, besides the instrument. A little flushed, Chaperon says it's ridiculous, but we know that's not true. Even her spirit is enjoying the music. Now she's wondering if her spirits really like this foreign music. Kofen asks what happened, why she has that face. A while ago, she was dancing. The system informs the MC that his spirits are evolving because of the music. They are still low ranking. Just like Pikachu, but this time they grew in size. Soon after, something interesting happens in the sky. The MC doesn't really understand what it is, but Chaperon knows that's a sound spirit. Our little MC puts out his hand to try to connect, and a light begins to appear. Apparently, he's managing to summon the sound creature. Kofen says the spirit is manifesting in physical form. Wasn't that supposed to be almost impossible? Indeed, it's impossible for side characters. Our little MC breaks all the stats. Now it's time to name the creature. He names it Decibels. I'll tell you, our little MC is starting to get good at naming things. I liked it. Looking at the new creature, the MC is totally jaw-dropped. A phenomenal spirit. For sure, that's a huge boost for the team. Earlier, Chaperon herself had mentioned that spirits like that were great for missions. Completely stunned, Kofen can hardly believe a simple song managed to touch the heart of a sound spirit. He's positive that with this song, the group's success at the festival is already in the bag. With a purely smug look on his face, the MC asks what Miss Chaperon thought of the performance. Of course, she totally notices that goofy grin of his, right? But with not much else she can do, she just agrees, saying it might have been good. The MC, all fired up, says it's a deal then. They'll book the stage, practice non-stop, and give it their all until show day. Chaperon calls out to Harris and says she has a question for him. A little awkwardly, she wants to know if he can teach her how to play that weird instrument. After all, it seemed pretty interesting. With that same smug look, the MC replies, of course. Only this time, the girl doesn't hold back. She asks what the heck is with that face and why he's making it, since it doesn't suit an elf one bit. Well, after all that drama, we finally get to the day of the performance. Yep, we're skipping straight to the date. Cecily asks LaFoy if it's true that Harris is in the same class as his daughter. He confirms that he is. Seeing her dad all shaky, she asks if he's nervous. He, of course, denies it right away, saying he's totally chill. But she can tell he's a complete nervous wreck. Enough stalling, it's time to hear our new band. The music kicks off with the beat of the drums. And right after, the guitar rips right in. Looking like a human rock band, we've got Kofen on the drums. Curry is on the tambourine and Chaperon is on a tar or maybe an elven electric guitar. Anyway, she's totally rocking out. But one thing's for sure, our MC is also on guitar, soloing like there's no tomorrow. LaFoy and Cecily are blown away by the music. And then Chaperon starts to sing. Cecily comments that it's the first time she's ever heard this song, and her heart already feels so warm. The sound is just wonderful. Watching his daughter's excitement. LaFoy wonders if Chaperon really knew how to make such happy expressions. The crowd is going wild too. They think the music is perfect. Even though it's the first time many of them are hearing it, everyone thinks it's incredible. An elf even comments that despite her sensitive ears, that music is just too good. Cecily nudges LaFoy and tells him to pay attention. They're using spirits to sing? That's definitely impressive. What Cecily doesn't notice is that LaFoy isn't by her side anymore. Now, where did that goofball run off to? Looking ahead, she sees her proud papa, yelling to the crowd that that's his daughter up there. What a dunning dad! The MC, meanwhile, is up there, singing and playing, but never stopped plotting his schemes. He admits that Chaperon was a huge help, especially with the stage production and tuning the melodies. As expected of a high elf, she really knows her stuff when it comes to spirits, even though she was a total pain at the beginning. Now, it looks like she's having a pretty good time. The two even jump in perfect sync. The sound of the drums marks the rhythm. And finally, the song comes to an end. The crowd goes crazy applauding nonstop. Everyone loved it. But they weren't the only ones. It seems the World Tree itself dug the sound. Chaperon thinks to herself that her breathing was more stable than usual, and the sound flowed with incredible smoothness. Looks like she was completely lost in the music. But in reality, it was all because of that nifty little skill of the MC's Melody of Harmony. He reflects that apparently the skill works on others too. It was more effective than he'd imagined. Glancing forward, Chaperon gets a little embarrassed seeing her father in the audience. But at the same time, she's really happy he's there. Thrilled by everyone's reaction, the MC asks Chaperon what she thought. Bowing to Harris, she admits she misjudged him. She apologizes for being such a jerk and acknowledges that she lost the bet. From the audience, LaFoy comments that listening to that soothes the soul. The music was incredible and moved everyone. He's certain that Harris is going to cause a huge stir in the elven world. Leaving the elves aside, we head back to the Grand Temple, where the Saint Poor Thing is working non-stop. Hearing a knock on the door, she realizes it's Heinrich and that he's finally arrived. She invites him in. As soon as the MC enters, she welcomes him, but he's noticing something else, a book on the shelf titled The Saint and the Hero's Adventure. Uh-oh, Saintly, you better watch out, that stuff is pure trouble. You're gonna stray from the path, girl. Heinrich decides to pretend he didn't see anything to avoid making things awkward. The Saint asks him to sit down, as she called him to discuss a very important matter. She asks if he's ever heard of the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword, the most powerful weapon used by the first hero, is practically a legend, something you only hear about in fairy tales. Playing dumb, the MC says he knows a little, just the basic stuff everyone talks about. The Saint reveals that a decree was passed by all members of the church. The decree orders Heinrich to face the path of the Holy Sword. Yep, our hero is about to set off on a new adventure. He even acts all humble, asking if he's worthy of such an opportunity. But on the inside, he's dying to go not just for the adventure, but yet even stronger. Remember, our boy is greedy for power. The Saint explains that the meeting was held in a hurry because of the Immortal King's return, and no one objected. After all, Heinrich is the new hero of the Grand Divine Order. There's no one more worthy than him. The path will take place at the Grand Temple of Pico. It's in the western part of the continent. I'd like to say this got him excited, but from the look on his face, the news wasn't the best. 300 years ago, the Selby Empire was destroyed by the second Immortal King. After that, 4 nations claimed to be descendants of the Empire and formed an alliance of kingdoms. The Grand Temple of Pickle was built in the southernmost kingdom, Leska, exactly where the Immortal King was defeated by the hero. The former hero defeated the Immortal King, but couldn't completely destroy his heart. Because of this, an abyss of dark energy spread, corrupting the land. It was only after the hero plunged his sword into the ground that the place was purified. The temple was built right on top, with the sword inside so that only someone truly worthy could find it. The MC, being a smarty pants, asks if pulling the sword won't break the seal on the abyss. The Saint says no, it's been 300 years, so the land should be completely purified by now. Besides, it's time for him to inherit the weapon of heroes. Full of confidence, the MC tells her to leave it to him. He then asks when he's leaving. The Saint replies, "1, my friend, you're leaving right now. This story doesn't like to waste time, so we're already at the Grand Temple of Pickle." Heinrich is impressed by the size of the place. It's completely different from the Temple of Rosalia. I mean, the other one is huge too, but the architecture here is on another level. Someone appears asking if he's the Heinrich guy. The MC confirms and guesses that must be Cardinal Donovan. The funny thing is, the closer the Cardinal gets, the smaller the MC seems to become. It's because the old timer is short, to put it mildly. Just look at the size of the guy. He asks if the MC is really going to challenge the sword, and he confirms. Heinrich also apologizes, knowing the Cardinal is very busy. Patting the MC on the back, he says it's no trouble at all. Since it's a recommendation from the Saint, of course he'd come. Oh, and a little detail, the old guy was a paladin before becoming a cardinal, so you can imagine the force of those pats. Donovan even comments that if he'd known he'd be so far from the Saint, he never would have become a cardinal. Oh, my beautiful little Saint. Oh. But man to man, he asks if anyone has been bothering the Saint, and if the MC gets what he's saying. Our hero, of course, plays along and assures him that if anything like that happened, the person would have to deal with him. But seeing that he's getting buried deeper into the ground with every pat, the MC changes the subject. So, old timer, what about that sword? How about we go challenge it before you bury me for good? The old man apologizes and says he needs to tell him something first. The path of the sword only opens once a year. Countless paladins have tried, but all have failed. He wants to know if the MC really thinks he's up to it. The MC tells him not to worry. He will face the destiny God has prepared for him head on. Clasping his hands, the MC says a prayer. Hey, big guy, you're gonna help me out with this one, right? Don't give me that look, my friend. Tell me you'll help me! In the next scene, already inside the temple, the MC notices he's going deeper than he expected. The old timer asks if he knows anything about the path of the sword, and the MC says yes, the Saint told him. She said that, depending on the person, the challenge can be different. The old man confirms. Some finish in hours, others take weeks. That's why he can't give any advice. But anyway, they finally arrived. If the young man wants to turn back, now's the time. Our boy just smiles. He says he won't fail to wield the holy sword. The old man says that if that's the case, then fine. As soon as he enters, the trial begins. So good luck. Outside, he will pray for the MC's success, for him to become the true wielder of the hero's weapons. As soon as the MC enters, the challenge screen appears. He remembers that the challenge is different for everyone, but it's already started off tricky. The sign tells him to reach the destination within the set time. Except the door he came through has vanished, leaving only 2 paths. Basically, he's gonna have to pick a side. But that's not a huge concern. The mad lad activates the leap, blessing, and starts running like a man possessed. Since it's a race against time, he's gonna get there in a flash. And there our boy goes hopping like a kangaroo in a hurry. But after a while, he realizes something is very wrong. By now, he should have covered several cities, but the end of the hallway never comes. To make matters worse, the objective is vague. Where is this so-called destination? Could there be another solution? He remembers the saint saying that the path of the sword is different for everyone. She believes it reflects the will of the divine. At least that's what the scriptures imply. The divine will be watching you, and it creates a challenge that the person is capable of overcoming. Knowing this, the MC slams on the brakes. Challenges we are capable of overcoming. That phrase is definitely the key. If this is all a challenge from the divine, it's not just about reaching the end. The challenge is to push yourself to the limit. In that case, using leap won't do any good. The fastest way to reach the limit is by frog hopping down the middle of the hallway. Just like in the army. I mean, hopping like a kangaroo. But you get the idea. Finally, a new screen appears. Seems like that was quick, right? Not a chance. It took Heinrich 40 days to get to the next step, which he himself thinks is insane. He literally reached the limit of his limit, and it took 40 days to do it. He also realized that the time difference here is 10 to 1 compared to the other world, Eterica. And compared to Earth, the ratio is 100 to 1. He only figured this out because of his other avatars. For the paladins who don't feel this progression, it must have been agony. About halfway through, his willpower was tested to the max. If it weren't for his avatars, he would have given up already, and that was after about 1,650 jumps. Yeah, the man jumped a lot. But it's all good. Following the system's order, off our boy goes to the next challenge. No, hold on, something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, our boy has completely recovered. Maybe because he pushed his body to its absolute limit. He feels like he's even gotten stronger. That's when it clicks. If the time difference is 100 to 1 with Earth, every day of training here is worth 100. Knowing this, there he goes, totally hyped, wanting to beat the record of 2,050 jumps. Man, what a brave soul. I would have given up after the first 50. Leaving the MC aside, we're taken to another location. We see two masked figures. One asks if the ritual is ready, and the other replies that it's almost done. Soon, the continent will be consumed by darkness, and ruin will finally return. Now that the Immortal King has returned, they're just gonna give him a little push to handle the rest. The abyss will soon be opened, and the world will be under their dominion. Great time to do this, right? Opening the abyss just when the MC is inside. I could say I'm scared, but I'm not. In the end, I'm sure he's just gonna absorb all the power from the place for himself. Anyway, the guys are doing all this for the challenger of the heavens. In this case, our Immortal King. In the next scene, there's our MC. Off he goes to the second challenge. Looking around, he's a little startled. This time, the scenery is completely different. Now he's in a chapel. The guy doesn't really get it. The next challenge is inside a chapel. But hold on, the system explains. This time, the hero has to pray to the divine. He finds the challenge a bit strange and is even surprised. Like praying? Isn't that a little too easy? But if the system's the boss, he'll obey. And there he is praying. The MC understands this challenge is based on previous challengers, a test of faith before divine power. Well, the MC's divine power is somewhere between a bishop's and an archbishop's, so this should be a breeze for him, at least in theory. As long as he fills its symbol with energy, everything will be fine. However, it's obvious he's not going to play fair. He never does. Facing the symbol, he begins to pray. Except, of course, with a little help from his system, the Mind Core. An avatar, skills are activated. The sly dog is, once again, using the mental strength of all his avatars to convert it into faith. As overwhelming as his power is, he realizes it's not quite enough. So he plays his last card. He's going to use the strength of his own body, the original one back on Earth. Now that, my friend, is a different story. Take that, divine power. This time there was so much power that the system notifies him he's met the conditions for a new awakening. He's acquired another blessing skill, this time amplification. After a while, he notices the divine power has finally settled down. And not only that, his power level has also increased. Now he's on the level of an archbishop. The dude's power was so insane that he's already passed the challenge, and the system tells him to move on to the next one. Yeah, this kid is hopeless, he cheats at every opportunity. The only way he'll learn is with a good old beat down. The rascal even gets excited. Despite losing 40 days on the first challenge, it's been nothing but success from then on. The trial continues. Now, in the next challenge, it's a whole new ball game. The MC wonders why he's in the middle of nowhere, and I gotta admit, this place looks a lot like the underworld. I mean, there's no fire everywhere yet, but it's close. The system already gives the mission eliminate the enemy. Looking to the side, the MC spots the system's so-called enemy, and that shadow looks awfully familiar, reminds him of a certain someone. The figure stops right in front of the MC, and now we get why it looks a lot like Hans at the beginning of the story. And the funny thing is, this one is also an Arch-Lich, a former subordinate of the second Immortal King. The elite Arch-Lich is surprised a hunter from the church this far out. That's a new one. The MC also notices he looks like Hans before his awakening. Knowing the power is cloned back then, it's best not to underestimate this creature. After all, even a seasoned paladin would hesitate to fight an Arch-Lich. The creature says that since the MC didn't answer what he's doing here, he'll just follow standard procedure. Eliminate the scumbags from the church until not a single one is left. There we go. If the situation wasn't bad enough, imagine it now. The Arch-Lich has summoned an army of the Undead. The MC thinks that the Lich alone would be a problem, but an army this size makes things a bit more complicated. Actually, that's the reaction he was supposed to have, right? But for our MC, the game is a little different. The Arch-Lich questions, why is this idiot talking to himself? Well, it takes all kinds. His little game of talking to himself ends here. He orders his subordinates to advance. However, the MC gives a little tap here, a little dodge there, a little misstep, and boom, he dodged and even knocked down some chump. The Arch-Lich is getting stressed. How is this punk dodging everything? Come on, my crew, finish him already. Seeing the pathetic display, the MC taunts him, saying the Arch-Lich should know he can do more than just dodge. Now, the game is about to get a little more interesting. Drawing his sword, the MC wipes out everyone. Seeing the situation, the Arch-Lich even questions if the MC is an archbishop, since his divine power is so high. High-Rich replies, well, so you're scared. The creature denies it nonsense. I'm just happy I get to use my full power. This will be the end of the church's slave. I'd like to see the kid block this one. The Lich activates the floating skulls skill. Yep, I've seen this skill before. And of course the MC has two. With great ease, he slashes through the skulls. Right after, he continues to destroy the other undead. And by the time the Arch-Lich realizes what's happened, he's already on the ground. He can't understand how the MC blocked everything with a single blow and still managed to counterattack. I'm just gonna call this guy Mr. Bunny. No, better yet, Dusty. Mr. Bunny asks how the MC managed to predict all his tactics. Heinrich replies that, unfortunately, he doesn't have any OP skills. However, he had a very talented instructor. He dares to say that among the undead, he's the best and strongest instructor there is, the Immortal King himself. The half-dead guy retorts that private lessons are useless. In the end, he's still trash. However, he's curious to know how long the MC is going to stand there, talking non-stop. Since he's talking so much, let's see if this rock to the head will check if your helmet is on right. Well, this time the MC was caught by surprise. He wasn't expecting that. The magic seems powerful. The explosion goes off and our hero vanishes. Did he get caught? Did he not? I don't know. But I do know that Mr. Bunny is laughing. He says it's impossible to dodge his secret technique. But from the great beyond, the MC asks, how was that your special technique? The skeleton questions how this punk is still alive, and the MC replies it's just the basics, you know? The basics. Simply put, he didn't land a single hit. Mr. Bunny says it makes no sense. A mere holy knight defending against that technique is impossible. There's just no way. The MC reflects that for the Lich, it really doesn't make sense. Even with the type advantage, it's still very difficult to block those attacks completely. But with the knowledge he has from hands, the sly dog can see every single weak point. Done with the chit-chat, the MC charges forward and attacks. This time, we can pretty much say it's over. Once upon a time, there was a Mr. Bunny. As he fades away, he tells the MC that wasn't half bad. But he'll never be completely eliminated. As long as the kid can't destroy his core, he'll keep coming back forever. Returning to his hideout, he thinks that the Order has indeed created an impressive knight. But that knight is going to feel the heat when he returns. And look, I'm not making this up. Those are the half-dead guy's words. He swears he'll get the MC no matter what. But that's when the MC appears right in front of his core, asking for the blessing. Oh, looks like Mr. Bunny is in deep trouble. The MC says he radiates way too much dark energy. It was pretty easy to find the place. The half-dead guy even asks the MC to wait a sec, that they can talk it out, but our hero is already drawing his sword. Yep, this time it's for real. There goes Mr. Bunny. After that, the system announces that the third challenge has been completed. Now, he must go to the door where the Holy Sword resides. Heinrich thinks everything is going as expected. He defeats monsters and gets rewards. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Walking through the door, the MC actually arrives in the sword's chamber. I imagined there'd be a nice, dangerous path to get there, but nope, he came face to face with the sword right away. The place where the sword rests is the abyss created by the Immortal King, so imagine the dark energy of the location. The abyss's system tells the MC to draw the sword and be recognized as its master. As soon as he starts to pull, an intense, sacred light begins to shine. But there's something about this light that catches the MC's attention. He starts to see the fights of the former heroes. Actually, he's seeing the ways to hold the sword, tricks to maintain its energy, and even how to deal with special monsters. It seems to be the knowledge of all the previous users of the Holy Sword. However, besides the techniques, he also feels the emotion of each one of them. The sword's energy and the emotions are trying to overload him. It's an amount of information that could drive him crazy. But the mind core skill has already been activated. Our boy thinks that others might fail, but not him. And this whole game has gone on long enough. It's time to yank this sword out, and it better not dare to resist. From now on, it will be his new partner. Our system announces that the MC has fulfilled the condition and achieved enlightenment. Now he's gained another blessing, the blessing of the Holy Sword. With that, a symbol appears on his hand, and the sword begins to dissolve. Interesting. Looks like it's a sort of subspace. The MC can summon and dismiss the sword whenever he wants. The system repeats itself, saying the MC has achieved enlightenment. Now, the Paladin combat technique and weapon comprehension skills have merged. The two together have formed the skill, Theology of War. To give the sword a little test run, the MC summons it again. He does a few twirls here, a few spins there, a few swings at the air, and there you have it, test complete. Indeed, the sword is incredible, and not just in its appearance. Plus, gaining the combat techniques of the other heroes was the best possible bonus. Just with the Enlightenment, his power got stronger and his movements more precise. Finally, he got the Holy Sword. With that, we can leave our hero aside and go to the west of the continent of in the mountainous area between the kingdom of Talia and Leska, where he is. And finally, we return to our bag of bones. He's interrogating a dark mage from the mountain and asks him his name. The guy identifies himself as Victor Nolan. The MC tells Victor his name is Hannibal Strauss, but says he's sure he already knows that. Victor says of course, he's the Immortal King and will do whatever he wants, just as long as his life is spared. And listen up, folks, this whole Hannibal Strauss thing is a total lie. He just pulled that name from that conversation with his buddy to give the lame name he made up some extra flair. While Haynes came here to recruit talent, but he doesn't get why the guy is so nervous, he's even speaking calmly. At that moment, the Eyes of Shadow skill activates. And that most definitely gets the MC's attention. Victor even asks if something is wrong. Hannibal Strauss says someone is performing sacrificial rituals simultaneously in the west and south of Leska. Victor, who's no fool, immediately starts showing his outrage. How dare these idiots do this without consulting the Immortal King? He asks what the king is going to do. The MC replies that he needs to hear the reason from these scoundrels in person, already at the ritual site. We see the darn dark mages. They're doing their usual thing, that sacrificial ritual to form a magic circle. The leader says everything is going well, and there don't seem to be any problems. It's been 30 years he's been preparing for this. He was about to keep talking, but unfortunately he starts coughing up ketchup. Something very wrong starts to happen. The subordinate, a bit angry, says the magic circle is falling apart. The leader laments that, after all this, he's still unable to complete the great spell. However, he can't stop there. If he's come this far, he still has one way out. The madman pulls out some kind of cord. And then, he throws himself into the middle of the circle. A dark aura begins to emerge from him. Seeing that it's finally working, the subordinate is overjoyed. Finally, the seed of madness has merged with the leader's body. He will surely remember this moment. That is the greatest sorcerer he has ever known. Soon, the leader's wish will come true. The world will fall into ruin. Except we know it's not quite like that, right? Because the MC has already arrived on the scene. He arrives saying something unbelievable has happened, the Abyss, the thing that holds the power to destroy the world. For the first time in centuries, since the first Immortal King, it has been open again. The MC had never considered a variable like this. By the time he arrived, it was already too late, the mess had already been made. However, he's certain this is the work of the Vow of Defiance, and it's time to settle the score. But it's at this moment that he also senses something coming from within the abyss. Someone starts whispering, "Death to the world, vengeance, plunge this continent into death, erase all forms of life." Haynes understands that these voices are from the former Immortal Kings. They are their leftover thoughts from when they once lived in the abyss. Suddenly, an apparition asks the MC what he's doing. The little ghost invites him to join him, to plunge the world into despair together. However, the MC says that a ghost from the past can't influence him. And of course, the ghost is a little surprised by the answer. Haynes says he has no intention of being a loser. Yeah, my friend, he really hit a nerve there. The good thing is that the first Immortal King doesn't get angry. In fact, he finds it amusing. He says that, apparently, the MC managed to escape death. Even after becoming the Immortal King, he still possesses his own consciousness. Yeah, looks like this rookie is pretty good. The ghost says he's so envious his blood is boiling. He and the other kings are still chained by death. At first, the MC didn't quite get this chained business. But after thinking about it a bit, he understands. He always felt an impurity in his heart, so it's definitely these thoughts. The former kings explain they're connected by remorse, unable to break free. What they truly desire is freedom. Freedom from these emotions. In the end, the MC understands they are trapped by the emotion of death. That being the case, he tells the ghost to shut up, saying he'll take care of it and grant their wish. The ghost says that if the MC can truly grant them eternal death, he will receive a reward, something he should have had but never did. Something the MC should have had but never did? Well, he doesn't quite understand what it is, but he finds out right away. Our boy activates the Persona skill. Persona allows him to control a specific emotion. This way, the MC can directly target the thoughts engraved in his heart. And then, it's a piece of cake to remove them from his body. The first king comments that he's finally fading, being erased, going to eternal death. The MC says that's right and that he should rest well, and if possible, not come back. Neither him nor the other old-timers. And so, the former kings fade away. However, they leave behind several scriptures, which fly towards the MC. Smiling, our boy admits that's one heck of a reward. Who would have thought the legacy of the former Immortal Kings was hidden all over the place? The first Immortal King devastated half a continent, the second an entire empire. It's a feat that, no matter how powerful someone is, can't be achieved alone. Naturally, they had followers who served them. And of course, a huge army on the front lines, carrying the will of the Immortal King. Most were eliminated by the Order, but some managed to escape thanks to their commander's distraction. After that, they chose to be sealed at the bottom of the abyss. And now, the first legacy of the Immortal Kings has begun to awaken. Knowing this, we leave Hans' side and return to our hero. He was just about to leave when he notices something different. The crack in the abyss started to grow, and out came the Immortal King's royal guard. Again, that Arch-Lich. I think it's the same one. He looks pretty similar. He comes out cursing the church and the Order, saying that now that he's back in the world, things will be different. At least that's what he was hoping for until he realizes the MC is there face to face with him again. The MC even asks if they've met before. We have, yes, most definitely. Just to keep with tradition, the Arch-Lich gets a free massage to the face. The MC even comments that it was just his bad luck to return to the world of the living right now. At least he got to be here for about 10 seconds. After defeating the Arch-Lich, surprisingly he doesn't disappear. This time he drops a crystal. Heinrich notices things were a little different. Instead of being absorbed by the Holy Sword or the Abyss, the crystal just stayed there, in the middle. Normally he would have destroyed it on the spot, but he thinks it might be a good idea to leave this for Hans. The sly Arch-Lich better treat his new master well, or he's gonna get another beatdown. Leaving our little saint aside, we return to our Immortal King, who, by the way, has already arrived at the site of the other sacrifice. Too bad that, even after getting there, the Vow of Defiance crew has already bounced. But clearly this is the source of the abyss that rose to the heavens. He's sure of it, because the dark magic is highly concentrated in this spot, not to mention the gigantic hole in the ceiling. Looking at the ground, Hans notices something strange. Apparently, it's a piece of metal. They probably dropped it. The energy is unstable, so unfortunately he can't track it. But just in case, it's better to keep it. And, listening to the noises in the air, Hans realizes the madness from the abyss is beginning to resonate. Even if unstable, that alone will be enough to cause a huge impact on the continent. To get a look at the rift, the MC activates the Eyes of Darkness. Looking at the rift with these eyes, he perceives the origin of the magic that is also in his heart. If he does it right, he might be able to control this magic. Actually, he can do something even better. Our bag of bones is going to focus all his power in one place, and thus he will absorb it all. By doing this, he can feel the energy with great ease. It's impossible to ignore the abyssal energy flowing through his body. He even feels as if his strength has increased. In the end, these idiots did him a favor. Speaking of favors, the entire place begins to shake. It seems something is rising from the ground. I really wish I could say what this is, but I'm not recognizing it. Yes, now I get it. It's a bone dragon. And there's another legacy left by the ancient kings. The MC thinks this is excellent, in fact, even magnificent. He got a little dragon for free. Too bad the dragon isn't recognizing him as its master. However, that's not a problem either. The MC knows how to handle this. He calls the dragon Antricis, and it quickly calms down. Just by calling its name, it recognized its new master. Our bag of bones even comments that if you look closely, like really closely, you can see that it's kinda cute. But you have to try really hard to find this thing pretty. The MC knows that this isn't the end of the Immortal King's legacy. There's still more to come. But before he continues, something catches his attention. Not just his, but Antricis' as well. Looks like they have a visitor. Our bag of bones reflects that it's not time yet. He hasn't understood enough about the abyss, and running into the Grand Order in this situation is a bit. No, never mind. In the real world, when you get a new car, you call your friends to show it off and take it for a spin. The abyss was opened after hundreds of years, and now we have the appearance of the Bone Dragon. This is the perfect opportunity for the MC to gain a lot of karma and, while he's at it, show off his new crown. He says that Antricis was trapped for a very long time. Now it can fly freely as much as it wants. Show the world the power of the Bone Dragon. Seeing the Order of Knights approaching, the Archbishop yells for everyone to go faster. He feels the energy of the abyss getting stronger and stronger. Even though they are elite troops, they had to leave in a hurry, so their numbers are small. Not coming with a large number of soldiers is already bad. To make matters worse, the sky is getting dark. The Archbishop isn't sure if all this is because of the abyss. Just in case, he orders everyone to dismount and prepare for battle. And there it is. The reason for the darkness has appeared. It's the Bone Dragon with the Immortal King. If one was bad, imagine both. Our Immortal King asks what brings the order here. The Archbishop replies that he heard the abyss was opened. The MC says, Wes, it's open. So what are you gonna do about it? Shouting, the Archbishop questions if he's really asking that. Has he forgotten what happened to the continent last time? And the thousands of people who were sacrificed for this to happen? Whoa, the MC didn't know that piece of information. Thousands, huh? These ritual folks are seriously nuts. The Archbishop continues, saying that wasn't all, and that the damage the continent will suffer is unimaginable, all because of the Immortal King. On the inside, the MC is thinking, hold on, it's not like that. It's not my fault, I'm just as surprised as you are. but unfortunately he needs to play his part as the great villain. Hans tells the Archbishop it's not worth wasting his breath on this. Besides me, who else would be capable of opening the abyss? Hearing this, the knights become enraged. They already suspected the Immortal King was to blame for everything. The MC tells the mob not to get too excited. Today, he's just going to give a warning. But next time, the beatdown will be huge. The knights shout, "Warning my foot, the brawl is starting today." However, putting his hand in front, the Archbishop tells the two to stop. Don't they realize he's keeping his distance? The Immortal King wouldn't have come all this way just for a little chat. It's definitely a trap. Actually, no man. He really did just come to chat and show off his new dragon. There's no trap planned. The Archbishop asks the Immortal King what this warning he wanted to give was. Hans says the warning is for the knight Heinrich, the one who pierced his heart. Hannibal Strauss acknowledges your power. The next time we meet, he will lose his life and become my subordinate. Of course, hearing this makes the other knights furious. They're dying to charge at the MC, to end the scene with maximum climax. The MC snaps his fingers, calling his dragon and telling everyone to stop. Everyone has their role in the story, and his here has come to an end. Now, Anthracis will show its strength. The Archbishop yells for everyone to prepare for defense. Instantly, the knights and clerics begin to pray. The Archbishop bellows that it's no use. Faith will overcome all evil, no matter the cost. The dragon begins to breathe its death fire, but the church folks manage to defend themselves very well. The Archbishop yells for everyone to hold firm. However, the knights warn that it's getting hard to hold on for much longer. The lucky thing is, the dragon stopped breathing fire. The knights confess they don't even understand how they survived. For them, death was certain. The Archbishop warns them not to let their guard down, to return to battle formation immediately. When he turns to speak to the Immortal King, he realizes he's no longer there. A knight comments if the Immortal King really thought he could defeat the Order's elite with a single breath. He clearly underestimated us. The Archbishop, being smarter, knows that wasn't just a minor detail. He really wants to know what the Immortal King is planning. What will his next diabolical step be? Far away from there, the MC is praising Anthracis. Its fire is really strong. One, did it learn such a perfect breath attack? I can understand its famous name. The news of the Immortal King's appearance, who opened the abyss, along with the dragon that guards it, will spread throughout the continent. Our boy's plan definitely worked. However, not everything is perfect. While flying peacefully, something happens. Actually, I thought it would be something bad, but apparently not. It's just another legacy awakening. Flying over the location, we notice an army is rising from the ground, and with it its leader, the Dullahan Knight, who, by the way, is ordering all his troops to rise. In the Kingdom of Charlotte, in the Viscounty, another legacy is also awakening, another abomination. Of course, the knights went to check, but as soon as the awakening began, they didn't stick around and started running. Too bad something bad happened. They were surrounded by an army of the undead. I know the Dullahan has a scattered army. I just don't know if this is his or whoever is awakening now. Honestly, I think this one belongs to another commander. A soldier asks why they're surrounded. The undead normally don't have intelligence, so why is this happening? To make matters worse, they hear a scream from behind. And when they look, they see a desperate soldier trying to run. The soldier even tries to ask for help. But clearly there's no time and it doesn't work out. Who's gonna save him? The two chumps up front. The commander says they need to inform the Viscount. The Death Knight has been resurrected in the middle of the kingdom. Leaving the mess hands is making a side. Let's go to our dear vampire Heinz. He's in his office asking his subordinate about the situation. The subordinate informs him that the entire continent of Eterica is in a state of emergency. The one speaking is the former Lord Mirog. He says the abyss is opening up all over the continent and summoning an army of the undead. Their clan's base, in the kingdom of Eterica, hasn't suffered any serious damage. The MC knows the reason for this is because the undead are probably being linked to hands. However, Mirog asks if something is bothering the Lord. Heinz asks if there are any reports about the madness of the abyss and its effects. Mirog replies that, aside from the undead, no one knows exactly what this madness is. It's not certain yet, but many disputes are happening for silly reasons, possibly due to the influence of this madness. Heinz questions if that isn't an exaggeration, maybe everyone is just on edge. Mirog replies that, possibly, that's not the case. The MC asks how he can be so sure. Mirog replies that this isn't just happening to humans. Even the movements of monsters are generating unusual reports, so the situation is definitely not normal. But to be sure whether it is or not, you guys will have to comment a lot asking for part 2. And if you liked it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next videos. Thank you so much, and I'm out. Over in his fancy office, our favorite vampire, Heinz, is looking pretty sharp. He's noticed that even the monsters are getting more tilted than a League of Legends player in a ranked match. This means a sort of Joker vibe is spreading across the continent, making everyone lose their minds and want to send their buddies to the great beyond. Since the situation is turning into a total dumpster fire, he decides his new mission is to go full Sherlock Holmes and figure out what this craziness is all about. A dumpster fire? Yeah, I don't even know where my brain came up with that one. The blonde ex-Midas Lord agrees with the MC's order. Getting up, Heinz knows he needs to come up with a plan, like yesterday. Thinking about his crew, he remembers that Hans is busy gathering the forces of darkness, like he's putting together a team for the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Heinz himself is more stuck than a character in a cutscene. He can't leave his base of operations for now. Then, it hits him. He realizes there's only one place that would have info on all this chaos. That place is the Grand Divine Order. So at the end of the day, the hot potato is going to land right in Heinz's lap. Cutting over to the Order, we see the Holy Sword. The Saint Tess is impressed by the size of the sword. Our knight Heinrich is there offering the super shiny sword to her. This Saint Tess gives a little "I knew" it smirk, and he, all humble, says he's just happy he didn't let the boss down. Switching gears to something more serious, the guy mentions he heard some rumors that things got real messy while he was away. At that, the Saint Tess's face gets serious, and she tells him something super bizarre decided to show up, straight out of the abyss. This is the real deal. What came out of there was madness itself. She explains that this madness is extremely unstable, and that's what makes it so dangerous, because nobody knows what to expect. Heinrich, full of confidence, flashes a smile and offers to go take care of the problem. She even tries to tell him to take a nap, but the knight is ready for more, saying he's even stronger now with the Holy Sword. Even though Heinrich is smiling, the Saint Tess doesn't seem too keen on sending him out right away. But with a sigh, the girl gives a slight smile, thinking this guy is as stubborn as they come. In the end, the Saint Tess gives him the mission, and the knight, all serious, promises he'll solve this crazy mystery. She says that's fine, but before he goes, there's one more little event on the agenda. She explains that there's a mandatory ritual now that he's got the legendary sword. With that, the scene shifts to a gigantic hall in the cathedral, filled with statues that look like they belong in a museum of the gods. Walking down an Oscar-worthy red carpet, Heinrich approaches the Saint Tess and the clerics. With a wave of her hand, the Saint Tess commands the divine sword to show its true power. Obeying the Saint Tess, the boy raises the weapon. Watching from a distance, two other knights are blown away, commenting that the sword's power is on another level. Next, a necklace with a star pendant is picked up from a fancy little velvet cushion. It's then placed around the neck of Heinrich, who has proven to be the right guy for every job. Kneeling, the knight hears the Saint Tess officially name him a High Paladin of the Grand Divine Order. As soon as the ceremony ends, the pendant on his chest begins to glow with a powerful light. An insane amount of energy surrounds the guy's body, leaving him wondering, what in the world is happening here? This divine power is so strong that his mind just blew minus screens. The paladin tries to figure out where all this strength is coming from. It feels like an infinite power cheat code. He feels his body being completely rebuilt by the sacred energy, like he's getting a full hardware upgrade. When the light finally fades, Heinrich is on his feet, looking like a character who's unlocked their final form, white hair into super strong golden aura. The Saint Tess smiles, totally thrilled with the result, and says this is a divine blessing being bestowed upon him. A system window pops up, announcing he has achieved Enlightenment and gained the special ability, Great Blessing Knight of Light. Surprised, the guy touches his now minus white hair and realizes he's glowing with the same aura as the Saint Tess. Giving a bow, the Saint Tess greets him all formally, leaving Heinrich even more confused. She starts to call him Saint Heinrich Landguard, but quickly corrects herself, saying that's not quite it. With a smile, the girl calls him the Hallowed One, and the knight just glitches out, thinking, is she talking to me? The Saint Tess then explains that the Great Blessing is only granted by the will of the divine, making it the clearest sign that the guy is a Satan, the chosen one. Our boy processes this, wondering if he has the same status as her now, while our Easter asks for something to be brought over. Standing there in the middle of the hall, the paladin still has a look on his face like he hasn't understood a thing until two people approach him. With his face lit up, a light reflects in his eyes. Before him, a full set of armor called the Guardian of Glory appears, a top-tier set forged by the Order's best blacksmiths. As they help him put on the armor, they explain that each piece is made of rare metals, like mithril and orchalcum, the kind of stuff only the rich have. On top of that, the armor has sacred enchantments and divine barriers. It's basically a walking fortress, a true holy relic. Fully equipped, the paladin admires his new armor, thinking the look is exactly what he'd hoped for. And let's be real, our boy is looking seriously awesome. Just by wearing the full set, he can already feel an overwhelming divine power flowing through his entire body. Now he not only has the ultimate weapon, the Holy Sword, but also the ultimate armor, the Guardian of Glory. The dude is all geared up. With a confident grin, he declares that his equipment is all set and he's ready for action. Our knight turns to the Saint Tess and says that it looks like they'll be working together from now on, and it's an honor. The Saint Tess replies that the honor is all hers. In his thoughts, the guy feels a little awkward about working side by side with her, wondering how things are going to be from here on out. The Saint Tess, on the other hand, is over the moon. She confesses she's been pulling all -nighters at work and is relieved to have someone to share the burden with. That's when it hits the knight, and he understands what sharing a burden means when he sees piles and piles of paperwork. The guy is already wondering if this promotion was actually a punishment. With a smile that gives it all away, the Saint Tess says she just remembered something, looking pretty happy to have found herself an intern. Our Star announces that the Continental Summit, a meeting of the head honchos, is happening soon. At this meeting, they'll discuss how to put an end to the Undead. If she says she'll be counting on his help, the knight accepts the mission with determination. A ray of sunlight streams through the cathedral windows, marking the beginning of a new and very busy phase for our paladin. Now alone, Heinrich looks outside with a determined expression and thinks to himself that everything's fine. His thoughts connect with Hans, the Immortal King, and the knight decides they'll both give it their all until the big meeting happens. In another corner of the continent, the situation is pure chaos. An entire city is on fire under a red sky. In the middle of the destruction, a knight walks across a floor soaked in red liquid, a real mess. This is Kerem, a knight in horned armor who's making fun of his fallen enemies, calling them weaklings. Someone says that the tables can be turned if the kingdoms unite to become stronger. Kerem uses a dark ability, and his sinister purple energy begins to erupt with force. Looking at the humans with pure contempt, the knight calls them arrogant. With a battle cry, he orders them all to become his subjects. From the shadows, the soldiers rise. His skeleton servants advance across the battlefield, accompanied by a terrifying purple mist. Suddenly, the knight senses a new presence and realizes someone showed up a little late to the party. Floating in the sky, a hooded figure appears, and Kerem seems to recognize who it is instantly. This newcomer is Hans. An overwhelming bluish energy simply takes over the entire field. Kerem can hardly believe the strength he's feeling. It's a power he's never even dreamed of experiencing. Hans slowly approaches the knight, who is now on his knees before him, unable to move, able to see more clearly who it is. Kerem recognizes him and greets him as his new master. The new king observes his new subordinate, realizing that this knight is a pretty important figure. The monarch notes that his power goes beyond a simple sword master. The guy also commands armies and knows a thing or two about necromancy. RMC recognizes him as one of his former commanders, the Death Knight Lord, and Kerem says it's an honor to be remembered by him. Our Immortal King takes a look at the burning city and remarks that Kerem really made a heck of a mess. With a serious expression, the monarch says what's done is done. Now the mission is to strengthen the troops and gather power. With that, he orders everyone to leave for now, and Kerem immediately agrees to follow his lord's orders. The knight and his soldiers begin to dissolve into shadows, vanishing from the scene faster than a steam sail. After they're gone, the Immortal King raises his hand, looking like he's preparing to do something big. Surveying the scene of destruction, the monarch gets pensive, needing to calculate the extent of the damage. The entire city is completely in flames, and he concludes that the damage was severe and the whole area is a total loss. Looking at the fire, he decides he can't just leave things like this and that he needs to take action. He remembers that the Continental Summit is happening soon, but with his forces all scattered, it's going to be tough to get the gang together in time. Faced with this problem, his hand begins to glow with a dark energy. It looks like he's found a very risky solution. The purple aura on his arm intensifies, and he thinks that he wanted to avoid this method because of the heavy side effects. Despite the risks, he sees no other way. The Immortal King clenches his fist tightly, ready to act. His eyes glow with power as he prepares an invocation, shouting for his children to hear him. And wouldn't you know it, the boss's call worked. In a place far, far away, two demonic creatures hear the summons and instantly recognize their master's voice. Another follower, a mysterious woman in a veil, also feels her master's presence, like it's a dark web WI- connecting everyone. Unleashing a blast of power that would make Vegeta jealous, the Immortal King announces that he's arrived at the party, and his aura spreads over a gigantic area. The MC knows this will expose their location to enemies, but he figures the folks at the Order will take a little while to decipher all this magic. His plan is simple: get the crew together and get out of there faster than the Flash. With his hand outstretched, he demands that his followers hurry up. The shadows then gather and rise toward the sky. Through dark portals, the Immortal King's followers begin to emerge, with several skeletons answering the call. Suddenly, the MC feels a disturbance in the force. It seems one of his generals has gotten into some trouble. Before their lord, the generals all bow in unison, declaring total loyalty to the absolute being. One of them immediately reports that he will march with the troops from the southwest, while another guarantees he's bringing the crew from the southwest, everyone hyped for battle. Our Immortal King is thoroughly pleased with his army's loyalty, promising to guide them all to a glorious and unprecedented future. With his arms wide open and surrounded by his generals, our guy Hans lets out that classic evil villain laugh, because his plans are finally kicking into gear. Now, the scene cuts to a dark forest where two guys are walking with a torch. One of the guys, Mike, gets nudged by his friend, who heard some rumors that Indeed have been popping up like mushrooms. His friend, though, couldn't care less about gossip and tells him to focus on the job, saying it's all just talk. Out of absolutely nowhere, a shadow zips past them in the darkness. With a sigh, Mike calls him a coward and points to a little white rabbit, saying it was obviously just a woodland creature. But his scaredy-minded scat friend turns white as a sheet and points behind Mike, who gets annoyed and asks what it is this time. Before he can finish his sentence, he turns around and freezes in shock. There really was something right behind him. Wow, a gigantic creature with glowing eyes appears at his back end. Well, it's over for him. His friend can only stutter a minus monster as he watches his partner get taken out. With a very pretty face, looking like he just got a makeover, the gray minus skin monster steers down the survivor. An aura of dark energy explodes, revealing even more creatures. See why you can't walk through the forest at night, kids. A larger group of people further back also spots the creatures, and an old man wonders what in the world those things are. One of the creatures comments that they were supposed to be hiding in the mountains, wondering why they decided to take a stroll around here. The guy who saw his friend get attacked is completely frozen in fear, unable to process the terrifying scene. Shaking all over, he stammers that he's never heard of anything like this, and that the situation is completely bizarre and terrifying. Yeah, buddy, you're about to have a really bad day. In front of the Hubert Trading Company, our MC seems shocked by some news he just received. Inside his office, he reads the newspaper, and the headline says that monsters from the northern mountains have attacked a caravan. Putting a hand to his head, Hubert gets worried. If things keep up like this, the neighboring town of Terrakay is going to have a huge problem. He thinks that he's already secured food and war supplies, but he realizes now is not the time to be thinking about profit. Getting up from his chair, the guy reflects on a saying small minus time merchants chase coins, but the great ones win hearts. It's all about synergy. It's all about growth. It's all about business. Looking at a map on the wall, he decides on his next move. In times of crisis like these, the best thing to do is offer help. The map shows the region affected by the chaos, a place called Deo, an IA county. A specific point on the map catches his eye, an area known as the Steel Fortress. Hubert focuses, trying to get a better handle on the situation and wondering where exactly the problem is happening. Suddenly, a crucial piece of information comes to his mind. The Steel Fortress is recruiting mercenaries en masse. This is the cue he needed to spring into action. The scene cuts to a crowded tavern, where a woman comments that all this recruiting can only mean the fortress is in trouble. An adventurer shouts that these aren't ordinary monsters, they're advancing with an insane fury. At a table, Harley's group discusses what to do, since they've all heard the rumors about the growing threat. One of the men turns to the MC and asks him what he plans to do. Harley, holding a respectable minus-sized mug, pauses to think. With a huge grin like someone who's ready to party, the wolf minus hat guy announces that he's in. He's not going to miss the chance to get in on this brawl for anything in the world. His friends celebrate his answer, and one of them slams the table asking when they're leaving. Harley stands up, a little confused by the question. His friend gives a nervous smile, looking like he knows what's about to happen. He asks if Harley has other plans in mind. With a loud laugh, the crazy guy Harley yells that they're leaving right now. His companions are totally confused. One of them even wonders if their friend at least paid the tab. Immediately, they get up and run after the big guy, yelling to catch that rascal and make him pay for everyone's drinks, since he didn't even pay for his own. The scene changes to a sign outside a building, showing to cross swords over a shield. This sign belongs to the Terrakay Mercenary Guild, a famous meeting spot for adventurers of all kinds. Arriving at the guild, Harley takes a look around, seemingly searching for someone at the counter. The receptionist greets him, just as his friends arrive right behind him, completely exhausted. With a smile, the employee explains that everyone in the business knows him. Not knowing who he is would be like being from another continent. Grabbing one of his friends by the collar, Harley says they're there to sign up for the recruitment and asks him to speed up the process. The receptionist informs him that Harley's registration is going to be a bit difficult to process. Annoyed, one of the mercenaries bares his teeth like a dog and demands to know what the employee means by that. His friends also get furious and threaten the kid, who stammers that it's nothing like that. He quickly grabs a sealed letter and explains that Harley has received a special nomination request. Our monstrous MC takes the letter, thoughtful, and says he was already planning on going to the Steel Fortress and didn't expect this. Without a second thought, the madman tosses the letter, refusing the offer to the delight of his friends. The receptionist panics at his attitude, trying to explain that this is an offer you can't refuse. Like in The Godfather, he either takes it or he takes it. With a serious expression, he reveals the client's name. The request comes from Lord Tomai Neo and IA. At that, Harley gets a blank look on his face, totally lost at the name he just heard. The confusion is so bad that the receptionist practically has to shout the right name to get the information through his thick skull. Elsewhere, we see the halls of the Lord of Ao and IE's house. A well-dressed butler guides Harley to a door, informing him that the Lord is waiting inside. With a cheerful shout, Harley announces his arrival in the Lord's room, barging in without any ceremony. A man with his back turned, wearing armor, spins around at the noise, looking surprised by the grand entrance. The mercenary is visibly confused, realizing the person in front of him is a knight, not the Lord he was expecting. In a serious tone, the knight says that the Lord wouldn't speak directly to a simple mercenary, looking at Harley with a certain disdain. If it were me, I'd leave just to be a jerk. He introduces himself as Knight Robin, the person authorized to conduct this important mission. Robin scans Harley's physique and comments that he's heard of him, but finds him quite large and with a unique appearance. But the little ears on Harley's wolf hat twitch, a funny reaction to the knight's comment. Tapping his nose with a confident smile, the mercenary plays along and asks what a pompous knight wants with him. The knight explains the reason for the nomination. They need someone to lead an attack in the northern mountains. Harley is surprised by the proposal and asks if that isn't the place that was recently overrun by monsters. The knight says that's the one. In fact, it's a rescue mission for a very important person named Yahello Steel Stone. Yahello is a blacksmith from their territory, and his race is of utmost importance. The dude is a very skilled dwarf. Then, the scene shifts completely to the modern world, showing the front of a hospital in the city of Seoul. In a room, the MC tells his grandmother that they need to go. The old woman, looking great, smiles and tells them not to worry and to go on with their day. Tayson is overjoyed that the old woman is well, and the MC comments that she might be discharged soon. Out of nowhere, his friend gets thoughtful and says something is strange. The guy remembers his conversation with the doctor, who said the recovery was so fast it seemed like a priest had used divine power on her for days. Weird, right? Our MC gives that sly little smile. Yep, folks, he was the one responsible for healing the old woman. Leaving the room, the MC says his grandmother was rewarded for her kindness, but her grandson says she beat the illness because she's strong. Changing the subject, Tayson asks how his moving plans are going, and the MC replies that he found a house in the suburbs to live a quieter life. The distance from Seoul is a sacrifice he's willing to make. In his thoughts, the MC apologizes for worrying Tayson. Now that his projection lasts longer, he can travel long distances with no problem. The guy decides he's not going to sell his old house, it's easier to use it as a base. Walking down the hall, he reflects on the future. How many more clones are going to show up, huh? The next day, the scene takes us to the icy mountains of the north. Harley and his group walk together through the frozen landscape. Something catches the MC's attention. He's thinking that everyone is very serious because the request came directly from the Lord. He also reflects on his own presence on the mission, since he's not just there to watch, but to actively participate. And the knight announces that they're getting close to the last place where they got a signal from Yahello, but our boy wonders what they'll find there. So the knight explains what happened as soon as the monsters started acting weird. The dwarf Yahello holed up in a cave and used a magic device to call for help, like an emergency beacon. One of the women in the group gets a bit frustrated, wondering why on earth the dwarf went up the mountain at a time like this. Another team member responds with a little smile, saying it was impossible to predict this whole mess, and that dwarves are like Minecraft players, always looking for rare ores. Listening to the group's conversation, Harley gets thoughtful, trying to understand the blacksmith's current situation. Turning around, the guy also gets a good look at the mercenaries from Tarakai and is impressed, thinking that to gather an elite group like this Yahello guy must be a legendary blacksmith. Out of nowhere, Harley's eye starts to glow. He sensed that danger was coming. Without warning, a horde of blue-skin monsters appears. The two girls in the group immediately prepare for combat. A flaming arrow is fired at the monsters, leaving them all nice and toasty. Despite the powerful attack, the girls lose their confidence. Yep, the monsters are still standing in the middle of the smoke, and the fire attack didn't even scratch them. One of them complains that the enemies are getting stronger with each level, plus their health and defense are ridiculously high. Seeing that the situation is getting interesting, Harley cracks a huge smile and says it's his time to shine. The rascal is dying to show these monsters his true power. Stomping forward, he charges into the fray. Right off the bat, he grabs the creatures. Then he plays a game of coconut cracking. Two more ugly ones appear, but they also drop like flies after getting put in a chokehold. Seeing this, one of his companions shouts for the MC to watch his back. Three monsters are coming right at him. Even surrounded, the mercenary rascal seems calmer than Master Yoda, thinking that just using his fists might not be enough this time. Our hero reflects on his abilities. If he activated Berserker mode with his wild instinct, the party would have been over already, but then the group might mistake him for a monster and everything would get, let's just say, complicated. With that in mind, he decides to use a different approach. Leaping into the air, Harley flies towards the enemies. He says now he's gonna play Superman. With incredible speed, the kid hands out free punches to everyone, clasping his hands together. The dude looks like he wants to deliver the final blow. The girl is impressed with our MC. She can't even understand how he sent three of them flying at once. Looks like there won't be a finishing blow after all. The dude already sent everyone on a free trip across the landscape. Not even Bowen offers a flight that beautiful. Suddenly, the knight calls out the MC's name, as he sees him doing something very strange on the ground. Our MC, all embarrassed, apologizes and says he was really hungry, and ended up tasting the monster's broth and heart out of pure habit. What a bizarre habit, huh? The knight questions this strange habit, and Harley explains that it's a secret magic of his tribe. Sure. Other companions are shocked by the scene, and one of them comments that she's never heard of anyone who could do that. With a confident smile, Harley tells them not to worry, assuring them that he's perfectly fine. But out of nowhere, some reed broth spurts from his mouth, and the big guy realizes that actually he's not fine at all. With a pained expression, he struggles to breathe, and his face starts to contort in a weird way. A wave of violent thoughts invades his mind, and he feels an uncontrollable urge to smash everything around him. He thinks he's only holding back thanks to a mind control skill, but his muscles and senses are getting more and more active. With his face all dirty, the MC finally seems to understand what's happening to him. A dark, sinister energy starts to seep out of one of the fallen monsters. Looking at the sky, the protagonist realizes the truth of madness is spreading throughout the entire frozen forest. Elsewhere, our Immortal King observes the scene from afar and comments that this is quite a sight. Behind him, a group of hooded figures is kneeling, all of them appearing to serve our boy Mr. Bones with total loyalty. A woman in a veil bows respectfully, introducing herself as Banshee Queen Olivia and swearing loyalty to her king. The Skeleton King praises his new recruit, saying that a high-minus ranking officer with a phantom unit is an incredible addition to his army of darkness. He compliments Olivia for gathering more power than he expected, and she, all humble, replies that she was only following his orders. The king then says he has a new quest for her. He points to some bodies lying on the ground, mentioning the organization those people belong to. The orders extract all information from the Heaven Reversal Oath. Olivia accepts the mission with honor and says she'll do her best, but asks what he most desires to obtain from them. Mr. Bones replies that what he wants most is absolute obedience. With her hand glowing in a blue aura, Olivia speaks to her children, calling them to hear her orders. The queen orders her followers to hunt down every last one of the remnants, drain their souls, and dedicate everything to their king. Meanwhile, in a distant mansion, the night is quiet, and the scene takes us inside a luxurious office. Our vamp Heinz analyzes an important document, deep in thought about what he's reading. The paper reveals that Hans, his other self, has obtained some valuable information about the feared Banshee Queen. On top of that, he got reports on the nation's situation from the Vorkalak clan. The documents also contain data about the underworld, all collected from the Banshees themselves. Heinz realizes that he can now count on Harley for any matter related to this so-might called madness. He sighs wearily because even though he has everything under control, a strange feeling of fear is taking over. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, completely breaking his train of thought. Yahello enters the room and approaches to deliver an urgent report. He informs him that monsters have begun to attack in the Demon Forest, but Heinz remains calm as he's already sent reinforcements there. The X-Lord says that's not all. The monsters from the northern mountains are descending in full force. Back in the mountains, Harley realizes something is very wrong. The madness has spread across the entire region in an instant. He stares at the craziness and confirms his suspicions that sinister energy was the madness. Everyone around is being contaminated, and the monsters are affected by the madness just by breathing it in. The biggest concern for now is his companions. He notes that the effect is minor on them, but they aren't immune. It seems humans have more resistance to this craziness. Even so, our mercenary feels something strange. He realizes the situation is very dangerous, as he's feeling the effects in his own body. A skill window appears in front of him, showing that he's using body mutation to keep from losing control like the others. Suddenly, a knight raises his hand and yells for everyone to stop immediately. One of the girls asks if more monsters have appeared on the path. Out of nowhere, Robin cracks a joke about Harley's outfit, and the crazy guy says the outfit is his charm. He wouldn't get it. At that moment, something starts moving in a nearby bush. Out from inside comes a fully camouflaged dwarf, looking like a quest NPC. He introduces himself as the blacksmith CI, Onyx Tealstone, and says he was just waiting for the party to arrive. The dwarf informs them that he dug a cave nearby and offers to lead everyone there, since it's definitely safer than being out in the open. The knight questions Harley about something, and the big guy confirms his suspicion. Of course, they don't say what they're talking about, right? Out of nowhere, a horde of monsters appears running, and Harley yells for everyone to get down the mountain right now. Robin takes the lead and orders everyone to cover the rear as they flee from the enemies. The group starts running for their lives. Zia Onik falls behind and gets spooked by an enemy right on his tail. The darn monster already has its club ready. In pure terror, the blacksmith screams for help, begging someone to save him. Lucky for him, our barbarian dude is always ready. With that crazy grin, the mercenary is having way too much fun with the situation. Robin says that now is not the time for fun. If they keep this up, they're going to get caught. Without a second thought, Harley grabs the blacksmith and bolts. The dwarf complains about Harley, but what can you do, right? The poor guy doesn't have long enough legs to run. The archer girl says they'll all be wiped out if they keep this up, but the MC knows that rule doesn't apply to him. But still, the guy needs to come up with a new escape strategy. Turning to the knight, he says he's running low on energy and asks for a share of the magic stones. Although he doesn't understand the plan, Robin agrees, saying that if it's for the mission, he sees no problem with it. The MC thanks him and takes the bag of stones. Before moving on, he tosses the dwarf to another knight. Stopping his run, our MC faces the enemy head-on. The crew warns him it's dangerous, but the madman just replies that they were the ones who asked for a better way to escape. He then pulls out the bags of magic stones and just scarfs them all down. Relax, folks, our boy is just having a growth spurt. The stone's energy starts to spread through his body, and he feels a madness even more intense than before. He then realizes he can become infinitely stronger. All he has to do is absorb the madness from the stones with his abilities. Basically, the rascal found another way to power Midas Farm. The dude's gonna become the Pac-Man of madness and devour all this energy that's appeared in the world. A system notification pops up in front of him. His skill has evolved into a new form, the Frenzy Beast. The upgrade has arrived. The tattoo on his arm starts to glow and changes color to red. His muscles get even bigger and more ripped. With his eyes closed, he tries to absorb as much power as possible. As soon as he opens his eyes, they glow with a sinister energy. The real fun is about to begin. The channel's rule is clear: you gotta beat up everyone until they drop. Time to hand out an equal opportunity bet down. The horde of monsters charges forward. The MC tells them to bring it on. If they come in all frantic like that, they won't last long. But to keep things from getting boring, how about he charges into? After about 10 panels, the bet down is finally about to begin. In the blink of an eye, the MC plows through the enemy horde without any trouble, just like the Flash. Shouting for his enemies to go to Kingdom Come, he attacks without mercy. At the end of the day, no one stood a chance against our boy. The name of his new form is Berserk Beast. The guys are over there, watching from a distance, completely shocked. The guard says he can barely follow his movements. He even says the rumors were all true. Robin says that Harley isn't just the strongest in Terracay. He's the most powerful in the entire continent, basically the Saitama of this world. Two other creatures charge forward with fury, trying to use the small opening to attack. Seeing the enemy's approach, the mercenary just smiles. Using his axes, he defends and attacks at the same time, sending another enemy to the great beyond. Then he even snatches his little axe back. Looks like the area is finally clear. A scale window appears, showing that he used July to create a harsh winter and end the fight. Robin runs up, praising the incredible performance. He also asks if our boy is okay. The dwarf blacksmith also shows up to congratulate him, saying that Harley has the bravery of a true dwarf. But the MC points out that the dwarf wasn't showing all that bravery a few minutes ago, was he? Suddenly, Harley's expression changes. He senses a strong and dangerous energy approaching. His entire body is screaming at him to run. It's the first time the guy has felt this tense. Robin notices the change and asks what's going on. The MC, as always, just smiles and says the situation has gotten really ugly. If they run into the monster that's coming, it's going to be a total wipeout. The dwarf gets desperate at the news and yells that they've come too far to give up now, begging his muscular friend to do something. With a clever look, Harley turns to the dwarf and reminds him how he dug a hole to hide in earlier. The dwarf says yes, he did do that. Harley then asks if he can hide everyone in 10 minutes. The blacksmith says 5 minutes is more than enough for the job. Isol Pro is a beast with a Pekosk. We're talking 100 years of Minecraft experience. RMC wonders if that shiny Pekosk is a magic item. The blacksmith gets ready to start and yells for everyone else to get ready too. From there, she's non minus stop pounding on the ground. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking like crazy. Cracks form on the frozen ground, and the earth opens up beneath their feet. The dwarf is so awesome that he's shaking the whole area around them. After finishing, the dwarf looks at the group with a smile and asks if the place isn't cozy enough. Look at the cave the mad lad made. Then again, with a diamond pie skits easy. Harley looks at the blacksmith with an admiring little smile. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, announcing that a usable medium for skill customization has been discovered. RMC is totally confused. He wonders if there's an item here as powerful as the branch from the world tree. The system window reveals the Elin Pakosk, a magic tool that carries 20 years of Master Zia Onyx Artisan's soul. Seeing the Pakosk's power, Harley makes a decision and with that look on his face, says he's going to farm that item one way or another. Suddenly, a loud noise comes from above. The knight gets startled and asks if that's the monster the mercenary mentioned earlier. Robin analyzes the presence and confirms their suspicions, saying the creature probably sat down above them to eat the bodies. Another member suggests they run while the monster is distracted, but Robin says that's a terrible idea, as they'd be caught quickly. As always, the Matman Harley starts laughing loudly, leaving everyone confused. The mercenary says he's had a great idea and proposes to lure the monster away and take care of the problem. The knight questions this, saying it could cost him his life, but Harley says he's going to risk it anyway. The other companions get worried and ask if the big guy is sure about what he's doing. With his eyes glowing, he answers that he is. He then points to the dwarf's Pekosk, and of course, Zio Nick asks why he wants his precious Alin. Harley explains that it's just insurance for the mission, but the dwarf complains, saying it's a magic tool with limited uses. The blacksmith doesn't really like the idea of handing over his treasure, but scolds himself for thinking of putting an item before life. He reminds himself that, as precious as it is, life comes first. Finally, the dwarf agrees and hands over the tool. But at the last second, the blacksmith regrets it and holds onto the Pekosk tightly. The MC yells at him to let go, saying he's only going to use it as a shovel. With a strong pull, the mercenary yanks the Pekosk from his hands, and the poor blacksmith cries in sorrow. Harley laughs and runs off with the item, promising he'll put it to good use and return it. Probably. As he runs, he changes his mind and apologizes, saying he's not giving it back, but since he saved the dwarf's life, they're even. Translation: he's a dirty thief, but at least he saved the dwarf's life. The good news is he managed to acquire the Owlin safely. Actually, he acquired in Wharf. Running across the ice, the protagonist moves away from the group, needing an isolated spot for the next step of his plan. Finally outside, the mercenary comments on how good the fresh air feels, much better than being stuck underground. But it's time to introduce one monster to another. Before him, a huge Demi-Lich-headed creature appears. The ogre lets out a roar, but our barbarian dude stays cool and collected. The mercenary realizes that even a strong species like this can go mad. The creature must have devoured a lot of magic stones. The monster's head stare at the MC with a look that just screams, "Let's fight." Carly wonders what the monster is doing. The Demi-Lich-headed ogre starts to charge. A possibility crosses the MC's mind. Maybe the creature smelled the magic stones he ate. This isn't entirely bad to save his dwarf friend. He needs to get out of there with the monster. So, the mercenary starts running, yelling for the giant ogre to come after him. After running for a while, he stops at a more remote location. This should be good, no one will see what's about to happen. The Demi-Lich-headed monster catches up to him quickly, even letting out a sinister laugh as it runs. Time to fight for real. 2 skills are activated: mutation and physical transformation. The MC says this time it's going to be a monster versus monster fight. Let's see what the ogre's got. The Demi-Lich-headed ogre lets out a crazy loud roar of pain. The MC's claws landed right on the ugly's face, ×2. Our boy is having a blast with this fight. The dude loves a good, honest brawl. Our guy says the ogre must have thought he got stronger with the madness. But he wasn't the only one who ate the little stones. After taking at most 2 hits, the creature flees. Our boy asks where the monster thinks it's running off to. Without even giving the beast time to answer, he jumps on it and grabs its bald head. The creep says the creature thinks pretty well with one head, so it won't be needing the other one. With that, the ogre's extra head is gone, just like paper. Now with a new, let's say, more compact look, the monster falls to the ground. Even so, the creature tries to threaten our MC, saying his arrogance won't last because its reinforcements are on their way. The monster turns, expecting to see its army, but just looks like a total idiot when it finds no one around. Looking at the battlefield, it goes into shock. All of its subordinates have been taken out, scattered across the snow. Suddenly, a new voice comes from behind the ogre, and a mysterious man says that, thanks to them, he was able to warm up a bit. The person says he was just running an errand nearby. The rascal Heinz says he's bored. He then manipulates blood that forms in his hand, concentrating it all into a single point. Our boy creates a piercing bullet that not even Superman could stop. And there goes Mr. Ogre. With the enemy finally defeated, Hurley stands up, looking pretty satisfied with the outcome of the fight. He then approaches Heinz and comments that, as expected, the duo works much better than a solo act. It's like the Batman and Robin of Darkness, but I'll let you guys figure out who's Robin. With a smile, our MC reveals that his other self was there for another reason. Apparently, he had other plans for his companion. Heinz holds up the magic Picasso with a smile, saying that Mr. Zionnik's gift will be very useful. Harley starts drooling, wondering how strong he'd get if he devoured it. With a wild look, the protagonist simply bites his companion's shoulder. Yeah, he's clearly affected by the madness. But since he can't eat the weapon, he'll just have to go for that monster. Slowly, Heinz touches the broth on the ground and says he wants to taste a bit of this so Midas called madness too. Suddenly, they both feel a strange energy in the air. Something big and dangerous seems to be approaching. Again, in the distance, a volcano erupts out of nowhere. Heinz recognizes the feeling immediately, saying it's the same energy he felt from some guy named Antrakas. In the midst of the fire and smoke, a gigantic figure emerges. A huge red dragon appears. Its name is Heratos, the Red Dragon. Completely consumed by insanity, the dragon shouts that it will devour everything, because the hunger, or rather, the munchies, are driving it completely bonkers. Harley gets all excited seeing a real dragon, but Heinz immediately kills the vibe, explaining that the creature has been consumed by madness and there's no talking to it. The dragon stares down at the two of them, identifying one as a half-minus human and the other as a vampire. The creature calls them great snacks, believing the two of them might be enough to satisfy its hunger. Descending, the dragon makes its choice and decides it doesn't need to pick who'd eat first. The beast opens its gigantic mouth and says it will devour them both at once. To my surprise, the two of them look thrilled. They both charge forward together, going straight for the creature's eyes. The poor dragon is blinded. Harley points at the monster and comments that the dragon's thick hide and regeneration are a pretty OP combo. The dragon gets furious, calling them inferior beings, and shouts that in its eternal life, it has only been defeated once. Heinz is intrigued by the bold declaration and asks who the giant creature lost to. The beast remembers its greatest enemy with a certain Reed, the final boss who sentenced it in the past the King of Immortality. Harley repeats the title in surprise, not getting the reference, and the dragon confirms that was exactly who it was. But enough talk, it unleashes a fire attack, shouting that the king is long gone and its curse is finally over. But that's when the dragon gets confused seeing the two of them laughing, and Heinz explains that they called a friend, since just the two of them might not be enough. Our little vamp apologizes in advance for the trauma, and the giant beast gets even more confused. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes widen in pure shock. It feels a familiar and terrifying presence approaching. A hooded figure emerges from the shadows behind it, and the dragon recognizes him, becoming completely frozen in fear. the one who's arrived to play as our dear Hans, the third Immortal King. With a smile, he says the dragon will be an excellent test subject. The gigantic dragon stares at the trio with pure fury in its yellowish eyes. With his back to the scene, the skeleton faces the creature and says that a dragon consumed by madness is just perfect. Hans comments that the beast will be a great specimen for his experiments. Turning its head to the side, the dragon wonders what the heck is going on here. After a year, the giant creature finally recognizes him and shouts that the Immortal King has returned to this place. Hans lets out a mocking laugh, saying he can see the monster through the previous king's memories. The skeleton remembers the sleeping dragon and questions how the beast could awaken when he couldn't. Still angry, the winged monster lets out a pained grunt. Suddenly, the creature feels something strange on its tail and turns to see what happened. Mr. Bones warns the beast not to even think about trying to escape. As it tries to fly up, the dragon ends up hitting its head on an invisible barrier. A huge purple dome now surrounds the entire area, and Hans explains that its wings won't take it anywhere. The voices in the creature's head scream for it to finish off the king. Completely possessed, the dragon starts to move. A powerful energy begins to completely envelop its body. Harley watches the scene with a smile on his face, commenting that the monster is absorbing all the madness from the air. The energy intensifies more and more, and the MC admits that not even he could do something like that. An overwhelming power erupts from the dragon's body. With its eyes glowing, the creature screams, vowing to erase the Immortal King from existence. Hans glances to the side with a bored expression and just grumbles that this is messing up his plans. Suddenly, the dragon notices a swift movement. Hans has moved away from it. The skeleton lets out a mocking laugh, and the dragon wonders if the so-called acclaimed Immortal King is running away in fear. The creature calls him a scoundrel and charges with everything it has. Hans has a new idea. He says if they're not on the same level, then he should just play on the dragon's level. A dark energy begins to rise around Hans, and the giant creature is confused by what it's seen. Mr. Bones gives the order for his summon to appear. A white dragon skull emerges from the ground its track is. Now the playing field is even. Let's see if the fire dragon can handle our little bone dragon. The dragon wonders if that's even a real dragon. Hans gives an order to his creature, telling it to remove the enemy's curses and rot before the fight. Antrakis charges forward, and immediately grabs the big red guy by the neck. Hans prepares for the next stage of the plan, saying he's going to begin the analysis on how to slice up the enemy. 3 skills are activated at the same time: gravitational chains, spatial lock, and shock absorption. The dragon is enveloped by magic chains as a summoning circle appears in the sky. The red dragon grumbles, saying these are just cheap tricks. With the enemy immobilized, Harley and Heinz see an opportunity and shout that now is the time to attack. The two of them charge forward with wild smiles on their faces, and Heinz says he's going to taste some precious dragon broth. Heinz rushes forward with a smile, already starting the mess. The powerful attack hits the dragon's body dead on, and that red liquid flies everywhere. Cutting over to Harley, the madman is already over there biting the creature. Thrilled, Heinz licks the blood from his fingers, saying he'll have infinite refills of dragon meat to restore himself. Suddenly, the vampire's expression changes completely. He seems to have realized something is very wrong. Spitting, he comments that the meat is actually pretty good. The problem is the madness energy mixed in with it. But at least now he understands what this madness is. Taking advantage of the distraction, the red dragon breaks free from the chains. The creature glares at the two with hatred, shouting if the insects really thought it would just stand by and watch. Harley realizes the monster is about to use its breath attack and comments that, at this distance, there's no way to dodge. Hans watches the scene calmly and just says that the enemy hasn't used its skill. The skeleton reveals that the red dragon isn't the only one with a breath attack. The red creature gets annoyed by their audacity, complaining that they just keep getting in the way. The red dragon unleashes its breath. Now it's a matter of seeing which of the two is more powerful. The breath attacks of the two creatures collide, and a huge explosion of light illuminates the entire forest. Seeing an opportunity, Heinz shouts that now is the time and bites his Odar hard. The vampire focuses on every drop of broth in his body, and threads of reed energy begin to emerge from his wrist. He says he's going to push the mysteries of his power to the absolute limit. The energy materializes into a powerful weapon. A great sword of blood appears in the vampire's hand. Wielding the red blade, Heinz prepares for the attack. With the acceleration skill activated, he charges at high speed towards the giant monster. The attack lands a direct hit on the creature's chest. With a victorious smile on his face, Heinz celebrates, telling himself the plan worked perfectly. The dragon calls him a useless insect, saying a wound like that is nothing and can be regenerated easily. Heinz apologizes with a mocking smile, saying that hurting the creature wasn't his real objective. The vampire agrees that insect is the perfect word for the situation. Suddenly, the dragon feels something strange at its chest, wondering what's happening inside. Are we seeing Harley inside the dragon? Heinz explains that the accumulated madness seemed very appetizing, so he placed a parasite inside the enemy's body, one that's so vicious not even deworm or medicine would work on it. With a savage grin, Harley eats a piece of the dragon, commenting that the texture isn't half bad. Our protagonist prepares to devour everything from the inside, wondering how much he can gut from this walking restaurant. But to find out if he can really eat his fill and if the dragon won't regenerate, you're all gonna have to comment a ton asking for the next part.